Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was cursed by evil Ghost King? Hermione, Harry and Ron walked out of the Great Hall the last day of Hogwarts' 5th year. Harry had proven that Voldemort was alive and well, and that he in fact was not looking for attention. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Ms. Granger, Professor Dumbledore would like to see you in his office immediately. I hear he likes Milky Bars. Professor McGonagall called from behind them. Hermione was determined to keep from laughing at McGonagall's botched attempt at trying to hide the password. She couldn't let her face show any of what she was feeling, because, well, it wouldn't end well for anyone. Hermione herself had hated Dumbledore from the moment she found out about what he had done. She hadn't truly believed it until Voldemort himself had showed her, and even then it had seemed impossible. Why would her favorite head teacher be such a two-faced bastard? Hermione, you coming? Harry called. When she turned, she saw the two boys were already running off. They still thought she was the little old Hermione that couldn't do anything wrong, and that was the way she wanted it. After all, she might have hated the headmaster, but she didn't hate Ron and Harry. They were just pawns in the old man's game, and that was all. They had become her friends when no one else would, and everyone who would was forced not to be. She nodded and ran to keep up with them. When they reached the entrance to Dumbledore's office, they stopped and waited by the statue faux her before Harry whispered the password. They then walked up the stairs to see the idiot himself. Hermione knew Dumbledore didn't know that she knew what he had done, and that was the way to keep it. You made it. I was beginning to think you had given up on me, Dumbledore said happily. She looked around the room, staring at the pictures of all the headmaster that would have been better than him. Even Voldemort wasn't scared of him. He just wanted everyone to think he was, so when the two-faced fool was destroyed, the people would have nowhere to run. Well, you called and we had to come. We couldn't ignore you, Ron said with equal happiness. Hermione fought the urge to gag. It wasn't Ron's fault. His family had taught him about the wonderful Professor Dumbledore. We don't, she heard someone say. At first she thought she had slipped up, but realized it was Harry who had spoken when the other two turned towards him. Why are we here? Hermione asked politely, with a hint of danger in her voice. I want you to attend a summer camp for the 6 weeks you have off. It will help with the fight we have to prepare for together against Voldemort. He looked at all of them in turn but kept a longer gaze at Hermione, who pretended to be unfazed. But we have a strong army, and our wands work fine. Hermione shot back. She really didn't want to go anywhere since this was the second holidays since Voldemort had come back. What if Voldemort, Hermione pretended to flinch, has found a way to stop people's wand from working? Then what will you do? You don't know wandless magic, Dumbledore calmly replied. As far as you know, Hermione added silently. What is the camp for? Harry asked. They are a special camp in America, and they teach their students how to fight without wands. So they're witches and wizards? Ron asked. No, but they are special in their own right. I will let them explain when you get there. The camp leader, Chiron, is an old friend of mine and I have asked him to take you. He agreed. How do we there? We can't take brooms, Hermione asked. She despised brooms almost as much as she hated Dumbledore. A couple of their students will meet you at Heathrow Airport. You will then take a plane to New York City, and you will be taken to the camp from there. They three teens nodded and left the room. They weren't allowed to refuse, since the decision was already made for them. So Hermione just hoped the camp knew what they were getting themselves into. They were walking back to the dorms when Harry grabbed her arm and spun her around to look her straight in the eyes. Her chocolate brown eyes met his green ones, and Hermione, who was uncomfortable with the gesture, struggled to break free. Why do you hate Dumbledore? He asked her, never breaking eye contact. She finally managed to break eye contact and hid her eyes by looking around for anyone coming. Thankfully, no one was. Course she doesn't hate Dumbledore. Why would she? The man's great. Ron huffed but went quiet when they both turned towards him. Bugger off, Ron, Harry snapped. Mia, hope you've packed your bag. We leave tomorrow morning, and I can't wait to be out of this shithole. A voice echoed in her mind. She jerked out of Harry's grip and, without looking back, made her way towards the stairs. She suddenly stopped and turned around. I'll talk to you later. I just have some last-minute reading to catch up on. She called to Harry. Hermione knew that they would never step a foot inside the library, which was fantastic for all the times she needed to tell them she was going somewhere. Truthfully, Hermione hadn't actually been to the library much since the beginning of the year. When she knew she was out of sight of her best friends, she ran down the stairs. Using wandless magic, she took the concealment charm off of herself. Her pale skin returned to a perfect tan, her bushy brown hair morphed to dead straight black, and her clothes changed from her Gryffindor robe to black skinny jeans and a pale yellow tank top. Her wand was fitted snugly in the jean pocket. Only her brown eyes stayed the same. She whispered the password when she reached the entrance. The snake slithered to the side, leaving an opening for her to slip through. She walked over to stand by one of the sofas and stared into the room. Never thought you'd be here on the last day of school. What happened to your Gryffindor friends? A boy asked casually as he came down the stairs. Shut up, Draco. The girl threw a green and silver cushion at him, but he caught it and sat down on one of the other sofas. Where's Blaise? She asked. What are you doing here, anyway? He asked, ignoring her. The girl ignored him too, instead breezing past him to approach another boy sitting in a dark corner. What do you want? Blaise Zabini asked as he looked up at the girl. She climbed onto the sofa beside him and looked at the Zabini boy. That's a nice way to talk to your sister. The girl, known both as Amelia Zabini and Hermione Granger, answered. Annabeth walked up to the big house from the Athena cabin. When Travis had entered her cabin and told her that Chiron wanted to see her immediately, she went. But couldn't shake the feeling it might have been a prank. After all, the Stoll brothers were sons of Hermes. She knocked on the door and opened it when she heard a voice from inside telling her to enter. Clarice and Selena were inside as well, and Annabeth realized it was not a prank. Annabeth, take a seat, Chiron said, and she sat on the seat next to Selena. The daughter of Aphrodite had been a spy for Kronos during the war, but she survived a valiant battle when Clarice killed the Drakon, and had been granted a pardon. I have a mission for the three of you. Chiron started to speak. Don't you mean quest? Annabeth interrupted. No, Annabeth, I mean a mission. You will not have to consult the oracle, so it is not a mission. He informed her. I want you three to fly to England and bring 3 witches and wizards here. They go to the school of an old acquaintance of mine and he has asked for my help. Do you mean sons and daughter of Hecate? Selena asked. But Chiron said no, that they're people who were magical, but were not children of Hecate. No one pushed the matter further, although Annabeth wanted to. When do we leave? Clarice asked. It was the first time she had spoken. The daughter of Ares had become nicer since they defeated Kronos, but she still was mean to new people. They had to earn her respect. Tomorrow, before the summer campers come to stay, he said. That would mean before Percy came back, and before most of her cabin came back as well. Fine, was that all? Clarice asked impatiently. You may leave, Chiron said, and they went out of the big house. I better go and pack, Selena said. I need to know what Prada bag and what makeup to take. We're only going for 1 day. Clarice stared at her best friend. I know, but there are lots of cute boys at airports. Aren't you dating Beckendorf? Annabeth asked. She was sure they hadn't broken up. Yeah, but I want to show the British boys what they're missing, and what they can't have. Besides, Charlie won't mind. She shrugged before running back to cabin 10. I'd better go and pack too, Annabeth said as she and Clarice separated. As she entered her cabin, she couldn't see that many people there, so she took out her black carry-on bag. They were going tomorrow morning, staying the night, and meeting the 3 teens the morning after, so she'd need 1 outfit, PJs and weapons. As she packed, she thought about the short trip. She hoped that Selena wouldn't want to have a sleepover and give her a makeover. Clarice would help hold her down so Selena could work her magic, as she called it. The end result would be that the daughter of Ares would have to be punished. She put everything into a bag and then went to look over her plans for Olympus. She has shown her mother, who had said they were excellent ideas, so all she had to do was show Zeus, which was not something she wanted to do alone. The god was powerful, and if he didn't like them, he might zap her. So she wanted to wait until Percy to come back. He would go with her and then she'd be fine. Now she had to go on the mission, had her plans would be delayed for another week or so. It wouldn't be a problem though, since children could see their parents more frequently now, so they were allowed to go to the 600th floor of the Empire State Building at any time. She heard the horn go for dinner and put the plans back into the bookcase where they were kept. She felt safe knowing no one would touch them while she was gone, because then they'd have to face the wrath of many people, most of whom were good with a sword. As she walked out, she could see the two new cabins. One was the Hades cabin, which Nico had designed as he wanted it. She hadn't been allowed any input, which meant she hadn't talked to her 12-year-old friend for a week. The second cabin was for the minor gods, Nemesis, Eros and many others. Annabeth had designed that one and she thought she did a pretty good job. After offering food to Athena, she sat down at her table and ate her food. Later, she spent some time discussing the mission with Clarice, Selena and some other girls after dinner and then went to sleep. Tomorrow was going to be a long day, she could already tell. The 12-year-old walked out of school moment before the bell rang on the last day. Tomorrow he was going back to Camp Half-Blood, and that, thankfully, meant meeting up with all his real friends. Right now, however, he had nowhere to go. His school was a private boarding school that his father had paid for, so he could either go to the underworld or a hotel until tomorrow. He chose the first. Nico's shadow traveled to his father's palace. But the Lord of the Dead wasn't in the room, his stepmom was however. "Nico, what are you doing here?" Persephone said, coming to give him a hug. The queen had liked Nico since he wasn't so caught up on his own mother. Persephone only had one child, so she liked to spoil Nico as well. It was either this or a hotel. He told her but didn't return the hug. The Ghost King was not about to get mushy. "Well, it is a good thing you came, I was getting very bored." This did not make sense to Nico, as it was July, which meant she was meant to be above ground. "Don't judge me, Nico. I came back yesterday, which means I get longer next year." Persephone caught the look. That made sense. After all these years, Persephone had learned how to cheat the system, even if it was only by a day or two. "Where's Dad?" he asked. The god normally stayed in the palace. "He's gone to do a judgment. You may go to if you wish." Nico shook his head and started on his way to his room. "Nico, come back." When he didn't turn, plants started to block his exit. He turned and could hear the plants leaving. He walked back to Persephone and stood. "Are you going back to camp tomorrow?" she asked him calmly. He nodded. "Well, last year Hannah started, and she's coming back this year. Can you make sure she's okay for me?" He nodded again and started to walk away. Hannah was Persephone's only half-blood daughter. When Persephone found out about Nico and Bianca, she had gotten really mad and had an affair to get back at Hades while Nico and his sister were in the Lotus Hotel, and Hannah is now 13, and goes to a special boarding school that Nico had never heard of. Although she is not his daughter, Hannah still has a room at the palace and Hades is civil to her. Even though she was just a way to get back at Hades, Persephone still cares about her and claimed her the first night she was at camp. She has no way to get to the underworld, as she isn't a child of Hades, but Nico would shadow travel her there if she wanted. He went to his room, which overlooked the asphodel fields. He often went there and talked to some of the souls. Most said to go to hell, which made him laugh, hurt them and leave. It was a fun routine. He talked to some of the ghosts but quickly got bored and decided to walk around the underworld. As he walked he felt a buzzing in his ears, and knew someone else had died. Even though the buzzing was continuous and he had grown to live with it. He went to the Judge Emmett Pavilion and saw that King Minos was sending someone to the fields of punishment. He wasn't about to stop that punishment, but Minos was cruel and he sometimes had to stop him from using unfair punishments. He took a seat at the side of the room and made sure Minos could not see him. "You have shot 10 people and let a baby die," Minos was saying. Nico looked at the accused. He was around 30 with brown hair and gray eyes. Before King Minos could say a verdict, Nico walked up to the stage and took the file from Minos's hands. "Let's see." he said and started to read the page of information. Give that back, Minnows shouted and made a grab at the file. Now, Minnows, let Nico choose a verdict if he wishes. I want to see the judgment in the boy. Hades called, and Nico looked to where his father was sitting. He hadn't seen the god when he entered and thought he might have made himself invisible like Nico had. Why? Hades asked. He killed 10 people to stop them killing Hunt. Reds and the baby was dying painfully, so he helped ease the suffering. Hades nodded but said nothing more. Listen here, I run the verdicts, not you. So don't you dare think for a second that you can worm your way in. Minnows said to him. A skeleton came and removed Minnows's hand from Nico's shoulder. The Ghost King just walked away. He could hear the beating Minnows was getting, and he didn't even feel sorry for him. You sent the skeleton, he stated as he saw his father sitting on his throne. Minnows was getting on my nerves. Sending too many people to the fields of punishment, and the Asphodel fields aren't as full as they should be. He said calmly and went back to reading his book. Nico, you should eat some food and go to sleep. You have camp tomorrow, and I don't want my brothers acting like I did something wrong. He said, not looking up from his book. Not that I care, he added quickly. I know that Blaze's mum is still alive in the books, but for the purpose of my story I'm going to say she's dead. Harry sat on one of the large Gryffindor sofa waiting for Hermione to come back. He would have followed her, but couldn't because he and Ron had been forbidden to step into the Libra. Rye after an incident that happened containing a stink bomb, purple dye and a lot of damaged books. Oops, they could now only enter with a note from a teacher, so that meant not Snape. He thought back to when he had looked into Hermione's mind, and even though it was for a second, he had seen that she was disgusted with Dumbledore. He had heard something about destroying your life when you least expected and always wanting them to depend on him. As much as he trusted Dumbledore, he trusted his best friend much more. There had been something different about her during 5th year, which Harry couldn't pinpoint. She was helping the same amount as normal, but she was also more distant. She spent most of her time in the library, and when she came back she would know these weird facts about Voldemort that Harry thought would be impossible to know. He made himself forget everything she had said, not wanting to think that she had become a Death Eater, but there was always this one thing she said that haunted him. She had told him, or rather screamed, in a fit of anger, that Voldemort cannot be killed. All your efforts are going to be useless and you are going to die, so save yourself the time and effort, and give up. She had then stomped away. Luckily no one else was there, or their dorm mates might have shunned her forever, saying they had no chance against the forces of darkness. Harry knew Hermione was hiding something, but he just couldn't figure out what. Clarice hadn't gone to sleep the same time as Annabeth, so while most of the campers were sleeping she was wide awake. She had lots of things on her mind. There would most probably be some new campers coming, apart from the 3 from England, so that meant that the Aries cabin would have to come up with some initiations for them. They couldn't dunk anyone's head down the toilet. After the incident a few years ago, they had left that to Percy, who unfortunately never punished anyone. There was a knock at the door, and Clarice knew it couldn't be any normal camper. They would know not to knock on the door of the Aries cabin. That is, unless they were very stupid or thought they were very lucky. She walked over to the door after rolling out of the bottom bunk, and opened the door to see Chris. They had been together since he was cured of madness, and he was even claimed, which hadn't really make a difference, as he ended up staying in the Hermes cabin anyway, where there was now much more space. He had even stayed behind with her when the rest of his cabin went to fight Luke Kronos. Are you going to invite me in? Or do you want to talk outside? He asked jokingly, and she let a smile creep onto her lips. She pulled him inside and closed the door. Her brother and sisters were still sleeping through all this. Aries' children were heavy sleepers, so it didn't matter that Chris was here, as long as they didn't make too much noise. They sat at the table near the door to let the light from outside come in. Chris pulled out a 6-pack of Pepsi and placed it on the table. Is there a point of me asking how you got that? Clarice asked. Chris didn't answer, but just shook his head. Secretly, though Hay both knew that she knew how he had gotten it. I hear you're going to England tomorrow. He asked. She nodded. But, of course, you knew all about that already, didn't you, child of Hermes? I see. NT help it if word travels fast in my cabin. So who found out first? Selena told Beckendorf, who told Jake, who, I believe told Will, and then Travis told Connor and they both came to me to confirm it. And what did you say? I have no idea, 'cause my girlfriend doesn't tell me things like that. Clarice raised her eyebrows, and Chris started to smile. I said I knew that you were going. But I wasn't allowed to tell them the details as it was a super secret mission which had to be kept at a need-to-know basis. Really? Clarice was skeptical. No, I said I knew, and that they could say, EU3 off before you left in the morning. I don't really know what I'll get as a leaving present. She said dryly, I'm thinking something big and fluffy, which says, I love teddies. He joked right back, if you do, then I'm throwing it in your face. I'm not sure if pink is really my thing. Make it your thing. No can do, amigo. Clarice took one of the cans of Pepsi and they sat talking until one of her brothers woke up and told Chris to get out, or there was going to be trouble. Clarice and Chris shared a short kiss, which would have deepened if Mark, her brother, hadn't TTEN out of bed and practically dragged Chris out of the cabin and into the starry night. See you tomorrow, he called back and walked off. Clarice walked over to her bed, but couldn't fall asleep. The caffeine from the Pepsi had started to work in her body and she now felt like she could take on 20 skeleton men, even when they kept coming back. She soon realized it didn't help her ADHD, which was probably the reason it was kept in the storage room, which was locked at all times. She put her head on the pillow, and within 5 minutes she was asleep. But once she wished she hadn't been. Clarice couldn't see much, as the room she was apparently in was dimly lit. The only light there was came from the burning torches which lined the sides of the small room. She was standing behind a pillar and was facing the wall. Did you do what I asked? The first voice asked. Clarice hadn't known there was anyone else in the room, but the voice filled the room. She had heard it before, and wasn't likely to ever forget it. Kronos. Yes, I said there was no need to worry. The other voice said. It sounded masculine and older, but not as old as Kronos, and had a distinctive accent. And no one suspects a thing? Kronos asked suspiciously, as if he didn't trust his partner or worker. They are wrapped around my finger. They have no idea what they are in for. My son would not deny anything in the well-being of children. It is his fatal flaw, and I plan to use it against him. Kronos said, and Clarice instantly thought of Chiron. The big three had children, but it was probably not their fatal flaw. Except for Zeus, whose flaw was probably women, resulting in children. How? The other voice asked. You do not need to worry, just keep your side of the deal and everything will be brilliant. But if I am your partner, then should I not know? No, you shouldn't. When I have my body again I will tell you, as there will be nothing to stop me. Kronos answered, in spirit form. Clarice thought. Do you sense anything? Kronos asked the other man. Whatever the other person said was not good for Clarice, as Kronos then said. We have had a visitor. Clarice jolted from her sleep and immediately fell off the bed. Luckily, her Ares blessing kept her from getting hurt, so she stood up and climbed back into bed. She looked outside and saw the sun was just rising, which meant the Apollo cabin was getting up extra early, so Clarice should be too. As she got ready for breakfast she thought about the dream. Kronos had said that he didn't have a body yet, and that when he did he would be unbeatable. Like Percy. Percy could be hit somewhere, and die. Clarice still hadn't figured out where, and neither he nor Annabeth were telling. Kronos wouldn't use Luke again, because he seemed like the type of person who doesn't do the same thing twice. So, they had to beat the spirit Kronos before he got a body, but, unfortunately, you can't defeat a spirit. Clarice sat down at the Ares table, waiting for her brothers or sisters. She looked at her watch. Chiron said they would be fed early so they could leave, but she had to wait for Selena and Annabeth before she could be served. And it annoyed her. Selena came 5 minutes later and Annabeth came about a minute after that. They talked about little things like they always did. They all stayed the whole year, so it became a routine. Annabeth didn't have to stay, but she said she would until Olympus was rebuilt, so it didn't look like she was shirking her responsibilities. They sat and ate until Annabeth looked up. Clarice turned and saw Lexi running after a black-haired boy. She was 12, the same age as Nico, and black hair with silver lowlights which came up to her elbow. In the moonlight the two colors would merge and it looked like the moonlight itself, so beautiful that you couldn't look directly at her when the moon comes out, just like you couldn't look Apollo kids when the sun is just starting to come out. Her skin is pale white but not ghostly white, the color suited her dark hair perfectly. Her eyes were silvery, but not gray. Lexi wore black skinny jeans with a studded belt, and a silver sleeveless top with only one strap. She wore black boots which made a wedge heels. Her father died when she was only 5, so she was put in a care home. Haven't worked it out yet. Lexi was the first and last daughter of the goddess Artemis. Young love. Selena sighed as they went to their cabins to get their bags. It can't be. You're joking, Annabeth said, fighting the urge to laugh. Her mother would kill her. And then her uncle would kill Nico. That is, after his father killed him first. Clarice added for good measure. Never said love was going to be easy. Selena said, and went into her cabin. Sometimes I think Aphrodite just likes making impossible yet possible couples just to hurt us. Annabeth said, not all the time. Course, I mean you and Chris was easy. She said sarcastically. Didn't you have to wait for him to break free of the madness? Phrase. I didn't mean me. Then who did you mean? Annabeth started to gear up for battle. Sometimes it's not a good thing to go up against a child of the goddess of wisdom. They are dead smart. My dad and Aphrodite. They have no one trying to tell on them. She said sarcastically. You and Percy. Our parents hate each other. So 1 foot out of line and things get ugly. We had come to the place where we would spilt ways and go to our cabins, but Annabeth wasn't stopping, so we ended up at the heir's cabin with her leaning on the door frame and me packing. Hera and Zeus, happily married, didn't stop him from having affairs and at least 4 kids with other women. Romeo and Juliet, both died. Eros and Psyche. Annabeth stopped and thought for a second. Doesn't count. Course it does. Fine. They only ended up together because of Aphrodite in the first place. She didn't even want them together. So she unwillingly made a couple. She didn't like it. Still doesn't count. Annabeth pouted. Yes it does. I can't believe this. A child of Ares beat a child of Athena in something brainy. And it's about love. Ares and Aphrodite would be proud. One time. Annabeth shot back. The first time. Clarice said back happily. I'm getting my bag. See you by the car. Annabeth huffed and left. I'm so proud. Selena said. And hugged Clarice again. Can I get a hug? Said a voice from the bed next to hers. Get lost, Mark. Clarice said and threw her pillow sideways at him. It landed on target. Let's go. She took the suitcase and pulled Selena from a conversation with Beckendorf. Now you can talk, Ares said, and all the gods started talking. You did not beat me. Athena screamed angrily. And if you did, it was one time, like Annabeth said. Well, it looks like your Annabeth was wrong. Again, Ares joked, and Athena stormed out of the room. The other gods started laughing. I have to go, but I don't want to, Demeter said, and reluctantly walked out laughing. I'm going to go and talk to Clarice. Ares said, still laughing. Can you tell her that I can't influence gods? Oh, and thank her for defending me, Aphrodite asked, and he nodded. Tell her to tell Chris that I don't blame him. Hermes said, and Ares nodded again. And give this to Lexi. Apollo said, and D held out a silver bracelet with black and silver charms. Artemis wants her to have it. What is it? Ares asked, but Apollo shook his head. Just give it, Apollo asked, and Ares was in too good a mood to refuse. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just curious to know why you're here instead of with your other friends. After all, you're spending the whole summer with us. Well, most of the time anyway. Blaze answered back, trying to get his little sister to forgive him. About that, she started and then stopped. What? Blaze asked sharply. Quiet, Draco said, and indicated to the people coming down the stairs from the dorm rooms. Leave now, Blaze shouted at them, and they ran out of the door as fast as they could, even though they had no place to go. Chill, man, a second year said, but then turned and ran faster than the others. You shouldn't do that, Theo said, coming down the stairs and sitting on the other end of the sofa, which was where Blaze was also sitting. He was asking for it. No one tells me what to do, especially not here, he said, indicating the whole common room. Mia thought about how she should approach telling them that she wasn't going to be coming home this summer. And that she was going to America with Harry and Ron, who just happened to be the two people they hated the most. It was fine in school, she guessed, as everyone could find out what other people were doing. But if she went all the way to America, then they would not be able to talk to her or her to them. The only way she could think of was the mind link between her and Blaise, WH. He could open with anyone once he made the initial link. Theo and Blaise argued for 10 minutes about whether or not Blaise should be allowed to use mind control on weaker minds. Blaise argued that, if he could then he should at least use it. Theo kept saying that he shouldn't use it on Slytherins but only on other houses. It ended when there was a crash from the top of the stairs. A young girl ran down the stairs and out of the front door, without even being told. From what Mia could see, the girl had long straight brown hair, with blonde and gold roots. She must have been a third-year Beck. She was short and didn't look very mature for fourth. The girl was obviously afraid of something, as no normal child would run from thin air. I'm going to go see what she was afraid of, she told them, and rose from her seat on the sofa opposite her brother and cousin. She wanted to postpone telling them as long as possible, as they would most likely explode in her face. She walked up the stairs and walked into the first-year girls' dorm. It seemed to be destroyed by plants, she thought jokingly, and started to laugh. Why are you laughing? Draco asked, coming behind her and leaning onto the doorframe to the dorm. She pointed to the room and turned to see him cracking a smirk, even though the guy never smiled. Ever. The 4-poster beds had vines growing around the posts, so hard you see the cracks starting and splinters happening. Some of the bed had leaves on the duvet and others had moss. The floor around one of the beds was covered with flowers of all types, orchids, roses, daffodils, tulips and other that Mia could not name. Is this normal? Draco asked, running a hand through the flowers, which came off the ground as soon as he touched them. They seemed to still be alive, but didn't have any roots. Don't think so, she answered and shook the leaves off one of the duvet cover. The leaves vanished as soon as it left the surface. Dumbledore will have to pay to have this redecorated. Bet you're happy, the loser is going to waste a lot of money. Don't act like you like him. Calling him a loser. We really have changed you. From bookworm muggle to clever pureblood. You make it sound like being a bookworm is a bad thing. For a pureblood it is. Haven't you ever been told? Course I have. Lesson 1 is pureblood education. Make muggleborns lives a misery. You did a very good job before. There was nothing left to really see in the room. The girl had obviously been freaked to find her stuff covered in plant life. I would give you these flowers as a sorry. But that's really tacky and might give you the wrong message, because then I would reject you and you'd be heartbroken. What message would that be? That you're a sissy? I am not a sissy. I'm just saying you might think I like you. I do not like you. Not everyone in the world is infatuated with Draco Malfoy. Other people, like me, have a life. Yeah, causing evil and pain through the ages. Can I just say that I think you would really turn Death Eater by the end of summer? No, you can't. Ouch. Grow up and have some pride. Purebloods do not show weakness. She joked. Now who's giving lessons? He said, smirking. They walked down the stairs, and as she sat down, he walked out of the front door saying he had detention with Hooch for chasing Harry off his broom during class. Mia remembered that she had to shout at the Draco even though she thought it was really funny as the broom started acting like a horse, and Harry fell off after holding on for about 2 seconds. It became even more hilarious as he pulled Ron down with him. What's up? Theo asked, and it wasn't rude like when Blaise had supposedly asked earlier. I'm going to America, she said quickly, but being Slytherin they caught what she said. Why? Blaise asked, not exploding. Slytherins were meant to be calm and cold at all times, but she didn't think it involved when your long-lost twin sister says she's going America. After you only found her last year, and had little contact with her during the school year. She didn't count the mind conversations they had. It doesn't matter why, what matters is who you're going with. 'Cause if it's Dumbledore, Theo said, leaving the ending and threat hanging. It made sense about Theo not wanting her to go with Dumbledore. He didn't like Dumbledore and probably hated him more than any other Slytherin. He had been the one that found out that Dumbledore had killed her father and mother when she was only 1. She and Blaise had been in the room, but they had forgotten, and what memory they had been extracted so Voldemort could find who had done it. Theo had been the one to find out that Dumbledore had been the murderer, as he went into the room where it happened. Theo could see the past of anything if he wished, but he needed to have something physical to hold onto so the memories could come. He could see the future as well, but it wasn't as clear as it could change depending on person's actions. He couldn't control when he had the visions of the future, well, most of the time. Blaise could mind read and influence people's minds whenever he wished. But he couldn't do stronger minds than his own, even though his matched that of Voldemort and Dumbledore themselves. He could also start mind links so he could talk to a person from a distance. I'm going with Harry and Ron. Dumbledore is only taking us to the airport. Some of the people from the camp there are going to come and take us to America, so you don't need to worry. I don't think Dumbledore like the leader of the camp, which means that the guy is probably alright. She didn't need to hide anything. Actually, she couldn't. Blaise could read her mind if he wished, and she couldn't block it like she does against normal wizards who wish to mind read. Theo could go into Dumbledore's office and he'd know. So this guy from America doesn't like Dumbledore. Wonder why? Theo said thoughtfully. The boy had a personal vendetta against the old head teacher. He was made to watch his uncle die, when he could have still been alive. Does it matter? Just be careful. I mean it, Amelia, I don't like those stupid idiots. But I'm going, you trust you, so please make sure nothing funny happens there. Blaise said. She nodded. I'm going to tell them. Tell them what? That I'm a Zabini. Not about the powers, or who you are, or the Death Eaters. Just that I'm your twin and that the Zabinis are neutral in the war. Makes sense. Your father gave off the image that they were neutral. And people think that Voldemort murdered him for it. Word of advice, though, make sure to use your powers, if not they'll build up and you might end up killing up someone, or bringing a dead person back to life. Theo said. Theo was the oldest out of the 3 of them. He was born a month before the 2 of them and then his aunt had twins. Blaise was second oldest or second youngest depending on how you look at it. He was born 10 minutes before Mia, who was the youngest. As the other 2 had powers, so did Mia. She could heal any cut to perfection, with only 1 touch. However, the opposite also happened when she got angry. She could hurt people, make their skin spilt like a knife had cut it and make blood started gushing out. No one knew it was her. It all happened quickly if it was a small attack. A deeper attack took longer. However, unlike the other 2, she needed to keep her powers under control. They had been taught how to handle them from birth, so they could control it better, but she had to exercise it. She had to make sure she healed people, so it meant that both of them were kept under control. If she didn't, when she tried to heal someone they could heal so much they turned into a baby. Or when she hurt someone she could kill them. She nodded and got up, but then Theo started laughing. What's so funny? She asked, dusting her jeans. Not you, he said. I Jew. Saint foresaw Harry having a 12-year-old enemy. It's very funny. Can't wait for you to see it. Can't you just show me? No, it's much better if you see it, more original. Show me, Blaise said. Mia rolled her eyes and walked out. As she walked away she could hear her brother laughing. She couldn't wait until she went to America, but she was dreading that night. She changed back into her normal form. The skin that now didn't ever feel like her own. She walked in the direction of the Gryffindor common room, but past the greenhouse where Professor Sprout had her lessons on her way. Inside was a girl, barely older than 13. She looked really pretty with tanned skin, rosy cheeks and full lips. Her eyelashes were long and black, and her eyes were a shade between yellow and gold that Hermione had never seen before. She wore a black skirt which ended at her knees and a white shirt with a green and silver tie tied small on top. She wasn't wearing a gown, which they wore normally in school. So Hermione assumed it was because school had technically ended. Her hair tied up using a clip so only the ends could be seen, they were blonde and gold. It was the same girl that had run SC. Reaming out of the common room earlier after finding the flowers. She was sitting on the grass floor near the other side to the window Hermione was looking in from. Her hands were on the grass and under them flowers started to grow. She ran a hand over them, but the plants stayed in the ground, unlike when Draco had done it. It worked, the girl said, and Hermione thought it was to her only the girl was talking to herself. Have you done it yet? Blaise asked. Going, she said back. She left the girl to her devices and walked the rest of the way to the common room. She said the password too. The fat lady who looked her over and opened the portrait door. Harry, Ron and Ginny were sitting inside. The boys were playing wizard's chess and Harry was getting beaten badly. Ginny looked up from a book she was reading and smiled warmly. Either the boys had told her, and she accepted it, or they hadn't told her yet. She walked over to the boys and they looked up when they knew someone was there. Can we go talk somewhere private? She asked, and they nodded. Well, Harry did. Ron stayed blank until he was pulled out of the room. Ginny, you coming? Hermione called back into the common room, and the youngest Weasley joined them. They walked around the school until they came the room of requirement was located. They had been using it to practice during that year, and Hermione had hated some of it. They had been called Dumbledore's army, which was a joke in itself. The rest had been fine, the fighting, knowing where the room was and beating Umbridge. Although relief couldn't have come sooner when Draco, Crabbe and Goyle told Umbridge and everything was solved. They were walking down the corridor when a blonde stepped in front of them. No one else seemed to be with him, so if Harry and Ron chose to hurt him, he would defend himself. Going somewhere, he drawled. Out of the way, Malfoy, Harry said, and started to walk past. Or what? You'll tell Dumbledore. I thought you were old enough to fight your own battles. He joked and Hermione wanted to smile. She didn't. Why aren't you with your lackeys? They finally realized that you aren't good enough for them. Harry said back. Nah, they didn't want to be any more scarred than they already have been. Seeing your face for 5 years can take its toll. She wanted to smile even more. Your bitches still follow you around, I see. Didn't they realize that you're going to die in the near future? It was true, Theo had seen it, but he didn't know when it would happen. She trusted Theo more than the old bat that taught divination. Everyone knows that you Slytherins are full-on Voldemort supporters. Ron shouted and everyone was silent. That was until Malfoy started laughing. Misconceptions. Do you know what that means, Weasel? It means to have the wrong idea, or to your case delude yourself with something that you want to be true. He was still laughing. You laugh like a ferret, all high and squeaky. If I didn't I'll better I'd say you were having a heart attack, which you aren't unfortunately. Ginny came to her brother's aid. I must say that I think you brother is really pathetic if he needs his younger sister standing up for him. Although she does cuss better. Why can't a sister defend her brother? Mia said quietly. Everyone must have thought she was defending Ginny and Ron, when in fact she was defending herself. Ah, the mudblood talks. He said and turned to her. Can't understand mudblood language. Can you talk English please? I said why can't a sister defend her brother? She said louder, and his gray eyes drew to a darker color in surprise. Her eyes had become familiar, just like whenever she talked about her other side. Because it makes the brother seem weak and defenseless. Just like a Muggleborn, Muggle or Squib. Is that what you think? Hermione said and felt her hand twitch. Though he had said Muggleborn and Mudblood, it now had no effect on her. I'd better be going. See you round, losers, he said and started to walk off. You better go 'cause you know we won. Ron called after him. Never say you won because you always lose. So just to prove that I've won I'll give you some words. Unlike you small-minded Gryffindor friends, who all support Dumbledore even if it leads to death, not all Slytherins support Voldemort. Some people in my house are actually neutral in the war, like the Zabinis. And anyway you order people are going to lose, because we have something that Dumbledore hasn't heard of, and that something will win us the war. Most of the powers are on our side and only one remains. So I suggest you drive it away. Later bitches. He turned back after giving them the last lifeline they had. Hermione, Mia, the other two powers had chosen the dark side and only she was left so the light side would think they had her. After all, they thought she was on their side. Happy holidays. Hope it brings you lots of pain and grief. I heard America's lovely this time of year. Draco said, and Mia had to stop from gawking. Of course Blaise had told him. As a parting gift, a green light came out from his wand and a cobra landed on the floor. Laughing, Draco melted away into the shadows. The cobra made its way towards Mia, but she stayed rooted to the spot. She could hear Harry talking in a foreign language, but she knew it wouldn't work even before he said so. He must have enchanted it so it can't listen to Parselmouths, Ginny said, making the obvious observation. Then we kill it, Ron declared, and took out his wand. No, shouted Hermione for the first time. Without break eye contact with the snake. If I don't it will kill you, so I say kill it before that happens. Hermione's right. What, will you use the killing curse, even though it's illegal? Harry said, and it reminded her of the powers. She could hurt people just like one of the unforgivables and Blaze could make people do thing like another. The only difference was that theirs were much more powerful, and they had been born with them. We could move it away from her, and give us just enough time to run for it. Ginny said, no, all it wants is to go to its master. She might not listen to me but I can understand it. But does it want to harm Hermione? Ron asked. Harry couldn't answer as the cobra started to make its way up Hermione's leg. It wound itself in circles until it reached her neck. She could feel the scales on her skin and she liked it. Hermione, stand very still. I'll get someone, Ginny said. Leave it, Hermione said. It won't hurt me, I think. The snake poked its head under Mia's hair and looked at the back of her neck. She knew it was looking for the small marking that identified her as one of the 3 powers. The mark was a timer-like shape, with a vertical line crossing where the 4 lines of the timer meet. It had found what it wanted, as it slithered to her wrist and bit her. The poison mixed with her own blood and something started to burn on her arm. The others started to fuss over her, asking if she was okay and if she needed anything, totally forgetting what they were going to the room for. She hadn't. They walked ahead to the room of requirement. And while behind she looked at what was etched into her skin. This is only the beginning. Watch the powers unravel. Next to the 2 lines was a mark that looked like a mini dark mark. Draco had said they would make a Death Eater of her and her it was. When she pulled the sleeve down and then up again, the writing, and the mysterious mark, were gone. If you're wondering about the timings, I'll explain. Annabeth, Selena and Clarice have to get on the plane and come then spend the night. So they would have to leave earlier than when they need to meet up. Harry, Ron, and Mia have to meet them when school ends so they don't go on the train. Chiron and Dumbledore don't like each other but they have to put up with each other. Chiron cares about the safety of children. That's why he agreed to take the 3 Hogwarts students. Annabeth walked up to the minibus and waited for the other 2 to hurry up. It was going to be a long trip there and then they needed to stay. And then come back, so she thought she'd do something productive. Her laptop was in the case and she held onto it. Argus was going to take them to the airport and then they were going to board the plane. She didn't even understand why the 3 magical beings had to come here. Chiron had told them nothing except that they needed to come here. It was like it was a life or death situation. Clarice and Selena came up a little while later holding their little suitcase. Well, Clarice had a little one. Selena's one was probably full of makeup and at least 5 outfit changes for 2 days. Can we leave before Travis and Connor come? Clarice asked. Why? Annabeth asked, intrigued. It doesn't matter. The more time we waste the more time they have to find me. Fine, let's go, Selena said, and that sealed it. Annabeth couldn't understand why Clarice was running from the 2 troublemakers, but it was 2, 3 if you count Argus, against her. They loaded their cases into the back of the minibus and sat down. As they drove off, Annabeth could see the Stoll twins coming up with a giant pink teddy bear. They must have wanted Clarice to have it, 'cause when they noticed they couldn't catch Herm, the bear was thrown into the forest. Thank you, Clarice said. To who? Selena asked. Anyone who helped me get away from them. This is seriously getting very weird. First Hermione owns into the common room and the 2 boys drop everything when she says she'd explain something. Then she tells me to come, which I am not complaining about. We were on the way to the room of requirement. When Malfoy comes out and starts the normal business. Then when I start defending Ron, Hermione starts to sprout something to Malfoy and the boy doesn't even complain about being talked to by a Muggleborn. In fact, teases that she didn't talk sooner. Hermione's eyes turned blue for a second and then Malfoy walks off after talking about the powers and leaving a snake, which climbs up Hermione and bites her. She doesn't even faint, just walks towards the room of requirement. Ginny walked ahead with her brother and Harry while Hermione walked behind them. Ginny was on the side, so from the corner of her eye she could see Hermione pull up the sleeve of her shirt then pull it back down again. They walked into the ROR, which changed into what they needed the most. The room wasn't as big as when they came for training, but it was still big. 3 of the walls were a cream color while the 4th was black. The 4th wall seemed to have a window, but nothing could be seen outside as they were in the ROR. There was a gold and silver border around the top of the walls, and along the bottom was what looked like black and cream mosaic tiles. The far wall was a window and the one that came through was the door. Along the same wall was what seemed to be a closet door which, in Ginny's view, led to a walk-in closet. The wall on the left had a bed, bookshelf and a fireplace, which meant that it was someone's bedroom. The right wall was split into 2. One side had a computer and other digital equipment. The second half and a family tree. It looked like one that would be found in every pureblood family's house. But this one was in the person bedroom. The only difference on the tree was that it didn't have the pictures of the people, just names. "This is great," Ron called and went to sit on the sofa near the fireplace. Harry sat on one of the other sofas and Hermione went and sat on the silver 4-poster bed. Ginny found she was the only one standing and it was near the family tree wall. "I don't think whoever room this is would appreciate you sitting on their bed," Harry said, but when Ginny looked, Hermione was sleeping, not sitting. "Whose room do you think this is?" Ron asked. "It might just be a normal room that the room of requirement thought would be suitable," Harry answered. "Nah, the room make the room of what you need. So someone needed this room. There's a family tree here," Ginny said. She looked for the last branches which would show the current occupants. 3 names caught her attention. "Does Blaise Zabini have a sister?" she asked the other 2 boys. They shook their heads. "Don't think so." "Why?" Harry asked. "It says Theodore, not Blaise Zabini, and Mia Zabini here." Blaise was sitting on his bed when Draco came in. The blonde looked like he had run the whole way here, which meant whatever had happened was important. "What is wrong with you?" he asked. "I ran all the way from the room of requirement. So give me a second," Draco said back. "Second gone, now tell," Blaise demanded. "Well, I was walking when the golden trio plus when went past. So I exchanged words and then Mia started getting really angry. Now I think she might passed out cold in the ROR." "Why would she be passed out cold? What did you do?" "Nothing." But Blaise didn't believe him. Why would Mia go out cold when that normally happened to other people? So Blaise used Plan B. Blaise looked through the memories from the last 20 minutes in high speed and then saw what he needed. "You set a snake on them. You know what would happen if it bit her." "I didn't think about that. I just got really annoyed, then started talking about the powers. Then basically said I knew about America." "That's fine. But I think I need to do damage control." "What? Talk to them. I guess. Not much else I can do," Blaise said and walked out of the dorm, leaving his books and clothes on his bed. He hoped that Mia had told them or this meeting was about to be very uncomfortable. "Basically, Ron, just remember we don't know whose," Ginny said. "This says that Theo and Blaise's mums were sisters," Harry said, looking at the tree. "Zabini's parents died too, but his sister is alive. There's no mark next to her name. Never knew he had a sister. Thought he was an only child since his parents died when he was 1. Ron said. "Really?" Harry asked. "I remember that. He had a twin according to Mum. Apparently when his parents died he saw the whole thing while standing in his cot. His sister died because there was no one to look after her," Ginny said, remembering. "This room want Edis to remember the story about Blaise Zabini. Well, I think it done its job." "But why?" Ron said. "Don't know, but it is a clever room. We needed to know about it, so it must be important," Ron said. "Hey, a computer," Harry shouted and ran over to the box-like thing. "A what?" Ron asked, walking up. "It's a muggle thing. Basically you can do all sort on it." "Why is there a muggle thing in a pureblood bedroom? Isn't it like against the rules or something?" Ginny said, walking up. She looked as Harry moved something with his right hand and pressed down on letters with the alphabet. "Here," he said, and suddenly a slideshow started. It showed pictures of a 15-year-old girl with black hair and blue eyes. She must have been a Zabini because she had the features. "That's Mia Zabini and this is her room," she said, and pressed the button with 2 vertical lines. The pictures froze on a close-up. "Then shouldn't she be in Hogwarts?" Harry asked. "Unless no one wanted her here," Ron said grimly. "Can't see why. She looks so happy here. Why wouldn't they want her to come to Hogwarts?" Ginny had the growing suspicion that Mia was in Hogwarts and about the last person they would have thought. She ran over to where Hermione was sleeping and opened one of her eyelids. Inside was a bright blue eye which was shielded from view when she let go. "Carry on with the pictures," she said as she came back, hoping she was wrong. The pictures carried on until it came to one with 3 teenagers. There Ginny stopped it again. "Who are they?" she demanded, finger pointing on the screen. "Me, Harry and Hermione," Ron said. "Exactly. Think about it. Why is there a picture of you 3 on a computer, belonging to the missing Zabini twin that was presumed dead at 1 when they couldn't find her? Why is there a computer in a pureblood home when they are thought to know nothing about technology? And why did Hermione's eye turn blue when she was talking to Malfoy? Hold up. Are trying to say that Hermione is Mia, and that she and these people knew since she was 15? Harry asked in an accusing voice. Ginny nodded. "How can you even say that? She Muggleborn, not a pureblood. She can't be. She turned 15 during 4th year, which meant that these pictures were taken during when you know who was raising to power." Ron exploded. "It would explain where she was before she came to the Black House." Ginny said level-headedly. "I thought she was there the whole time." Harry asked. "No, she came in the morning, then you came at night. So what you're saying is that she knew about this all along and never told us before?" Ron asked harshly. "Would you have believed her, or even listened to her? You might have thought she was a Death Eater." Ginny told her brother, and he sat down on the sofa again. "Anyway, the Zabinis are neutral in the war, so she's not exactly telling the enemy the details." "Got that right," a voice said, and Harry pressed a button on the screen, which turned it blank. Ginny turned to face Blaise, who had come through the door. "What are you doing here?" Ron asked venomously. "Oh, touchy, aren't we? I didn't come here willingly. I had to make sure that you got the whole story, which I'm not sure you have. And anyway, I'm allowed in here more than you are. This is my sister's room, you've called upon, which is from my estate," he said smugly, and walked over to the bed. He pointed his wand at Hermione, or Mia, and said a few words. "What happened to Hermione?" Ron asked. "Think a little loser. There was a concealment charm placed on her from when she was little. I just took it of. And it's Mia, not Hermione. Any questions?" he asked as he sat down onto the one-seater. "Why does Mia not like Dumbledore?" Harry asked. This was new news to Ginny, as she didn't think Mia did hate him. "Don't you?" Blaise asked back. "Maybe not. Well, if you didn't know, Dumbledore killed our parents when we were 1. So just like Voldemort killed yours, he killed ours." He said the last part to Harry. It didn't escape Ginny's notice that he said Voldemort and not the Dark Lord like all other Death Eaters. "How do you know that he did kill your parents?" Harry challenged. "How do you know that Voldemort killed ours?" "Don't answer that. We all know it's because everyone talks about it." "Well, the same way everyone talks about this, but just in different circles to yours." He didn't say what circles. "Why would he kill your parents?" Ron asked. "Just forget it. I've said all you need to know, so give it up. Don't you think you should start packing for your trip to America? And don't even say you aren't going, because I know you are." With that angry note he left. Ginny knew they were going to America, so it was not new information. They left Mia sleeping on her bed while they left to get some sleep. Ginny helped. It would help her to digest the news she had just got. "That's all of Theo, Draco and Blaise for the time being. I'll bring them back later on." The T.R. girls walked up to Heathrow Airport departure area and waited by the check-in part. They sat on their cases, and it was getting boring for the impatient child of Aries. They must have waited at least 10 minutes because the clock said so. Annabeth had thought enough to make a sign saying, "Hogwarts," so when the 3 children came they were able to easily find the 3 girls. The first person to find them was a girl. She looked 16 with straight black hair and a natural tan. Clarice thought she was a child of Poseidon, but the eyes were a blue and not the normal ocean green. The second person was a boy she's same age. He had red hair and looked kind of clumsy. The last one was another boy. He looked the same age, and had black hair and green eyes. His skin was not tanned but not that pale either. There was also a lightning bolt shape on his forehead, which reminded Clarice of Talia. The two boys walked behind the girl as if they were seeing her in a new light and for some reason didn't know what to make of her. "Hi, I'm Mia," said the girl sticking her hand out, and Annabeth took it. "This is Ron." She pointed to the red-haired boy. "And that's Harry." She pointed to the black-haired boy. "I'm Annabeth." "That's Selena and Clarice," Annabeth said, being the nice one. They went to check in, and then went through the security checks. Clarice put the swords and weapons along the conveyor belt and then made the mist cover it up. They went through all the checks and then went through the duty-free. "How are you allowed swords and daggers?" Harry asked. "We need them. Never know who could attack you. You'll find out more at camp," Selena said in a sweet voice which would make any guy listen to her. "What's up with this camp, because we didn't get much info?" Mia asked. "It's like a place for us to train and learn to fight. It's dangerous outside, so that's why we have weapons." Annabeth explained the best she could. Chiron had told them not to tell them about Greek gods until they reached camp, as it could be dangerous. Mia said she needed to go to the bathroom, so they went. Harry and Ron waited outside as they weren't allowed in the girls' bathroom. "Why are those guys so weird around you?" Annabeth asked. "Oh, well, they found out yesterday that their best friend for 5 years was in fact their worst school enemy's best friend's twin sister. I guess they're still trying to understand what this means to them," she explained. "I guess my brother landing it on them instead of me didn't help either." "Ouch. That had to be a shock," Selena said. They walked to the bathroom and went towards the gate they needed to use. They were early, so had to sit down and wait. They did get a little peckish as they hadn't eaten since the morning. "There's a really mean-looking guy coming towards us," Ron said and pointed towards a man wearing shades. "What if it's someone come to kill us?" Harry said, and Clarice had to bite back laughter. "No, that's just. What is he going here?" Annabeth started, then asked Clarice. "How should I know? I don't keep a tab on my dad and his whereabouts," she said back. Suddenly a thought came to her. If she told Ares about her dream, then maybe he might be able to help. "That's your dad. He seems so creepy. I mean, he doesn't seem like the type of guy that likes to fight, that wants to kill you," Ron said, trying to make sense. "That's her dad," Annabeth said, laughing a bit. "Can't see why you're laughing. Your mother is not impressed with you. I expect you will be getting a visit any time soon, and it will not be pretty." Huff, when has your mother ever given you a pleasant visit?" Ares said smugly. "You people saw what happened at camp," Annabeth said in an accusing tone. "Of course we did. Not every day my daughter outsmarts Athena's. I think I might come and watch. Can't wait to see what happens to Percy. I might even be able to get in on the action." "My mum is not about to hurt Percy," Annabeth demanded, as if Athena was listening. "Just keep telling yourself that. Anyway, Clarice, let's go. The plane is waiting," Ares said. "And Aphrodite says thank you for defending her, although she can't influence us." By us he probably meant gods, but couldn't actually say it as there was other people here. "Hermes wants you to tell Chris that he doesn't blame him for going mad and all that," he said to Selena. "And give Lexi this," he said to Selena, and handed her a black velvet box. "From her mum," he said, and Selena nodded and put it into her jacket pocket. "Anything else?" Annabeth asked. "No, that's it. Let's go, Clarice," Ares said, turning around. "But I can't. Chiron," she started, "gave me permission to take you back to camp my own way. It's not like he doesn't trust me with you or anything." Clarice nodded. "Babysitting can get boring after a while, even if Mia seemed alright. Ares's plane was great and she was going to go back to camp anyway." She said bye to her friends and the new people, then walked away with her dad. This was too loony. We only just find these people, but then one goes away with her dad. You would think that a child would know that her parent was going to be at the same airport, but Clarice seemed surprised. They boarded the plane after showing their passports. They took their seats near the front of the plane, just behind first class. Annabeth sat near the window, then it was Selina on the aisle side. On the side of the walkway was Mia, and then were Ron and Harry. "Would you like anything before we take off?" one of the flight attendants asked, and Harry declined. He hadn't actually gone on a plane before, and he knew Ron hadn't either. "You should wear your headphone on your ears, they don't hurt much when we go into the air," Mia told them, and took black headphone out of the packet. He didn't really know what to think about the new Mia. He liked her being Hermione, but she liked being Mia, so it was what she wanted against what he wanted. I guess I can get my head around you being a pureblood. I mean, you were a little too clever to be a Muggleborn," he said to her, and she smiled before talking to Selina. "Bloody hell, how can you say that, Harry?" Ron whispered so she couldn't hear. "She likes being Mia, so it's fine. It's not as if she going to be bad. Look at Sirius, he came from a family of Death Eaters, but his friends' support helped him become what he was. What do you suggest that we ditch Mia because she changed her appearance and family? She's still the same person underneath," he said back. "How long were you thinking of that speech?" "Since last night. It's what I used to help me, so maybe it can help you." They sat for a couple of hours just watching the films coming to the screen. The food came once they were over the Atlantic Ocean, but it wasn't that good. "This is too quiet," Selina said. Harry looked around and saw everyone was sleeping. "Expect them. It is night time," Harry said, feeling a little tired himself. "So, you've never been awake past curfew?" "I guess," but that was all they got to say as Selina broke him off. "Great. I want to do something. Mia, pass me your hand." "Ah, okay," she said uneasily, as if not likely what was going to happen. Selina reached over and took her hand, but then an air hostess came and they let go. They tried again later. "Is Clarice going to be all right with that man?" Ron asked. "It's her dad. He isn't going to hurt her. They're going to meet us there anyway, as I don't think Mr. D would like it if one of his students went missing," Selina explained. "Really?" Annabeth said in a joking tone. She looked up from her laptop, which was all she was going for the trip. "Okay. Well, not Mr. D, but Chiron will be pissed, not to mention Chris. Yeah, and if anything does happen, we can also stick Seaweed Brain on him. But if you want to fight, that fine. Nico would be pleased to meet you in the underworld," Selina told Ron. Harry kind of felt bad for his best friend. This Nico seemed a little evil to meet people in underworld, where dead people were, he guessed. "So is this like a girls-only camp, or are boys allowed?" Harry asked. "So far we only have seen 3 girls and no guys." "There are boys," Annabeth said, "but Chiron wanted head counselors to go. Some of them weren't there yet, and the ones that were either too irresponsible or couldn't fly." "How do you know that?" Mia asked. She did have a tendency to not like what was already laid out for her. "Just intuition, I guess. I was always able to look at people love lines. See." She pointed to a vein to Mia's hand. "I need to walk," Annabeth said, and moved the tray into its slot and walked down the aisle to the end. Harry put the pillow behind him, and then he was asleep. Clarice sat in her seat across from her dad. The plane was small but cozy. There was also fighting space at the back, just the way she liked it. "Did you see it?" Aries asked. "See what?" she asked, eating an apple. "Have I got to spell everything out for you?" he said sternly. "That wouldn't help. I can't read English," she joked, and to her surprise so did Aries. "The dream I sent you." "Oh, that. I got it. But why did you send it to me?" "I was with Hermes going to England when we passed a cave on land. We sneaked near and saw Kronos walking to some British guy. Didn't see anything, only heard," he explained. "So that guy was British," she told herself. "Anything else? I got that Chiron is somehow involved, even though he doesn't know. Kronos isn't telling about how he will get his body back, and the other guy has close contact with children and had made them do something," she said, as there was no point lying. "Gods could mind read. I thought it was Zeus that was helping. But oh well, I thought that too, but then it didn't make sense." "Good girl. Now what do you want to do?" he asked. All 5 of them got off at the airport, but they were early and therefore had no way of going back to camp. "What do we do now?" she complained. "We can't get there," Ron asked. "We were early, so Argus hasn't left yet. We could Iris message." Annabeth questioned Selina. "Who would we call? Charlie isn't there yet, and nor is Percy." Nico can't take us all and Argus would get angry for having to leave early for us. We could take a taxi. Mia said. Taxi, okay, but how are we all meant to fit? Selena asked back. She knew that Mia wasn't talking about the Grey sisters' taxi but a normal one. This still meant that they had to fit 5 people into a space of 4. Good point, she said back. What about a bus? Harry asked. What bus? Annabeth asked. Do you have magical people like us here? You mean witches and wizards? I'm not sure. Selena said back uncertainly. Of course you do. Ron said happily. There's always a magical school in a major country. They always have magical folk. But that doesn't always mean that they're witches and wizards. Annabeth said back. There's one way to make sure. Harry said and took out a stick from his pocket. Harry, now is not the time to use magic, even though you aren't meant to. Put your wand away, Mia whispered sharply, not wanting other people to hear. No one can actually see your wand, the mist prevents it. Annabeth said, and Selena realized the mist around them. The mist, it's how we stop people from seeing our weapons. She explained to them. That's how you were able to take them on board. But how can we see it? Harry asked, holding the wand by his side. People with magical ability can see through it and a few mortals. Now watch how I call our ride. Harry said and pointed the wand into the road. Like a flash, a red bus appeared. It was a double-decker, with electronic door for the entrance and exit. A man came out and was fiddling with a key. He looked about 25. Night bus conductor Trevor turned. At your service, who are you and how can we help? Name's Harry Potter. Can you take me and my friends to somewhere? Of course, take your bags on board and pick a bed. I expect you have money. What's the currency? Harry asked, and Selena expected it was because they were in another country. Trevor said some word that Selena didn't know and then they were off. What the rest of your names? Trevor asked once they took the beds on the lower deck. Mia Zabini, Ron Weasley, Annabeth Chase, Selena Beauregard, Half-Bloods. Heard you helped take down Kronos. Good on you, Trevor said to her and Annabeth. You're half-bloods? Ron asked, gaping. Not in the way you know it, Trevor said as if he was from both worlds. Who are you? Annabeth asked. I told you, Trevor. I mean, how so you know about us? Oh, sorry, I'm a child of Hermes and a witch, so I went to the magic school here. Went to camp in the holidays, IXP. Court, that's where you're going, camp Half-Blood, he said. And you do this because you look to travel? Selena asked. Of course, Trevor said back. How do you know about camp? Ron asked. He used to go there. Don't you listen seriously, I'm amazed you get the grades you get when you act so thick. Mia reprimanded. How do you know it and act? Harry joked. I'm still here, Ron said, obviously not liking the fact they called him dumb. They passed a long way and Trevor showed them all the sights, although it was gone really quickly as they were traveling at lightning speed. You're at camp. Sorry, can't take the bus further than this. The barrier prevents the bus from entering, although I can. Say hello to Chiron for me. But not Mr. D, I wasn't his favorite. Trevor said, and the 5 of them got off, and took the bags with them. Have fun, he called to them and then was off. So this is camp, Harry said, obviously not seeing the actual camp but what they wanted them to see. No, you need to cross the barrier, Selena said and stepped over with Annabeth. We can't cross, Ron said and acted like a mime trying to come through. Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena, allow Mia Zabini, Ron Weasley and Harry Potter to enter camp Half-Blood, she said, and Ron instantly fell in. You okay? Harry asked while Mia just laughed. I'll go and see when Chiron can see them. Stay here please, Annabeth begged, as if they were likely to walk away. She ran towards the big house and vanished. If you're wondering why I updated lots of chapters at once, it's because my internet was broken, so I chapters that I had updates, so I done it all at once. If you're wondering or got confused about how Clarice got the vision, basically Ares and Hermes went traveling and found Kronos. Ares showed Claw Riss for help and Hermes asked one of his children. You'll find out later as they didn't know all of it. Grudges. Little info before we start. Hannah is the only daughter of Persephone and she is half-witch. It's the girl that Mia saw if you were confused. April is the daughter of Artemis and the hunter and she did not get along. Hey Selena, a voice said and she turned around to see Lexi coming through the barrier. Hey Lexi, where did you go? I thought you were here when I left. I was, but then I had an Iris message and had to go and see my mum. She was not happy and apparently wanted the hunters to come here. While she went on some major hunt. I don't see why they have to come here. Before Lexi could begin a rant about how much she hated them coming here, Selena cut in. Lexi, I'd like you to meet some people. This is Harry, Mia and Ron, she said happily. As if I care. I mean, why should I? They're not actually that important. Excuse me Selena, but I need to go clean my cabin before the darling hunters come. She said. Darling, sarcastically. As if they need a clean cabin. They sleep on the bloody grass and have the tents for bleeding shelter. They'd like it if I told them to. Sleep on the floor inside or the wet grass outside. But of course I can't. I can't say anything, and now I got to share my cabin with those bitches. Except Talia, she's nice. Lexi liked Talia, maybe. It was because Talia didn't see boys as the plague. She walked off, dismissing the 3 Hogwarts students. Well, she was nice, Ron said mockingly. Don't blame her, she's just pissed that she has to share her cabin, which she normally lives in alone. The hunters sort of bring out the worst in her, well, in everyone, but we hide it well. Selena said. If that's her worst, then what her good side? Ron asked. Where does a girl that age learn such language? She's 12 and I don't know. Selena said back. Is that the only Lexi here? Mia asked and Selena nodded. Weren't you meant to give her something? Oh yeah. Selena felt around her pocket to find the velvet box. I'll find her later. Annabeth ran up to them and came to a stop. Chiron was talking to Mr. D and Athena when I went in. I got shouted at by both of them. Chiron said to show them around and Athena said she would see me later. I don't want to see her later, she whined. Selena grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her. Pull yourself together. You help beat Kronos. Do not be scared of you, mother. You have not seen her angry. Annabeth said sternly. And I can put it off. Come on you 3, let's start. They walked past the climbing the wall. Amphitheater, stables, armory and arena. Charles was in the armory working, so Selena didn't want to disturb him. Then they came to the cabins. This is cabin 1, Annabeth said. We can't go in there until or whenever Talia decides to pay us a visit. Selena knew that Mia wanted to say that Talia was coming. She learned that much about her already, so she shook her head and mouthed to Mia to stay quiet. Mia gave her a questioning look but didn't say anything. Cabin 2, Selena said, and they made a quick exit. Why can't we go in these cabins? Harry asked. Until the cabin gets a counselor, no one can enter it. Annabeth explained, and it seemed to be good enough. What number are you from? Ron asked. Cabin 6, and Selena's from 10. They came out. I'd cabin 3 and Annabeth opened the door. This is cabin 3. The counselor's Percy, but he isn't here yet. Annabeth explained. Then how are we allowed in? Ron asked. Because she and Percy have an understanding she doesn't have to ask to come in, seeing as he's the only one to live in here. Selena said smugly, liking the fact she made Annabeth blush. Hey guys, Chris said, running up to them. Where's Clarice? I really need to talk to her. You're breaking up with her, Annabeth said after a short intake of breath. Selena didn't want it to happen. Chris and Clarice looked good together. What? No, it's just. Forget it. I was going to talk to her, but then Travis gave me this, he said, holding up the clipboard. Selena sighed in relief. They weren't breaking up, luckily. They head inside and there was a shadow at the end. Percy? Chris asked uncertainly, but no one answered. Tyson? Annabeth asked. Annabeth. Tyson said back and got off the bed and gave Annabeth a hug. Put me down now, Annabeth said, and Tyson listened. They began talking while Chris noted down the number. He's a giant, Mia said. Actually he's a cyclops, but I guess you're technically right. AVOICE said, and Selena saw Annabeth tense up. What are you doing here? She said. Selena didn't even know who she was talking to. The boy came forward and went to his bed. He looked 17 and must have gone swimming but wasn't wet. Selena didn't know that Percy had a half-blood brother. I'm not a half-blood, the boy said, and then Selena knew he was a god. Only they could read your mind. That didn't answer my question, Annabeth said in tone you would never talk to a god in. I'm here to give my cousin company since he so kindly asked. I thought it would be a good way to get to know my brother, the boy said. Do not be rude, Annabeth. Surely your human father taught you better. Of course he didn't. You ran away from home, didn't you? He wasn't looking for an answer and he wasn't going to get one anyway. I do hope you are leaving now, as I have to change before I met my cousin and uncle. Drop dead, Triton, Annabeth said and made her way to the door. Bye-bye, Tyson said as the door closed. Triton was Percy's brother, who was also a god. The last Selena knew was that he and Percy did not get along. And since when did he know Annabeth? They went to fourth cabin and saw Katie. She looked pissed as the Stoll brothers blasted some of the plants she grew. Then to cabin 5, Ares. Apparently Ares had come here and seen all his children before finding Clarice. It seemed like the nice thing to do. Who was that guy in cabin 3? Mia whispered, but Annabeth heard. This name's Triton and he's Percy's half-brother. I met him at Percy's 16th birthday as his dad made him come. He and Percy became best of friends since Percy proved himself, but he doesn't like me, a daughter of Athena dating his brother. So he doesn't like me and the feeling's mutual. I didn't see him there. Selena said. You left early as there was a sale the next day. Oh yeah. Selena went into memories of what she brought. They avoided going to the 6th cabin as Annabeth was scared her mother would be in there, but Chris went. 7th cabin, Selena said and knocked on the door. Will opened it and they went inside. There were musical things everywhere, but it still looked neat and clean. Cool cabin, Harry said. Thanks, Will said. Did you hear that the hunters? He started but stopped under Selena's gaze. The hunters what? Annabeth asked. That's they took down a hydra the other day. My father told me that they needed help to get back to a field so they could sleep. Will lied, and it was a good one as Annabeth brought it. Selena could imagine what Lexi would say in response. As they walked out, Will pulled Selena back. If you don't tell her, it will come out a worse way. I'm hoping that when she finds out they'll be here. If I told her before, she will explode in front of her mum. Selena said back, and it was what she thought. The hunters would be on her mind when she talked to Athena, and then Annabeth would be told off for not concentrating. Will nodded and she walked out. What took you? Harry asked. They need to talk about something. One of them wanted a makeover. She lied. They walked across to the Artemis cabin and by now Chris was already caught up with them. Cabin 8. They opened the door to find a couple of skeletons putting sheets on the beds while Lexi did her own. Well done, you may leave now, Lexi told them, and the skeletons made their way to cabin Hades. Lexi walked past the beds and then with a hello to all 6 of them went away, telling them they could look around. She didn't care. She even remembered the names of the 3 people she dismissed before. That was Lexi, Ron asked, and Chris nodded. She was so rude before. And how could ask those things to help her? I told you they brought out the worst in her. And she didn't call them. I think Nico did. Selena said. Of course he did. What other child can summon the dead to do his bidding? Annabeth said back. This boy is starting to get on my nerves. No one can control the dead, it's unnatural. Harry complained. Don't tell him that. That boy will hunt you down. Chris called, smiling, as if the sight would be funny. They walked over to cabin 9 where Jake told them Hephaestus and Aphrodite got divorced and that the Hephaestus cabin was throwing a party with the help of Pullocks. Selena agreed to come and the Hogwarts students were also invited. They went to cabin 10 where the atmosphere was spilt. The boys were happy about the divorce while the girls were outraged that the hunters were coming. The hunters are coming, Annabeth asked. You should talk to Lexi about it. Cassandra shouted from her vanity station. I will, Annabeth called sternly. They went to the Hermes cabin and the Stoll brother came to the door. Annabeth said that Katie was pissed at them and they asked for new news. Ron, Harry and Mia were introduced, and when Connor asked if they were staying here they shrugged back. Cabin 12 looked very clean, and Pullocks seemed to be making wine. Trying his very hardest, so they chose to leave him to it. Next came cabin 13, and outside were Nico and Lexi. Sparks were about to fly and not the good kind. They walked to cabin 13 to see 2 12-year-olds. One sitting on a deck chair and the other reading a book on a normal chair. Even though it was nearly night time and the moon was just starting to come out. Hoping to catch the sun's rays, Annabeth asked. No, the moonlight. The hunters are going to drain my energy, so I might as well have some peace before they mess up my life. Lexi said. She was wearing black tracksuit bottoms and a silver tank top. Her hair was tied up messily and at the back of the deck chair and her converses were at the side. She sipped what looked like lemonade from the glass on the table between her and the boy. The boy wore black jeans and a black hoodie. The zip was undone and underneath was a red top which read, "I will come for you all." The book had some writing that Ron couldn't read. I wanted to talk about that. "When are they coming?" Annabeth asked. "In the morning. I can't believe it. Why couldn't they come the day after?" She complained. Never," the boy said but never stopped reading the papers. "Nico, you can't use them," Chris said coming out of the cabin. "I tried to clean it. I really did, but then Lexi got all upset and I had to stop. I didn't want to upset whoever was inspecting with a dirty room. I know it was a bad thing but I thought it was for the best," Nico said in a childlike voice, and Chris told him to send them away. Chris walked off while Nico walked inside putting the papers down on the table. There was a picture on the top of a child no younger than 10. There was a stamp over her name which said, "Dead," in English. Nico came out and took the papers and went back into the cabin. "What are those papers?" Ron asked, then instantly wished he didn't. Nico was obviously a little or whole evil. No one else has sheets full of dead people as reading material. Profiles of dead people. His dad wants him to judge them, so he's reading up. Lexi said. "So who are these people?" Nico asked coming out. It was only then Ron noticed the dagger on the belt of his jeans. He gulped. "They're from England. Mia Zabini, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley." Selena said. "Better go, Charlie's back." Ron looked as the girl ran off towards a guy and hugged him. "Hey, sorry about before, when I was rude in the hill. I hope it's okay. The hunters bring out the worst in me." Lexi apologized. "It's okay," Mia said, and Lexi gave a smile. "I met someone that looks like you," Nico said, pointing at Harry. "In the Asphodel Fields." Ron didn't even know where that was. "I don't mean to be rude or anything, but do you anyone that looks like you and is dead?" "Nico," Annabeth shouted. "I said didn't mean to be rude," he defended. Ron knew that Harry didn't like Nico and this was making the matters worse. "My dad died 15 years ago," Harry said quietly. "Sorry," Lexi said. "That's who he was, your dad," Nico said as if that wasn't a good thing. "So, how do you know him? You have to be like what, 12? Of course I met him. I tried to be nice to him, but he totally blanked me. Then when he did talk, told me to go to hell. Then some other bad things happened that I will not say. Anyway, I made him go to the fields of punishment," Nico said back. On thought about how absurd that sounded. Nico could never have met Harry's dad. It was impossible for anyone. "How could you?" Came from Lexi the same time Harry said, "You weren't being nice enough." "Sorry," he said, holding his hands up. "But I was nice. I went to talk to him, because dead people can't talk to each other in the Asphodel Fields. So I went to talk and have a conversation." "Why were you talking to him anyway?" Annabeth asked nicely. Ron couldn't believe that they actually believed. It was either them or minnows. And thought of him seeing as it was his birthday. "What drugs are you on? What crap are you sprouting? My dad was the best person ever. How dare you call him a bastard?" Harry shouted. Ron looked around and saw people coming out of their cabins and looking towards them. Nico and Harry, however, were oblivious, and it seemed to have gotten worse. "I swear on the river Styx that there will be a time when you, Harry Potter, need my help, and I will not give it, not until you come and beg me. That is the promise of Nico D'Angelo, son of Hades." Nico shouted and everyone was quiet. It seemed as if the promise had killed all the noise and everything else. Ron didn't know that the promise would make everything so silent. "Come here, Nico," Katie shouted, although it sounded still pleasant and not like she was angry. "No." He stood from the chair and stormed into his cabin. Katie and another boy came over and banged on the door. "Let me in," the boy said. Selena came to them and gave the velvet box to Lexi, saying sorry for not giving it earlier. She opened the box and lifted up a silver chain with black charms. Lexi touched one of the charms and a sword was in her hands. She touched the same charm again and the sword was gone. Travis came with a set of keys and tried to open the door. "I don't see why you're trying. He obviously doesn't want to talk," Harry said. "That is my cousin, so excuse me for trying to make him better," Katie said. "Do you want him to order your death in your sleep?" Mark said and then laughed. "Please don't. Malcolm smiled. Lexi went to the door and said something. The door opened and she went inside. They came out 10 minutes later and Nico said he wouldn't murder Harry willingly. Ron felt that these children and teenagers had to kill. The dagger had not left its place on Nico's belt, but at least he wasn't about to use it on them. Mia seemed to like the place. It made Ron seem a little weird as she liked a place where there were murders and people who worked the dead. Then he remembered her Death Eater acquaintances and grew cold. A horn went of behind them and everyone went of to the mess hall. Percy walked to his cabin to see his brothers already there. He had not wanted to come late. "Hey Percy," Tyson said happily. "Hey Tyson, what are you doing here? You're meant to be at Dad's palace." He said, "I thought I would say hello to you. I go back tomorrow." "That's too bad." "Not really, I like it there," he said in a childlike voice. "Your girlfriend came in, with some other people," Triton said. "What did you say to Annabeth?" he asked. "What makes you think I said anything? You always have something to say to her. You wouldn't want to hear it," Triton warned, and Percy took heed. The horn sounded and Percy put the bag on his bed and thanked Tyson for clearing it up. Triton said it could have been him and Percy said he would clear up. They went to the mess hall and everyone seemed to be seated and started eating. He sat at the Poseidon table and then gave food into the fire. Triton was sitting at the head table with Chiron, Mr. D and Athena. Percy had a feeling that if Athena saw him it was not going to be pretty. He made Tyson sit in front so Athena would not be able to see him. "Welcome back to Camp Half-Blood," Mr. D started. "I was meant to make a speech about how good it was to see you and much I missed you, but it isn't and I haven't, so I won't be saying anything. Hope to find you well next year. This does not apply to you, Peter Jackson." Percy must have had the worst luck, as Dionysus singled him out. Athena would have known he was here and the wine god was looking for confirmation he was here. Percy waved his hand and Mr. D sat back down. "Thank you for that, Mr. D," Chiron said. "I'm sure you all know that we will be playing host to 3 students from Hogwarts. They are WITCHES and wizards but not sons and daughters of Hesed." "How's that possible?" Kayla asked from Apollo cabin. "Not all people who do magic are Hesed children," Athena answered, and no one asked any more. "As I was saying," Chiron started again, "these are Mia Zabini, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Although I am sure that some of you have already found that out." Chiron looked at Nico, who smiled back. Chiron started to talk about their victory against Kronos earlier that year and what several of the people from the war have gone on to do. Percy zoned out, not wanting to know much more. He knew Luke had gone to help his mother and then get a job as a normal mortal. Grover, his best friend, had to keep the responsibilities that came with his new post, which meant that he wouldn't be at camp. But he promised to visit whenever he could. "Before we end eating, can Percy and Nico to meet me Hades' cabin after dinner? I would like to explain some things to our new guests and that seems like the best place." Chiron ended and Percy went into overdrive. Why had Chiron said the Hades cabin and not the big house or his own cabin? Nico said he would never help Harry until he begs. He made it official, Tyson said, as if it was a normal thing. Percy knew it wasn't. Nico grudged with whoever Harry Potter was would make things at camp harder. "Where Clarice?" "She went to see Ares. He's dropping her off here later," Tyson answered. Percy really did have bad luck. Athena and Ares were coming to the same place, here where Mr. D already existed. Percy walked up to the Hades cabin to see Nico and Lexi already there. They were sitting on the floor outside and were fiddling with the bracelet on Lexi's wrist. "Hey guys," he called, walking up to the 2 12-year-olds. "Hey Percy," his cousin said back to him. "Guess you heard," Lexi asked after a hello. "What?" he asked back, oblivious. "That the hunters are coming tomorrow. Apollo is bringing them," Lexi said back, and Percy had to stop from laughing. He could only think of what would happen when the 2 siblings met. "That's great, right?" he raised. "Of course. I mean, why isn't it a great idea that the boy haters are coming to make my life a living hell? They are going to be at every turn, making it impossible to act natural. I have to act proper, or they tell my loving mother." She ended with a mocking tone. "She obviously care. She gave you this right," Nico said and pointed to the bracelet. "I guess. But the hunters better not tell me anything about having a boyfriend or this will happen to them." She touched the bracelet and an arrow came out. She shot it straight at the moon symbol on her cabin. Careful where you shot that, Lexi. Chiron said, trotting up. The arrow obviously passed him at the 3 people who came with him. Sorry, Chiron, Lexi said and gave an apologetic look. That's okay. Now please go to your cabin. I hear the hunters are coming, so you want to clean your cabin before they arrive. Lexi nodded and walked off. Want to go in now? Nico said, giving Harry a glare. Home truths. All 6 of them went into the dark cabin, which was also called Nico's place or the death on earth, as Harry had heard people around camp say. It wasn't that they said it with displease. It might have had something to do with the people Nico knew and his family. Percy and the whole of Cabin 4 and Talia from the hunters were his cousins. And they were apparently really powerful. And everyone respected him as he had been a great help in the last war. Harry had found out how useful Cabin 11 can be. Cabin 13 was the same size as all the others, from the outside, but the inside was so dark that the room seemed endless. The walls were black and there was a red border along the top and bottom of the walls. It was thick and gave the image of repressed flames. Along the wall, where the door was, were different types of swords and daggers. Along the end wall was a fridge where obviously had food inside. There were a couple of beds but not as many as the other cabins he had seen. One bed seemed to be used as there was things on the shelf. There were 3 frames. One the left was a picture of Nico, Percy and another girl with black hair and a silver tiara interwoven. On the right was a photograph of Nico and Lexi. It must have been taken recently as it seemed much newer than the rest. The third picture was in the middle of the shelf. It was a red frame with a picture of Nico, but he looked much younger, and another that looked a bit like him. The girl might have been his sister, but Harry had not seen her. There were other things there, like a couple of miniature figurines. They looked as if they hadn't been used, but as a remembrance of a simpler time. There was a bookcase with books that Harry couldn't read. Whether it was the lighting or the language, he didn't know. There was a room made along a corner, which was probably where the bathroom was. Can we hurry up? Bianca's coming, Nico said, and Harry thought it was a person that he had not yet heard of. I know Nico, it's her birthday. Tell her I said happy birthday. I will try to keep this short, Chiron said back. How Sue? Do you not tell me that it's her birthday? I didn't get her a present or anything. What a great cousin I am. Percy started. Harry, Mia and Ron, when Dumbledore asked me to take you in, he said it would be for your safety. I understood and let you 3 come into this camp. However, you are very different to the people we have here. Expect for one you will be the only people to come from a magical school, Chiron explained, and Harry wondered who the expect one would be. Are we different because we know magic? Mia asked. We can do magic, just a different sort, Percy said, and then a plant in the corner of the room became drenched in water. Why would you do that? I was meant to give that to Hannah. Do you know what Persephone will do to me? Nico screamed at Percy. Harry was now confused. How many girls did Nico actually have? There was Lexi, for sure, the girl in the picture, Bianca, Hannah. The children here are half-bloods, or demigod is a better word for them. Chiron said, then continued when no one said anything. I expect you have heard of the Greek gods. Zeus, Athena, Ares, Hades. Mia said, then she looked as if she just found out something really cool. They're all children of Greek gods. Correct. Who did you work it out? Ares came to Clarice and she called him her father. Annabeth called Athena her mother, and then there was the divorce of Hephaestus and Aphrodite. I thought about the names and then I made the connection. I wasn't sure until now, Mia explained, and Harry left stupid for not catching on earlier. Who are the hunters? Harry asked, and Nico's face turned into an expression between disgust and hatred. Percy looked as if he didn't want them her, but nothing more. The full name is the Hunter of Artemis, Chiron explained. They're a group of girls who are immortal, hunt things and have forsaken all boys, Percy clarified. Every time they come here they cause havoc, and they and the Aphrodite children really hate each other. As Aphrodite believes in love and Artemis believes in being a maiden, Mia said. Harry felt really out of place, and he felt that Ron did too. As I was saying, Chiron started giving Mia and Percy a look. Dumbledore asked me to take you in the event that something happens back in England. He feels that you three are important in the downfall of your own enemy and wants to keep you safe. I agreed, but do not think I will let you do what you like, as I am not in that much favor to Dumbledore. Harry noticed that he didn't say professor like people normally did out of respect to the headmaster. You will sleep at curfew in the Hermes cabin. Percy mouthed the number 11 to him. They will explain what you have to do. Percy. Chiron turned around face him. Take them to the cabin and explain to Travis and Connor what they are to do. Percy nodded. He isn't a what, he a centaur. Nico said back before turning around and moving to the back of the room. We better leave, Percy said. I don't see why. Just so he can talk to his little girlfriend. Harry said back, and Nico was in front of him, which couldn't have happened as he was far away a second ago. Do you know why Chiron asked me and Percy to be here when he told you? Nico said with deathly silence. His voice gave Harry goosebumps and a shiver went down his spine. I am the third most powerful demigod alive. Child of Hades, which if you didn't know is the Lord of the Dead. I got your father sent to the fields of punishment. I could easily kill you now and give you the same fate. Harry could tell that Nico wasn't lying. Nico had in his hand a black sword which was not there a minute ago. Nico had super speed, which meant that he could kill Harry before he could do anything to defend himself. Harry wasn't allowed to do magic outside school, so there was no way to defend. If he died, then Voldemort would win and then the Order would have lost and the deaths would have been for nothing. You said you wouldn't kill me though. Are going to go back on your word? Harry was clutching at straws, which he hoped would work. I would not be going back on my word, as I did not swear on sticks. Next time make sure you make it foolproof. Nico walked back to where he was, near the end of the room, and Percy took them out of the cabin. Bianca's Nico's dead sister. Do not aggravate his again, please. He will kill you, Percy warned. I don't get the cabin numbers now, they have names. Ron wondered and Percy chose to tell them. 1 is Zeus, 2 Hera, 3 Poseidon, 4 Demeter, 5 Ares, 6 Athena, 7 Apollo, 8 Artemis, 9 Hephaestus, 10 Aphrodite, 11 Hermes, 12 Dionysus, 13 Hades and 14 are minor gods. Percy said using his fingers. Minor gods. Nike, Persephone, Janus, that sort. Percy said as if Harry knew what he was walking about. They reached the Hermes cabin, and Percy knocked on the door. A pair of twins, that were Connor and Travis, opened the door and Percy said something to them. The twins took the Hogwarts children in. Watch you stuff. Percy warned them and made his way to cabin 3, which was Poseidon's. Annabeth walked to her cabin very slowly. She knew her mother was inside as she had left early from dinner. She was just happy that Percy wasn't there to piss of her mother even more. She promised herself she would not talk or think about Percy as long as she was in front of Athena. Good luck, Malcolm said to her, as she opened the door. It seemed he couldn't be happier to leave. Annabeth, come and sit down. Athena patted the seat next to her. Beth knew Athena was building up to the big lecture. You think I am going to lecture you? Mistakes happen. Athena said kindly, and Annabeth let out a sigh of relief. But not by my children. You let an Ares child beat you. They are known to be strong, not clever. I expect more from you. Even if Clarice had her father's blessing, you should have been able to understand things better. She beat me once. She gone home now? One of her little brothers asked as they all came back in. For now, Annabeth said. Mummy scary, he said back. Get some sleep, Annabeth said and tucked the boy into his bed. Heard what happened? Look at it this way, she didn't say anything about Percy. Malcolm said. Thank the heavens, I don't want to know what would happen if she did. Annabeth made sure all the littler children were asleep. She guessed the older ones would leave to go somewhere, but the smaller ones were more likely to get lost. Once she had made sure, she turned the light off and everything went dark. Mia woke up, feeling ready for anything. She had a feeling she was going to like the camp even if she wasn't really a part of it. Last night, the older kids had stayed up after curfew, and they had been talking about the latest things. Mia had found out that Travis and Katie didn't like each other as they had dated, but they sort of drifted apart. They didn't explicitly say that they broke up, but everyone knew it. Being the children of Hermes, they were able to sneak drinks from the storage shed and used one of the bottles to play Truth and Dare. The game didn't get very far as so. One was walking outside and everyone ran back to their beds. Mia got dressed and then waited for Harry and Ron. They took incredibly long and it wasn't as if they needed to look good. The people fight every day, so they didn't wear clothes that were brand new, but it still looked good. As the boys were still getting dressed, she chose to walk around and meet some people. She noticed that the right-hand side of the cabins, from where she was, were nearly all girls except for Dionysus and the minor god's cabin, and the left side were all guys. She met Kayla, who was going to shoot some arrows before breakfast. She asked Mia to come along and she agreed. "So you're a witch, but not a daughter of Hecate?" Kayla asked. "Yeah, who's your dad?" Mia asked back. Kayla was firing the arrows and always hit the bullseye or the next ring. "Apollo. He's a bit eccentric and breaks into poems all the time, but it's cool." "What about yours?" "I don't know. They died when I was 1 and I was taken to a care home. I found my family again, but I don't think I'll ever actually." "No, sorry." Sore topic. Kayla said and her face became one of forgiveness. "It's okay. I was young so I don't really know. Can I have a go?" "Course." Kayla gave her the bow and arrow and Mia shot it. It hit the last ring. "That's good. Some people get it to the tree, other about a foot from where we're standing. Those people do better with daggers and swords," Kayla said, and then the horn went for breakfast. "Let's go. The food goes if you're late." And the two girls ran off. "Why are we running? Doesn't everyone get a plate to themselves?" Mia asked. "What?" Kayla said and pulled them to a stop. "You're joking." "No. Chris said so. He went that everyone gets their own plate." "When did you get here?" "About a week ago." Will lied, the idiot. They walked to the mess hall at a normal pace. When they reached, they spilt ways and she sat opposite to Ron and Harry. "Where were you? We waited but you were gone." Ron whined. "I was talking to Kayla. She's from the Apollo cabin." Mia ate her food and then rose from her seat. "Isn't he coming today?" Harry asked, and Mia nodded as Kayla had told her that. "Okay, demigods and extras," a 17-year-old boy said from the main table. He had tanned skin and black and blonde hair. His eyes changed from blue to green to brown using all the shades. It was then Mia remembered she had seen him talking to Annabeth. "Now my cousin had kindly asked me to be here for the duration of the week as apparently things are boring around here. He's in the big house, so don't wake him up unless there is something really important that you can't tell me or Kyron. I hear there's a party at night, so I would keep the noise to a minimum and drink sensibly." Isn't it a bit dread how they hate the hunters? Mean they just judge them?" Ron asked, and Mia's anger grew. "Like you judge the Slytherins. Admit it, Ron, you think all Slytherins follow Voldemort and do whatever he wants. That's stereotyping. It's the same as saying all Ravenclaws are clever, and Gryffindors love Dumbledore." Mia shouted back. "But Ravenclaws are clever. That's not the point, and yet you're still doing it." She shook her head and then sorted her hair again. "Hermione, what's gotten into you? Since when do you defend them?" Ron asked, appalled. "It's Mia, not Hermione. And why shouldn't I defend them? It's a free world. I shouldn't have told you. You always take everything the wrong way and then you blow up." People were looking, but she didn't care. She couldn't believe that she had told Ron everything about him was anti-Slytherins. She was a fool to think he would change his ways. "You think it's a free world because you have money to spend like nothing. First it was the Grangers, now the Zabinis. Nothing's free in this world. It's all paid for one way or another." "Sit down, Mia," Ron asked and pulled her to her seat. It was only then she noticed she was getting up, or moving away. Ron instantly retracted his hand and looked at something on his hand. "How did that happen?" Harry asked. Mia didn't even know what they were talking about. Then a drop of red liquid fell onto the wooden bench and Mia couldn't believe what she had done. "I don't know. It just happened." Ron whined. "You're not going to cut your hand off, are you?" Mia asked, remembering when he got his leg chomped on by Sirius. "No, I just need a bandage. You should ask one of the Apollo cabin for help, they're loaded with med stuff." Cleo said next to them. "Thanks," Mia said. "No probs. Word of advice, get it sorted before you start training. Having it rip open while battling will hurt." Cleo let out a low whistle. "We're going to fight people with super speed and one that can use a sword." Harry whined. "Super speed? No one has super speed." You mean shadow traveling. Only Nico does that, and boy is he drained if he ain't in any shadows. Cleo said back, people, I'm kind of in pain here. If someone could get help I will be much obliged. Harry got up and went over to the Apollo cabin. He came back with a plaster, bandage, bowl of water and tissue. They said to was out the cut first, then put a plaster, and then add the bandage if you need to. Harry told them and Mia did just that. She made sure she healed the cut a little before moving the tissue away, so it looked like a small cut then a large one. Can any of you use a sword? Percy asked, coming up to them. Never tried. Ron admitted, and Mia said the same. I stabbed a basilisk in second year. Harry said as if he didn't know if it was a good or bad thing. What's that? Percy asked. Basilisk. It's a type of snake that scares anyone that doesn't come up to its expectations. Annabeth explained, coming up with Nico. You stabbed a snake and it died. Percy said, gobsmacked. Yeah, is that a bad thing? Harry asked. Yes, you do not hurt snakes unless it tries to kill you. Nico explained. Okay, so Mia with me, Ron with Nico, and Harry with Percy. Annabeth said. For what? Ron asked. Training. Need to see what you're good at. Like dagger, swords, arrows. Mia asked. How did you know? I was training with Kayla. I tried the arrows, and it hit the last ring. It's better than the others. Mia and Annabeth walked off towards the arena while the boys came behind. Can we do this another way? Percy asked. I guess. Annabeth said back. Why not use the dolls to see how they are, then take it from there? Good idea. Annabeth started, but then a noise came from outside. All 6 of them ran outside just like everyone else at camp. A 13-year-old girl came out from the back seat. She had black hair with blonde and gold highlights, and had tanned skin. Mia instantly remembered where she had seen her before. At Hogwarts. She was a Slytherin, that same thing her and Ron had fought over before. She had to be the other girl that came from Hogwarts that Chiron had mentioned. But why was she here? Did Dumbledore send her, or did she come by herself? Questions like this kept going through her mind. You, Ares said, pointing at Chris. In now. He ordered. I don't know, I'm meant to do training. And I'd have to tell Chiron or Triton. Chris murmured. There wasn't a direct way to say no to a god. Mark, go and tell Chiron I'm taking Chris with me. Now get in the car, Chris. Ares ordered again. Mia had the idea it was to give him the whole dating speech, but part of her said it wasn't. I don't. Father didn't say. You defied your father by going into the labyrinth, and staying here when your whole cabin left to fight the Second War. Do not tell me you have become the devoted son. Ares called back. Please. Clarice said from the passenger seat. Chris went into the back seat and Clarice went to the back too. The car went, leaving a trail of fire. Thank God he didn't see me. Percy said. I think he was a little preoccupied. Who's the girl that came out? Mia was going to ask, but she walked over to them. Nico. She screamed and came over to the boy. Where's my flower? She demanded. Funny story. I put it in the sunniest part of the cabin, but then Percy drowned it. Nico said, blaming his cousin. I wasn't my fault. I didn't know it is yours. I grew that last year in the underworld. Do you know how hard it is to grow flowers down here? That one lived and you killed it. The girl whined. Look at it this way, if it's from the underworld it was already dead. Don't make me hurt you. She warned. Hannah, why don't you meet some people? They're from Hogwarts. Annabeth said. Yeah, right. She scoffed. I'm the only demigod in that school. I think I'd know if there were others, or at least the centaurs will. You have centaurs. They not party ponies. Anyway, where are these people? Hannah said, and then turned towards them. Oh, my God. Hey there. Harry said nervously. If the girl was in Slytherin, why would she like Harry? Unless she was one of the good evil people. Anna looked at Harry with a look that said, what are you doing here, and not in the good way. Unfortunately, Ron failed to understand whether it was good or bad. Bloody hell, Harry, you're so famous even people here know who you are. He said, obviously happy. What makes you think I care whether he's here or not? It makes no difference to me if the boy who lived stays here. Soon he'll be dead, and it won't even be by Voldemort. Wonder what it would mean if you did lose, she said, and the two boys stayed silent. You need to learn better than be so full of yourself. No, I need to unpack and then met Katie so she can get me a new pot. Maybe I'll ask for two, your cabin need to love more alive. She said to Nico. I'll just kill it. He said back smirking. That you will, she said and walked off. Oh, Mia. Hannah turned and Mia was surprised she even knew her name. You could do so much better than them. Where are going to be in 6th year? And Hannah walked off. Training, Percy said and they all went back. Harry was fighting the doll with a sword but it kept dodging and Harry had only hit it once in the arm. Not doing very well is he? Mia asked as the two girls were sitting on the benches. Annabeth wanted Mia to do arrows first as the boys were taking too long. She has shot it 10 times and 6 times it hit the board, 5 on the 2 outer rings and once on the ring next to the bull's eye. I've seen better, Annabeth confessed. She didn't want to explicitly say the gut was crap and could never have killed a snake. Truthfully, Mia pressed. He's crap. He should be looking for a weakness, not keep attacking. I've seen him attack that arm at least 5 times when the doll had left his leg completely defenseless. I'd go for the middle of the spine or the top of it. It wouldn't be able to move and when it did, it would hurt. Gives me time to get some damage done. Mia said and Annabeth had to admit it was good. Violent much. It's a war. She called back and smiled. Annabeth got the impression that Mia would kill if she had to. Nico sat on the bench behind them. I know what you did, he said to Mia, with a massive smile on his face. Where's Ron? Mia asked. Went to get a drink. He's okay but it was a bit slow, he'll be here soon. Anyway, don't you want to know how I worked it out? Nico asked and was inches away from jumping up and down on his seat. Work out what? Mia asked as if she had no idea. Don't act like you don't know. How you cut Ron's hand without a knife. If Mia's was shocked to hear this, she didn't show it. The only thing that happened was that a small smirk appeared. One that would either scare you or make you doubt your sanity. You were watching, she said. Course. I wanted to see how your first day went so I listened and looked. It was a good thing because you went to get up and he pulled you back. Then mysteriously he began to bleed, heavily. Then when I took the bandage off and checked I found out it was fatal, it could have killed him so a knife couldn't have caused it. Clever. Worked it out haven't you? Mia asked sourly. Wait, so you can harm people by touching them? Annabeth asked amazed. It was cool but dangerous as well. It made Annabeth curious of how it could have happened. Yeah, but please don't tell Harry or Ron. They nearly didn't flip when I told them I was adopted and became their worst enemy's best friend's sister. If it told them I can hurt and heal by touching, they will flip. You can heal people too? Annabeth asked and Mia nodded. What's so bad if I tell them? Nico asked. Not that I am about to talk to it anytime willingly. He added. They'll make me tell Dumbledore, our head teacher, and he'd find out that I found out and then I don't know what will happen. Why are you telling us all this? You didn't need to. Annabeth asked. It seemed odd that this girl told them everything even though they only knew them for just over a day. I needed someone to talk to, and I thought I'd tell you people as I think you wouldn't blab. Annabeth watched as Mia took the doll apart limb from limb after stabbing the doll in its back and running the dagger from top to bottom. It took 5 minutes. That was quick, Percy said, obviously happy that they managed to finish earlier than he thought. Pictured Dumbledore and what I wanted to do to him. That was low, Mia. I can't believe you want to kill Dumbledore. Whatever did he do to you? Ron asked, and it was obviously the wrong question because Mia's blue eyes turned a very frightening red. You wouldn't understand. After all, whatever I want I get, isn't it? I might have all the money I could want but that's all people ever see. Just because I'm rich I have to be a Death Eater. Ever look at your own family, Ron? Mia ranted. And she didn't even notice that what she was saying made no sense. Not to Ron and Harry either, who both had faces that of confusion. Annabeth watched Mia walk away. There weren't many places she could go and people were everywhere. Triton sat in the big house listening to his cousin and uncle shouted. It was entertaining as every now and then a person would come in and they would not want to show what just went on. Why are they here? Dionysus asked for the 10th time. I was asked to keep them safe. Chiron said back. By Dumbledore. You don't even like him. The only reason you pretend to is because of Hannah. He wanted me to take them in, As Kronos has found out of the wizarding world, he would meet up with someone and together they would attack. Dumbledore wanted them to train here, as it is safe away from the wizarding war. What do we get from this? It seems like a pretty one-sided deal. Triton asked, after listening and thinking it over. Not really. Normal wizards and witches can't use a weapon as well as a demigod. If there was a war they would rely on magic, as we have both. Hannah is clever for her age and has told me about what is happening there. Chiron explained. But Hannah can use a weapon. Dionysus said back. She cannot as well as others. Her power of flowers has increased her magic and also helped her during attacks. She can handle a weapon and a wand. I expect they can stay. But they should not get in my way. They are under your care and I hope you will control them. The hunted. Hannah walked up to her grandmother's cabin and knocked on the door. It was a little weird whenever she came here. Everyone was nice but they treated her as was a little baby, and not a 13-year-old. They saw her as their niece, not just someone at their camp. He guessed it was something to do with the fact that Demeter never let Persephone forget she was her mother. Hannah, when did you get back? Katie asked as she opened the door to let her in. When Ares came, he saw he at the airport and Clarice said to take me. I guess that's nice, Katie said back uneasily. I wasn't really, she admitted. It was easier to talk to Katie even if she was 4 years older than her. Nico always took his stepbrother role too seriously even though she was older. What happened at school? Katie asked as they sat on the table. Well, the evil guy came back, but I try not to get involved too much. With that, my friend is moving to another school so I won't really have anyone to talk to. Not much else, except I had a little mishap with my powers and 3 people from my school have ended up here. You go to Hogwarts? Yeah, I'll be in 4th year when I go back. You seem sad, Jack said from his books. Percy drowned my flower from the Hades cabin, she said with a whine. Do you want another one? He asked and she nodded. He handed her a little lily and she thanked him. Anytime, he said and walked out. You better go and unpack. Will you later, probably after the hunters come. Katie told her. The hunters are coming. Apollo's bringing them, but he's a little late. A little, it's nearly midday. I'll see you later. Hannah walked out of the cabin and towards where the minor cabin was. The cabin was plain white with 4 pillars engraved into the 4 corners. It was simple and that's why she loved it. She pushed open the door and it opened with a creak. There were only 5 people inside, and the others must have gone for training. Minor gods didn't have many children, so the cabin wasn't full like she had expected. Hannah walked over to her bed, which was the top one above one that had already been made. She put her clothes into the wardrobe which she and Haven, the girl who slept on the bottom bunk, shared. They were the same size so often shared some clothes. Haven was the same age as her and her best friend. She climbed onto her bed to arrange her pillows and everything to her liking. Under the pillow there was a little note and a key. Hey Hannah, I put this under your pillow cause I know that's where you'd look first. The keys for the box in the wardrobe where you can put your jewelry and makeup. We all have to look our best and that only happens when you use the best things. I'll see you later. Love you lots Haven. Hannah climbed off her bed and opened the box. It was big and took the whole of the bottom shelf, even if it was the smallest. Half of it was already full of makeup and necklaces, rings, earrings, anklets and gems. Hannah put hers inside and the box was then full. She locked it again and closed the door. She decided to do some of her holiday homework. There wasn't much of it but it was good to get it over with. Then she would be able to enjoy the rest of her holidays with no worries. She put the lily on the table and set to work. The bright light brought an official close to their training session. It had actually ended when Mia walked out of the arena but they chose to stay inside. RRY didn't want to meet Mia right then and felt she needed time to calm down. There was a minibus near the lake, which was between the arena and the big house. The door opened and a group of girls got out. The ages ranged from 9 to 19 upon first glance but Harry knew that appearance could be deceiving. Sorry we're late. Apollo here felt the need to take the long way. The girl who seemed like the leader said. She had black hair and a silver tiara interwoven into it. You liked it, admit it. The only boy said. He seemed 17. I did not. You know as well as I that I would never like a boy. The girl said. Harry remembered that she was in one of the pictures in Nico's cabin. He ventured a guess that it was Talia. Remember, little sister, you can only forsaken boys for so long. She boy said back, haven't you spent the entire time telling me that? Talia said to her brother. Remember was happened to Artemis. He said and then walked over to the big house. What's everyone looking at? You act like you've never seen us before. Talia snapped and everyone looked away. Harry wondered about who powerful she was. Nico had said he was the third powerful, and the Demeter cabin was weaker than him. Talia walked over to where they were standing and hugged Annabeth and Percy. Nico got a handshake. Harry guessed her wasn't the type to get sentimental. So, Falls, what was a journey like? Percy joked, and Talia only glared. Anything interesting happen in your time away? Annabeth asked. I shot a few animals if that's what you're asking, Nico. Talia rounded on the boy. Where's Lexi? How should I know? I'm not her keeper. He snapped back. I'm just asking. Who are these people? Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. They're from Hogwarts. Only 2. I thought everything comes in groups of 3. Percy, Annabeth, Grover, Zeus, Poseidon, Hades. Talia, Percy, Nico. Talia laughed a little but stopped when the earth began to shake a bit and thunder roared in the sky. Sorry, she said. There's Mia Zabini as well, but she's a little pissed. A girl? Talia asked, intrigued. Not every day you meet a witch. Don't you dare try and recruit her. Selena snapped, walking past. She's got a strong love line and I will not have you ruining that. Why do you get to decide? It's her choice if she wants to join or not and you can't stop it. What, so you can kill her too? Nico whispered, and Harry guessed there were some family issues between the two. Let's go, Annabeth said and pulled him and Ron away. Lexi, Talia's looking for you, Annabeth said as they passed her and she nodded. Mia sat on the forest floor leaning on a fallen tree. She kept running her fingers through the grass and little flowers that poked up. The movement seemed peaceful and Mia felt as if she herself could become calm. Every time the thought came up she remembered what she was done and said to so many people, and it went away. Mia could never be at peace with herself. There as always something going on in her life, if not schoolwork then her powers, and if not that then anything else. She never felt she could be at peace, not until she had done what she needed to. That was what confused her. She understood that her powers could help one side, but she couldn't decide which. The light side had Harry and Ron, but it also had Dumbledore and his plans, which always ended hurting her in some way. The dark side had Blaise and Draco, however it also had Voldemort, who wanted to hurt the people around her. Done enough thinking yet, a happy voice called from behind her. She turned to see Hannah. So you're a half and half? Mia said. I guess. One of the few to be both. She said back. She started to pull out different flowers and they bonded together in her hand into a colorful headband. You know what's going on in both worlds, so if you could pick on which one? Well, you can't pick just one. They're all different. I'm the youngest half and half, so I don't really know. Camp's only fun during holidays. Can I ask you a question? What have we been doing so far? She joked. I'm serious, Mia insisted, and Hannah sobered up. You're in Slytherin and you know about me. That you're a Zabini, I guess. What do you think I should do? I mean which house, because that would decide my side. Between light and dark, I think you should stay where you are. If you come of Slytherin everything will change. People will realize who you are and they will start to take an interest in your family tree and then in your family. You'll be in the hotspot. But then wouldn't people think about why I'm talking to my opposing house? They'd still become suspicious. Then it would matter what house you're in. You just have to keep your head up high and everything will be fine. That's good advice. Thanks. No problem. Why, father said it to me when I found out I was different to the others in the house. I guess people didn't want to really pick a fight with me. What do you mean? Mia asked. It was only then that Mia noticed the little similarities she had to others. You know Theo, your cousin? Yeah, she said slowly. My mum's side. Well, my grandmother and his grandfather were brother and sisters. So the Knott family tree is pretty much screwed. How? His dad married a power and my dad had a kid out of wedlock. You know how much that's frowned upon. Sure, you're like distant relatives. In a way, people don't really know about us, but he looks out for me there. And Nico here, is he like you cousin? Your mum's Persephone, which means that Atee's your aunt and that's some messed up family. I know. I don't worry about it much, only Nico and Demeter Cabin treat me as family. Everyone else's relations get confusing, which is why they don't really worry about that much here. Hannah started to balance on the tree trunk but fell. Luckily the flowers caught her. Stupid girl, a boy around 14 said, looking down at her. Don't knock it till you try it, Jack. I will not fall down anytime soon, he said and carried on walking. That's Jake. He's a son of Demeter, Hannah informed. Could you do me a favor? What? I really don't understand my potions homework, Hannah asked hopefully. You should ask Harry, he's better than me. The day I ask him for anything is the day I Voldemort to get stuffed. Chris stood next to CL. Eris as they stood before their fathers. He could tell she was a little scared as her finger interwoven with his, and every now and again little tremors went through her body. I expect you know why you're here, Hermes said, looking at them. You can't expect us to mind read, Chris said back. I am talking about the dream, Chris. The one with Kronos and the British guy, remember? There's no need to shout. Have you thought about it at all? I have, in fact. Then what? And let go of my daughter's hand, Ares said. No, Chris said. I talked to Clarice about it in the car, as someone took her so I couldn't talk to her before. I'm pretty sure you heard what we were saying. Yes, Ares said. And the things that I didn't want to hear too. Then you shouldn't have been eavesdropping, Clarice said to her dad. Chris made sure not to think about anything else apart from what he needed to. So what did you talk about? Hermes asked. I'm meant to tell father and he will want to know everything. I don't think that the children are Harry, Ron and Mia, Chris said. They're from England, that's part of Britain, which explains the British accent. They don't know what's happening to them or the fact they're in some plot. They seemed nice when I talked to them. You talked to them. I told you they're nice. They seemed to be a little distant as if something had happened, but apart from that they seemed fine. What do you mean distant? I'll explain this, Clarice said. When we were at the airport, Mia said that just before they got to the airport the boys found out she was their worst enemy's best friend's sister. That explains it then, Ares said, satisfied. Are you sure there's nothing more? Hermes asked, and Chris shook his head. Okay, you can leave. Here, Hermes gave him a wallet full of cash, but said nothing about it. The two teenagers walked into the sun. What do you feel like doing? Chris asked. Why? What are you thinking? Normally when I'm given cash I choose to spend it before my brothers and sisters can get their hand on it. We're going to spend all of it, Clarice asked, and Chris nodded. Great. The first thing I need is food, then we can go shopping, Clarice said, and Chris groaned. He thought it would be great just the two of them for the rest of the day, but Clarice had been spending a lot of time with Selena and sometimes Haven, which meant she had become a shopper. After that I want to watch a film with popcorn and everything. Couldn't we watch the film before shopping? That makes sense, and if the shops are closed I can't be blamed for not buying anything. Quote, Hannah walked up to her cabin once more. Outside were 3 people, 2 boys and a girl all the same age as her. The girl was Haven. She had long dark blonde hair and purple eyes. You never saw her without her black headband, which was always on her head, keeping the longer hair from her eyes but letting a fringe go underneath, or the pink gems that made up a small heart near her right eye. She was navy blue jeggings up to her knees, a strapped pink top which ended just below her hip, and a sleeveless denim mini jacket, as she called it. She had on her pink heels, which were thick enough to run in but thin enough to sew some damage. She had on her chunky bracelet and the silver heart locket that never left her neck, and sat perfectly on the hollow of her neck. She was the daughter of Eros, god of sexuality and lust. The first boy was Milo. He had black hair and silver eyes. He was wearing black skinny jeans with the ends folded up. He wore a light blue top with a waistcoat on top. His left ear was pierced with a small gem inside. Milo always looked smart yet rebellious at the same time. He was the son of Nemesis, goddess of balance and revenge. The last boy was Trace. His real name was Trevor, but it didn't suit him at all. He had brown hair and honey eyes. He wore blue baggy jeans and a green top that fitted him perfectly. He was a son of Hermes and the only one out of the 4 of them that didn't live cabin 14. What kept you? Milo asked as she came and sat down between him and Haven. We waited forever, Trace whined. Stop that, we were here for 15 minutes. Haven said, in which time I was able to make someone we know spill their secret. Who? Hannah asked. Trace. Who else? He found a new girlfriend. Haven said smugly. Who? Her name's Lily and she's really pretty and smart. Trace said, falling to memories. Pretty? How did I know that was going to come up? Haven said. That's all you think about. Hannah said. It doesn't mean that other people can think about it just as much. Have you kissed her yet? No, Trace answered. But you want to. I'm not about to discuss my love life with you people. Do you love her? That's a bit early, Hannah said. How do you know what love is? It's all desire with you. Trace said back, completely ignoring Hannah. Don't talk about me like that, all you think about is when you can steal your next joyride. At least I know how to drive. When was the last time you tried? You aren't old enough, Haven, and you should even be driving, Trace. Milo said in the calm voice that made everyone quiet. So I hear they're new people here. Hannah said, trying to end the silence. That aren't demigods. She carried on when no one said anything. Oh, they came yesterday. They come from your school, right? Shouldn't you have known they were coming? I'm not told everything. They think that I'm not good enough to be told these things. She argued. You should have been here earlier. Your darling brother cursed that hairy guy. Haven said, and Hannah wanted to be there. It wasn't every day someone said anything against the great Harry Potter. The four of them started talking and somehow the conversation steered them towards playing Truth and Dare. Haven, truth or dare? Dare. I dare you to go up to a resident of Cabin 8, not to Leah, and tell them you heard that the new hairy guy thought she was pretty and he wanted to ask her on a date. Trace said. That's unfair. What did he do to receive that punishment? Milo asked. Let's see. He made life at Hogwarts really bad. Said I was a full-on supporter of the dark arts, made my friend cry, and sneaked into my common room. Hannah listed. Need I go on? Can't I do Haven dare and then we can beat him up together? Milo stated, starting to get up. No, and sit back down. Hannah said and pulled him down to sit back. I'll be right back, Haven said and made her way to Cabin 8. Did you say hunters or residents? Hannah asked Trace. Residents. Oh shit, Trace said, running off. This means she's going to tell Lexi. Milo said as the two of them ran behind Trace. If he dies then Dumbledore will be in charge and kill all Muggleborns and half-bloods, which includes me. So hurting good, killing bad. Milo summed up and she nodded. They reached Cabin 8 to see Haven talking to Lexi. In a voice that would make anyone believe her. The really innocent, cute one that made her seem a 5-year-old. Hannah had seen Nico do it a million times, and it always worked, expect on her and Lexi. Hannah only hoped Lexi was immune to Haven's too. But it was harder to ignore was someone older told you. Nice try, Haven, Lexi said and walked off. Why didn't she believe me? Haven asked as they reached each other. I think she understands that Harry wouldn't like someone 3 years younger than him. Trace explained. Unless he was a perv. I guess, he said, taking unusually long on the subject. Harry sat by the water edge thinking over what he had to do. He did most of his homework without Mia's help, which he felt was quite an achievement. The only thing left was to get the books and things he needed. This would obviously be back in England, whenever he got there. Harry took the Marauder's map from his pocket and opened it. He could see the castle empty, but this comforted him. He felt as if there was always somewhere for him to go, whenever he needed to. But the thought was smashed when he realized where he was. This was so different to back at Hogwarts when he knew most of the people. The kids here looked as if this is normal to them. The danger, they had sword fighting and arrows and life-threatening things, but to them it was like another day. Harry wondered why Dumbledore sent him here. Shouldn't he be back home helping with the Order? Stopping Voldemort from getting power. If died then Voldemort could get all the power, and that should be stopped. He didn't. He doubt that people didn't like him here. He had already made an enemy of Nico, and Hannah seemed to hate him too. That striked him as odd. He was nice to everyone at Hogwarts except Slytherins. Maybe that was why, he thought. He had seen her around camp with 3 other people. They seemed really close, which meant if she hated him, they might feel the same way. What you thinking about? A voice said from the water. Harry was sure he was alone, but how could the water speak? You going to answer or sit like a lump the whole time? Who are you? He asked the air. Harry, you are pretty thick, Percy said, coming out of the water. Who else can breathe underwater? Oh, it's so different here. Because we can do different things. I guess. Why does Hannah hate me? That's what you're worried about. She likes a world where everyone is nice to each other. World peace. And I guess me starting a fight with Nico didn't help. No, you starting a fight with Nico only fueled it. She hated you from the beginning, I guess. She can be powerful when she wants to be. Her whole group are. Her, Haven, Milo and Trace, they're well known in camp, for their age. Why? They're popular and powerful, Percy said, and carried on when he obviously saw the blank face Harry had on. Hannah controls the flowers, and because of her connections to Nico and the Demeter cabin, people don't like annoying her. Her witch magic makes her strong too. Haven is the daughter of the god of desire, lust. She can make anyone do what she wants, mostly guys, just has to appeal to their better nature. They're always something a person wants. Their desires, you could call it. Milo is the son of the god of balance. If he sees something happening that he doesn't like, he will avenge it, get revenge, which means by any means necessary. But if someone does something really good and no bad thing is done, he will do it. Lastly, their Trace, he's the son of Hermes, so he'll look after you, but just until the son he helps stops being of interest, then he'll steal, or kick them out. He's also the eyes and ears of the group. They sound so different to each other. That's what makes them such good friends. Hannah wants world peace, but Milo will always go against that. Haven will want control of everything, but Trace likes things happening as it is. Their differences are what make them strong, Percy explained. Harry began to think about the difference between him and his friends. Him and Ron were good friends. Hermione was always different. She was smart when they were dumb, and couldn't take most of the abuse she was given, but still wasn't weak. But since she became Mia, she'd gotten stronger. The three of them could be the best of friends again, but instead they weren't, because they felt the need to annoy her. Thanks. Do you swim often? Harry asked. Yeah, I went this morning, but everyone was doing my head in, so I needed to calm down. Percy, you better come quick, Will said. What's wrong? He asked back. It's Rachel, she's back. Percy got up so quick that Harry felt the wind. The weeks he had spent here were informative, but this was the first time he had heard of a Rachel. She meant something to Percy, that was true. But not like Annabeth. Harry stayed at the water edge. That was until a girl with blonde hair came up and leaned onto the nearby tree. Might want to move on if you want to go home, she said, as if reading what he wanted. Don't deny it, you so want to go back to Hogwarts. Want to go back to your precious headmaster. Back to the place where you parent met. Back to the place you call your home. She took a step closer with every statement until she was right next to him, that he could feel the word, not just hear them. Back to darling Ginny Weasley, she whispered into his ear, then jerked back quickly and began laughing in a carefree way. How do you know? He got out with difficulty. It's written on your face. Now are you coming, or should we do this another way? She played with a lock of hair that had fallen from the side of her headband. She struck Harry as the type of girl that would stand on the corner of a wall bubbling gum bubbles while playing with their hair. The type that was play with a boy's heart until it bored her and then dumped them. Who are you? He asked, getting up. Haven, maybe you should wear contacts, or can't afford them. She smiled and then walked off. Adjusting her skirt, Harry walked thinking about how she had worked out what he wanted. Percy had said she could see a person desires, but he guessed further. Chris had told him that Eros, Haven's dad, was the son of Ares and Aphrodite, which meant Haven could start wars and bloodbaths, because of love, desire and whatever she wanted. Eros should not be a minor god. He thought to himself, the next chapter will be the last in camp, and then they go to Hogwarts where everything will happen. Clarice and Chris didn't tell anyone what they talked about with their parents, and people didn't ask much. Nico is 1 year younger than Hannah, who's 14 now while he's 13. Most of them had birthdays, but I'm not going to write all about that. In Capture the Flag, the hunters won. Last rites. Hannah took her seat next to Milo. The other seat next to her was empty, as Haven had gone of looking for Harry. Chiron had told Hannah but she didn't want to. She was now on cleaning up duty until the end of summer, which was only a week. The amphitheater was packed with everyone. In the middle was a table, by which Chiron, Triton, Dionysus and Rachel sat. The oracle of Delphi looked tried, and Hannah guessed she had had a prophecy. There were 4 seats in front of the tables as well. "I'm back," Haven said and sat down with unneeded elegance. Hannah watched the hair, she said and tied up Hannah's hair into a messy pony. "Don't mess with her hair," Milo said and pulled the band out and arranged the hair back into its normal state. "Much better," was all he said as Creon started talking. "Hannah, Harry, Ron and Mia, come here please," Creon said, and they went and sat on the 4 chairs. "You all go to Hogwarts, correct?" he asked, and they all nodded. Hannah had no idea where he was going with this. "Clarice, Chris, stand up, do you know what I am going to ask?" Creon asked, and Clarice looked scared, a little. Chris looked at the floor. "Why did you not tell anyone?" Triton asked nicely. Too nice for a god. It would have created mass panic. If Zeus himself told no one, if our parents felt the need not to tell us, then there must have been a reason, Clarice said back, and suddenly Hannah began to worry. "Tell us now, or I will," Dionysus demanded, but Clarice stayed quiet. He turned to Chris and two had a staring contest, until Chris gave and sank into his seat. Kronos had returned, and had been back for more than a month. Hannah felt her air supply quickly close, as if the last breath she took would be her last. She remembered what happened the last time he came, what happened to Luke and Percy and Rachel. What happened to all of them, how close to death they were. And he had now teamed with someone from England. Which is why we are sending 10 people, not including these 4, to Hogwarts. Triton said with an edge, pointing to the 4 of them. "Any volunteers? Percy should go," someone shouted, and then everyone was chanting his name. "Fine," he said, "but Annabeth's coming too," he ended smugly. "No way, I need my smart person," he whined, and she gave. "Talia's coming. I'm not spending all my time with Seaweed Brain. I can't, as much as I want to, I have a duty to the hunters," she said as if she really wanted to go. "I'm sure Mother can make an exception this once," Lexi said. "Fine, I'm in, but Nico's coming too, we need the 3 of us," Talia said, roping in the son of Hades. Hannah wondered about what would happen if these 4 came. Harry didn't look too happy at the suggestion. "Come on, Nico, I'll be great," Hannah said, wanting to piss of Harry. "Fine, Lexi," Nico said, asking. "It'll be fun, and you don't have to see the hunters." "I'm in," she said quickly. "Stop getting people to come, they need to volunteer," Creon said. "I'll come. I found out so I can help if I hear the voice again," Clarice said. "Two's better than 1, Chris said. "That's 7, we need 3 more," Hannah said, but no one else volunteered. She looked pleadingly at her best friends. "Fine, I give. What will you have me do?" Haven said, and Hannah smiled. At least now she would have someone to talk to. "If you're going to look at me like that, what can I say?" "I just hope it's worth it," Milo said. "One more," Hannah said. She knew Trace wouldn't go, his mother would kill him if she found he was going out again. "If you want," Will said. "All 14 of you come to the big house tomorrow morning. We'll talk then," Creon said. Hannah got up and turned around to see Rachel about fall down. Luckily, why Talia was able to stop her falling down. "You okay?" Percy asked as he made his way over. "Never better," she said. Rachel was in the attic sorting through the clutter the last oracle felt the need not to clear out. The people that volunteered surprised her, yet she felt it was going to be them. Percy, Annabeth and Nico were going to go, there was no stopping them. But she didn't think Lexi would want to. Once she turned 13, which she had, she would have to hunt every full moon, and that can get suspicious. The day after she would take abnormally long to return to normal as she shine. A silver color that would take time to fade, the necklace had stopped it for this long, but Rachel knew it would break sometime. Hannah friends going as well seemed like a not so good idea. The 4 of them were known to cause havoc around camp, so what would they cause there? There were 4 because that way they could control each other, but there were all 3, so there were going to be sparks this time. Rachel guessed that Clarice going was a good idea. She and Chris had heard the voice of what was working with Kronos, but what if they could do nothing about it? Talia and Will going seemed a surprise too. Will was always quiet and never actually got into many fights. But Rachel guessed it was good to have him. Lexi would need looking after, and who better than he cousin? Talia would prove a problem as she was pretty and Boy would want to date her. Rachel wondered how many times they would need to be shot before they got the message. "Why were you up there?" Percy asked as she came to ground level. "Just sorting through my thoughts and the clutter." "In your thoughts?" Annabeth joked, and Rachel felt a need to smile even if she didn't want to. "What's the prophecy?" Will asked, when Rachel came and sat down. 10 will go to the land of Muggle. Friendship, light, war, ache and struggle. Fight between lords to see might. One will live while the other fades tonight. The powers revealed, and wounds opened never healed. Rachel recited. Milo felt Hannah stiffen on the 5th line. The powers. Ron said to himself. "What?" Mia demanded in an accusing tone. "I'm just saying that the second time I heard them." "You've heard about them before?" Percy asked. "I remember," Harry said, but Ron told the story. "It was the last day of school, when you wanted to tell us about you being Mia." Ron said to Mia. Malfoy meet us halfway, and said that 2 of the powers were on his side. "Who are the powers?" Milo asked, mostly wanting to know why Hannah was getting agitated. "They're a race of people, magical people," Mia said. "They're the purest magical people, but yet so pure that they can't be. They used to marry within their race, led by the King Alexander and Queen Sarah. Royal family powers like the others but stronger, and the people could live long lives and never age. They would pick an age and stick. It was a good life, I guess." "What happened to them?" Lexi asked. "There was a problem. The powers lead a semi-secretive life. They mixed with people but only told those who they could trust. But someone found out and began to exterminate, starting with the weakest. The royals thought it small as people left the kingdom and life whenever they felt like it but returned. It lasted a year, until the royals took action. They killed the murderer, after torture and making an example of him. The powers were reduced much in number by this time, and people began to think the powers a myth, a race that had been unfairly treated. That was all there was in the book. But there's a theory that the princesses had children with outsiders. When the race died out, those children lived as power blood as always in a child. Then there were children, there who are going to be revealed." Harry summed up. "It makes sense," Hannah said. Milo had known Hannah long enough to know that she was hiding something she didn't want to tell anyone. "Who's heading the quest?" Will asked. "I think Hannah should," Rachel said. "She knows about both worlds." Hannah nodded. "Is there anything we should know about Hogwarts before we go?" Haven asked, lightening the mood. "You'll be sorted into houses. Which would depend on your personality." Mia said. "There's Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. That's the worst one." Harry said. "Is not," Hannah said. "For you maybe. Just like you like Gryffindor, you Dumbledore sucker." "What? You heard all you ever do is go Dumbledore thinks this, oh he think that. No one cares what the old thing thinks. You're the Voldemort lover." Milo knew that was obviously something bad because Hannah walked out of the room. "That was low," Mia said and sank further into her chair. "If I find out you hurt her in any way, I will do the same to you triple-fold," Milo said, walking out. Everything went quiet after Hannah and Milo left. "What did you say to her?" Nico demanded. "I didn't think she'd take offense. She doesn't even like Voldemort." "How would you like it if they called you that?" Ron said, shocking Lexi. "You strike me as a useful person," Haven said, putting her head on her hands. "Ever wanted to make something of your life? After all those important people you must seem small." Lexi found it bizarre when Haven found out a person's desire. She didn't even know how she did it. "Haven, can you not shut up for 1 second? You've always got to talk about what people want," Clarice said. "No, it's who I am. And if you ever tell me want to do, I'll tell everyone your desire, or lust." Haven said. "You wouldn't dare, wouldn't I?" There was a look in Haven's eyes. "Chris, I thought you'd like to know that." Haven didn't finish as a dagger went flying past her head. "Next time I'll hit you," Clarice said. "I don't doubt you. We all know how much you want to kill me. Your only niece. I'll forget that next time. Maybe you should go pack," Rachel said, and everyone walked out. Lexi walked with Talia towards cabin 8. They were to leave tomorrow, so she had only half a day to pack. Leave Nico D'Angelo alone, Phoebe said as she was packing. What? Lexi said back, turning around so her black hair hit the other girl. I said leave him alone. Do you know that it's a disgrace that you stay in this cabin and still believe in love and delve in it? A disgrace to your mother. If my mother thought I'd disgrace her, she would not have claimed in one my first night. And she's felt for it ever since. Do you not know how it pains her that her child is so young and so in love? I am not in love. It's impossible. The girl who won't love and the boy can't love. Two impossibles can make most things possible. I am not in love, Lexi said back, stamping her foot. And if I was, then I would not tell you. Hunter, you're just a servant to my mother. I am not her servant. I believe in what she believes. You think you aren't her servant, yet here you are, doing what she wanted like an obedient dog. Because that what I see you as, her little bitch, Lexi said, and Phoebe looked murderous. What did you just say? She said very slowly. My mother's little thing, Hunters just follow her around, never actually talking to another guy unless you needed to. Didn't you want to become Artemis's second in command when Zoe died? I'm happy you didn't. Talia does a much better job. Suddenly Lexi could read bits of the Hunter's mind, like they belonged to her, like they belonged to her mother. Phoebe took out the bow and arrow from her back and Lexi took out the same. Lexi's fist arrow went stray as if she was not allowed to attack the Hunter. Phoebe's arrow always landed on target, although she could not hurt Lexi, and this she knew. The first arrow grazed Lexi's knee and the second flew past her hair. The third hit the necklace around Lexi's neck. She thought it was luck that it hadn't touched neck, but when the white pendant cracked on the ground she could feel that whatever was going to happen should not be happening. What is going on in here? Selena asked. Lexi looked around and could see the cabin completely destroyed. I won't ask again, Selena repeated, and Phoebe sent her a dark look. Don't look at me like that. You may have hundreds of years on me, but here you are nothing more than a hunter, one of the worst. I don't really know, Lexi said, and she didn't. She didn't know how the bed were turned over, how her pictures went to the other side of the room, or why her necklace was giving of a strange green glow. I'm going to get Talia. She'll tell you what to do, Selena said and walked away. Lexi picked a chair up and sat on it. She could make out what Phoebe would say, blame it all on her so she could save her own skin. Talia couldn't give out punishments, so they wait for her mother, and then Lexi had no idea who she would choose. Lexi, come with me, Talia said as she saw the room. Lexi ran behind Talia, as the other girl had already had a head start. They came to the clearing, where the sun and moon's ray was the strongest. Some Apollo kids were there, but they left when they saw Lexi and Talia. It was later that Lexi noticed they hadn't been looking at her, but her neck. It's time, right? Will said coming up behind them, and Lexi saw Talia nod slightly. Lexi was seriously confused. She looked from Will's to Talia's face, but none said anything. What's going on? Tell me or I will scream, Lexi said, feeling like the 12-year-old she was. What happened in the cabin? And don't lie because it's very important. Talia said. I went in to pack and then me and Phoebe got into an argument. She told me I couldn't see Nico, and then I told her she was a slave of my mother. She started to get angry, then I was reading her mind a little. So I used what I found against her. We started to shoot arrows. And one of her hit my necklace, which broke. Lexi explained and touched the hollow of her neck where her necklace normally was. Lexi, this is serious, so listen, okay? Will started and Lexi nodded, giving him her undivided attention. That necklace kept your powers from coming out, they blocked them. You understand that? I'm not a little kid. I know what blocking means. She snapped back. Well, when Phoebe broke the necklace, your powers have come out. You will need to hunt very full moon, as your mother is goddess of the hunt and moon. You will also be able to read the hunter's mind as they belong to your mother and you have your mother's blood. But I can't read Talia's. I'm a Lieutenant Wick. H means I'm the same level as you, event though you aren't a hunter. Talia explained. Yes, she wants you to take care, and make sure you keep the bracelet with you at all times. It has a sword, arrows, shield and box, which I think it is to store moonlight, which I use for energy. Very good, but only full moon moonlight, the other rays aren't as good. That's great, I always wanted my own dog. The only one I know is Percy's and she a little scary. At least you haven't met Cerberus. Talia muttered. Haven walked up to the Ares cabin. Clarice wanted to speak with her about something, she wasn't very specific. It wasn't really her fault that Clarice felt this way, and it wasn't her fault that she could read people's desires. A part of them called out to her and she was all for using what she could to a person's advantage. Just like a child of Ares but a different way. When she walked into the cabin she wished she hadn't because Clarice and Selena were sitting very calmly on the chairs. Obviously waiting for her to step over the threshold. Clarice, Selena, she said. Thank the gods she didn't say Aunt Selena. I'm not old enough to be an aunt. Well, you're not really, you're only her half-aunt. Clarice said back. That makes on difference. What's this about? Haven asked, sitting down on the third chair. You aren't going, Clarice said calmly. Where? To Hogwarts. It's too dangerous. You're too young. I'm 14. Same age as Milo and Hannah and they're going. So are Lexi and Nico and they're even younger than me. Nico the son of Hades, he'll be fine. And Lexi is not my concern. What about Hannah and Milo? You want me to leave them? Trace is already not going. You can't separate me from my best friends. They won't be able to control themselves. You make them sound like hormonal teenagers. Selena said. They are. I have had to take in so much of their feelings that I scared they'll do something and I won't be there. Maybe you should give their desires back to them. Selena inquired. Then they'll be all over each other. I don't want to risk their friendship for something I think will work. Can we please get back to topic? Clarice demanded. Hannah's going because she's always been there, and Milo's can look after himself. You always do what you want. But that a good thing. While everyone's all high-strung I can calm them down. You don't calm people down. You annoy them further. Do not. They just take my words the wrong way. Just ask my father. If he says I can't go I won't. Haven knew that Eros would want her to go. If he wanted to go really bad he knew he couldn't stop her. Iris messaged her father and like she knew he said it was fine. Guess this meeting was a waste of time. Selena said and began to walk out. Give it back. Haven groaned. She thought Selena had forgotten. It was the day after they had decided who was going to be at Hogwarts and the school started the day after they landed, which meant that they had to leave today. But one thing bugged him. How can Percy and Nico go on the plane? Zeus will blast them, Annabeth said, when all 14 of them had met up. Percy made sure that Harry and Nico were at opposite ends of the group. The same for Clarice and Haven, for some reason he didn't know. Dad said he'd them have a return trip, he doesn't mind them as much now seeing as they LPED, but I guess there's still a little of something. Which I don't think is hatred. Hopefully not. I can hate much more than him. Nico said but took it back when a lightning bolt was hit next to him. I shouldn't tell him that he can't kill the King of Ghost. He whispered and Percy surpassed a laugh. Maybe we should go now. Lexi said. Yeah, I wouldn't want to miss the plane. Hannah said. Ask to go on Hermes travels if we do. Chris joked. The 14 of them left camp after a last look when they left the border. These are the ages. You might need them for the next chapter. Camp character. Percy, Annabeth, Chris, Clarice. Will 16 Talia 15. Hannah, Milo, Haven 14 Nico, Lexi 13. Hogwarts characters. Harry, Ron, Mia, Blaze, Draco, Theo 16 Ginny 15. 16 years old 6th year 15 years old 5th year. 14 years old 4th year. 13 years old 3rd year. The homeland. Harry sat on the window seat with Ron next to him. They had reached the airport an hour earlier than they needed to, but Everion seemed fine with it, so he chose not to complain. It wasn't as if anything could hurt them in that hour. The 11 people from the camp had different ideas. They had once again been able to take weapons on board. But this time they kept it a minimum. Percy had his pen, and Lexi had the bracelet which was easily hidden. Chris had some weird trainers which he could fly in, according to him. Clary, SSE had a spear in her pocket and Nico had the dagger on his belt. Will and Talia didn't bring any weapons, but Harry guessed it didn't mean they weren't prepared. Annabeth had her cap near her, and very now and then she would twist it on her finger. Milo had a double-ended knife in a loophole of his jeans and Haven held a black purse. Harry understood she probably didn't need a weapon. He'd been shocked to the very core of himself when she said Ginny's name. He normally couldn't have believed it, but there was no other explanation. Haven had never met Ginny. Had she? Percy and Nico looked not scared but anxious about the fact they were flying so high, as if something would come and blast them from the sky. Harry laughed to himself at the idea. The person that looked scared was Talia, and no amount of talking from Annabeth and Mia seemed to make her feel better. They had been sitting for half of the flight when the food came. Harry started to eat, but it wasn't as good as when he was at Hogwarts. "I can't eat at a time like this," she heard someone scream. Harry climbed onto his seat and looked at the black-haired girl with a silver tiara in her hair. Talia was gripping the sides of her seat that Harry could make out where the veins were. "If you don't want it, fine," Chris said and took her strawberry yogurt. "Give me that," Clarice said and put it back in Talia's plate. "Yo, you need to take your mind of the fact you're in the air," Mia said, and Harry felt the need to nod. "But how?" Will asked and ran a hand through his blonde hair. "Move here," Milo said, and everyone turned to him. "She's sitting by the window. If you move her to the middle and she wouldn't see the clouds and carp." Harry had a feeling he would be in Ravenclaw. "That's clever," Hannah said and threw her arm around his neck. She obviously couldn't see him blush all the shades of red. "But she won't leave her seat," Annabeth said, trying to pry off Talia's fingers from the armrest. "Stubborn hunter," Nico muttered. "That's it," Lexi shouted after everyone fell silent. "Could you be a little louder?" Haven said, sarcasm dripping her. "Shut up. Let her talk," Milo said. "It's better than what you're doing." "How's wearing headphones helping anyone?" Hannah added. "It helps me. Just because you're both loved up doesn't mean you can gang up on me," Haven said back, and both Hannah and Milo blushed this time. "What was your idea?" Mia asked, giving a glare to Haven, who shrugged back. "She's a hunter, so what does she hate the most?" Lexi asked. "PDA doesn't affect her," Harry said, which he knew was true in the 3 weeks he'd known her. "True, but..." "Nico, come here," Lexi said, and Nico undid his belt and walked over to her. Lexi grabbed him by his shirt and pulled his lip to hers, which Chris Wolf whistled for. Lexi's seat gave Will and Talia prefect view of what she was doing, and that was what done it for Talia. "Nico D'Angelo, you better get your tongue out of Lexi mouth now." Talia show. Ted and Harry was sure the other cabin could hear them. "I don't think it's him you should be talking to," Haven said smugly, still watching the TV. "Shut up, you thing. That's a new one. You normally call me a bitch," Haven said back, not moving. "Well, I'll say something worse next time. Go to Hades." "Hey," Nico shouted, now not with Lexi. He went back to his seat to get away from Talia, obviously. "Been there, done that," Talia said back. "Not long enough. You want to make this a proper fight?" "No, because this program is getting interesting," Haven said and put her headphones back on. "Lexi, what the hell did you think you were doing?" Talia asked, still made that the last word came out a hiss. "We had to wake up, so I thought what better way than this, plus I got something out of it," Lexi explained sweetly. She didn't look back at Nico, understanding it would probably piss off Talia more. "Why did you need to wake me up? Actually, when was I sleeping?" "You were scared shitless," Percy said to her. "Milo said you should move into the middle." "Right," she droned out. "Why? So you don't see the clouds?" "Can't I just close the window blind?" "No," Will shouted. "I want to keep it open." Hannah, Haven, Percy, Annabeth, Chris and Ron wanted this too, so Talia swapped seats with Lexi. Talia was now sitting next to Hannah, 2 seats away from Haven. Lexi sat next to Annabeth but then swapped with Percy, so she ended up sitting next to Nico. Everyone seemed fine with the new seating arrangement. "Do you think that Mia's buddy-buddy with Zabini?" Ron asked when they were an hour to landing. Everyone except Lexi, Talia and Chris were asleep. "Mia is a Zabini. It would be weird if she didn't like her brother, twin brother at that," Harry said back. "I guess. But it seems weird that she was a Slytherin family. She was the one that told us to break into the restricted section, and use the polyjuice potion, and kept the time turner without telling us. And, okay, I get the picture," Ron said, not wanted to hear any more. She seemed close to Hannah too. Harry questioned. Which one? The one on the plane. Harry said back, keeping his voice low. She's in Slytherin, a distant relative of Knott's who is also Mia's cousin. How did you know that? The one about her and not about Mia. I heard about it in school, I just didn't know who Hannah Snow was. That's her name. Everyone at the camp just goes by their first name. It's her. She hates Voldemort, you know. But she loves being a Slytherin. That I don't get. Percy goes, she believes in world peace. Yet all the people in that house believe in pureblood crap. She's a half-blood, remember? Oh yeah, Harry said, feeling stupid that Ron worked out something he overlooked. Owly. Everyone began to wake up so they couldn't talk anymore. Harry wanted to get up and stretch his legs when the seatbelt sign shone and everyone except Talia went happy. Talia, swap seats with me quick, Hannah said, and Talia moved as the other girl was already taking off her belt. Hannah held onto one hand while Haven, who'd swapped seat with Milo, grabbed the other. Deep breaths, Haven said, and Talia listened. Harry guessed when they needed to, the campers came together to help each other, just like Harry hoped the Hogwarts student would during the war. Although he had low hopes that the Snakes would join. Thanks, Talia said as they landed. This doesn't make us friends. I just don't want to come face to face with back to life Talia. No, you just like this one. She's prettier, Haven said, and then walked off with her two best friends so they could get the bags. Who's that? Will asked when they made it outside. There was a boy about their age leaning on the outside of a white Hummer. There was another behind it. He had olive skin and jet black hair. The eyes were what confirmed what Harry thought. It was a bright electric blue, the same color he had spent 4 weeks getting used to. Blaze. Mia screamed and pulled her suitcase to give her brother a hug. What you doing here? Come to get you and your friends / other people. Blaze said back, and Ry got the feeling Blaze meant to include him in the other people. Aren't you going to introduce me? Okay, you know Hannah, right? Mia asked, and her brother nodded, saying she was Theo's cousin of sorts. That's Nico, her step-brother. That's Percy, Talia, Will, Lexi, Annabeth, Clarice, Chris, Milo and Haven. Mia pointed to each of them in turn. Don't think anything about them. I know you, and what you want. Blaze just smiled back. Well, aren't you interesting? Haven said, smirking. Please tell. Your life's so full of desires, I don't know which one you want the most. I'll figure you out, she said back, smiling. Very interesting yourself. Blaze said back. There is nothing going on between Haven and Blaze. They're both being their flirty selves. And she's too young for him. Okay, Hannah said, cutting in the middle. Which one do I go in? She was obviously comfortable in the presence of the Slytherin, which Harry was not. Pick one, Blaze said, and waited until they were all in the Hummers. Ron and Harry didn't go in. I haven't jinxed them or anything. They are perfectly Muggle vehicles, because if they were mine, I would have to clean them from weasel germs, and that's too much work. Blaze, stop that. Harry, Ron, just come inside, Mia said, poking her head out and giving them a sweet smile. Harry went inside, and Percy, Annabeth, Chris, Clarice, Blaze and Mia were inside. Maybe we should go in the other one, they're already 6 people. Here, Harry said, really not wanted to be in the same car as Blaze. There are 7 in the other one, so you might as well come, Mia said, and the both of them sat down. Blaze went to close the door when Harry saw something black on his forearm. What's that? Harry asked, unable to contain himself. Blaze pulled on his sleeve and showed the tattoo. It's a tattoo, Potter. I'm sure you've seen one. He must have seen Harry's face because he carried on. You thought it was the Dark Mark. Blaze started to laugh. That's stupid. You thought I was a Death Eater. Surely you knew I was neutral in the war, or are you so arrogant that you feel that need to think that every one of our Death Eaters? Harry felt the size of a pea. What does it say? Mia asked. It says Blaze, Annabeth answered. How do you know? Blaze asked the same time Mia asked. I thought you couldn't read. We read ancient Greek, Clarice said. But why have you got a tattoo of the language? I've always been fascinated with the Greek gods, so when I was walking the streets I saw a tattoo shop which done them, so the answer was inevitable. Which one's your favorite? Chris asked. So you're all going to be in 6th year? Blaze asked when they started to move. I don't know, Percy admitted. How old are you? 16. Then you'll be in 6th year. I take it they have told you about what house you should be in. Blaze asked and they all nodded. Where are we going? Mia asked. Leaky Cauldron. You can go to the burrow. From there and these people can stay in the rooms the school brought for them. Hannah just walked out of the Hummer when it took off, didn't even wait a second after she closed the door. Why are we here? This is the most boringest place in the wizarding world. Hannah asked, because it was. Nothing ever happened here, everyone just slept or ate or drank. There was nothing interesting about being here. Because they need to get their wands and I doubt the airport had a fireplace for these two. Blaze said, and it sounded like the wanted the two Gryffindors gone. Hannah smiled as that is what she wanted since they came to the camp. But it's night, Ollivanders will be closed. Mia said, right, so why don't you all get some sleep and I'll see you tomorrow. You're going to the manor. Well yeah, can't stay here. Draco Cummings over for the night and tomorrow. Right. Well I'm staying here, I'm not leaving. She crossed her arms and stomped her foot. Fine by me, just make sure everyone's awake by 9. He said and went into the fireplace and shouted, Zabini Manor. That's so cool. What was that? Will asked. It's called flow travel. You take some powder and shouted where you want to go. Hannah explained. We better get the keys. She said and Mia nodded. You should stay here. Tom won't know who you are. Miss Snow. How are you today? Tom asked when she reached the counter. I'm fine, thank you for asking. Can I have the keys to the rooms? Of course. Tom said, giving her 4 keys. I'll see you later, Tom. She said and waved a goodbye. Let's go, Mia said when she got back. It turned out the 4 rooms were right next to each other so they didn't have to go very far. Hannah, Haven, Lexi shared a room. Talia, Clarice and Annabeth had the second. Will, Ch. Rhys and Milo had the third while Percy and Nico shared. What about you? Lexi asked. Don't have to worry about that. Mia said back, and on her finger was a gold key. I'll be upstairs, she said and walked up the stairs. 9 o'clock I'll come down, she said from the top of the stairs, even though Hannah couldn't see her. See you tomorrow everyone, Annabeth said going into her room and then everyone went in. You okay? Haven asked changing into her pajamas which consisted of a green cami top and pink cami shorts. Fine. Actually no, Hannah admitted. Want to share? Haven looked over at Lexi who was already sleeping with her black hair in a ponytail coming onto her face. I need to go back to the estate. Get my stuff but I can't leave as Mia said to stay her and I don't even know what will be there. At your house? Haven asked. Yeah, I guess Theo would be there. And he's my cousin. Go and I'll cover for you. People don't like it when I get into my bad self. Hannah smiled and gave her best friend a hug before putting on her nightgown and going to the fireplace. Not estate, she shouted was instantly thrown into the floor in the front room. No one seemed to be there so she ran out the door into the hallway and up the stairs. Then kept running until she reached the west wing and opened the door to her white room, with the flowers she painted on. She went to her closet and grabbed her uniform and other clothes she would wear at Hogwarts. She stuffed them into her suitcase not caring if they were folded or not. She could go a crease removing charm when her magic started up again. Then was the trip to her vanity dresser and she put all her makeup from 3 drawers into a mini suitcase. The jewelry went into another the same size, as her and Haven would be sharing clothes. Then she went to the bathroom and put all her toiletries into a plastic bag individually to avoid spilling, and then they went into the suitcase with her clothes. She put the photograph of her dad into the top and closed the zip. Last stop was the safe where she kept the important things. She opened it and took out the key to her Gringotts account. Then she took out her dagger and the case attaching it to her belt like she always did. As she dragged the suitcase with the other 2 on top she began to wonder. It seemed unusual that her, Haven and Milo were together without Trace. She had heard everyone saying they would be uncontrollable without him but she never actually thought about it much. Hannah knew Haven's opposite, the person that kept her in check, was Trace, but with him gone she would snap at anyone, as it was mostly him. Trace's best friend was Milo, who was her own opposite. Just thinking about him brought a blush to her cheeks and she knew it. She pushed that thought out of her mind, and thought about where everyone was. Actually where Theo was, as they were the only ones to live in the estate apart from the house elves, but they didn't count. She walked to the fireplace and took some powder into her hand. Leaky cauldron. Room 412, she said, and was in the room when a knock was heard. Haven looked over at her and she mouthed to Hannah to clean her robe. Haven went and opened the door as she did so, and it was just as well as Milo was standing on the other side. "I'm bored," he complained. "Go to sleep then," Hannah said, coming over her door and pulling it open even more. Milo looked her up and down and smiled. "Where did you go?" "Nowhere," she said quickly, as there was no way he could have known. "You sure?" "Course. I'd think I know if I went somewhere. Right, so that the reason you have soot in your hair, and your clothes are creased, and why there are 3 bags by the fireplace," she said with a smile. "Crap, you shouldn't lie to me, Hannah. I'm too good for that," Our said smugly. "Why don't we go downstairs?" Haven said. "Wait here, I'll go check," Hannah said, and went down the stairs. However, when she saw who there was, she quickly ran back up. "Go to your room, lock the door, and don't open them until tomorrow morning. I'll come for you then," she whispered to her friends, hoping they would catch the worry in her voice. "What happening down there?" Milo asked, grabbing her by the shoulders. "I'll tell you later, 'cause I can't explain it now. There isn't time, and I need to talk to Mia." "You'll be safe, right?" he asked, and she nodded. "Put the suitcase in the cupboard and don't talk to anyone you don't know until I come back. Sleep now," she told Haven, and pushed the girl into her room. She turned to Milo, who said he wasn't going. "You have to," she told him back, but he stayed there. She couldn't wait until he gave up, so she went into Slytherin mode. She kissed him hard. He must have been shocked. He didn't respond for a little while, but when he did, it was with enough force as she had. She let her one hand go into his hair while the other went in his pocket. His room was opposite her, so she pushed him towards it, and he still didn't know. She opened the door once she had her hand out of her pocket and pushed him inside, locking the door with the keys she had taken from his pocket. She put the keys into her pocket and touched her lips, which still tasted of him. She wanted the first time they kissed to somewhere magical and really romantic, not in the leaky cauldron hallway, as a means of escape. She ran up the stairs and knocked on Mia's door, who opened it half awake. She didn't wait to be invited in, just threw Mia the nightgown on the chair and closed the suitcase and grabbed Mia's hand. "Where are we going?" Mia asked once she closed the door but didn't move with Hannah. "Your house. Downstairs are Death Eaters led by our own Malfoy Sr. So we need to leave before they find out we are here." "But why would they care?" "Why they call you the smartest, which I don't know," Hannah mumbled to herself. "Voldemort knows you're a power, which means he told the Death Eaters. They might not know you're a power, but they know Voldemort wants you, so guess who's here? Stop staring and walk into that fireplace." They both went into the fireplace with Mia's suitcases. Zabini Manor. They landed in Blaze's room, which was where all 3 boys were. "What are you doing here?" Blaze asked, trying to hide the bottle of fire whiskey. "Hand it over," Mia said, walking behind him and taking the bottle. "That's ours," Draco shouted, trying to get the bottle, but Mia held it out of reach as the boy was sitting and she was standing. Mia took a shot glass and poured a drink. "I need it," she said when Blaze gave her a disapproving look. "You're not going to drink, are you?" Theo asked Hannah. "No, I'm a good girl," she smiled. "Right," Theo said back slowly, obviously doubting her. With good reason too, she thought to herself. "Why are you here?" Blaze asked as Mia stole a chip from the bowl. "Death Eaters at the Leaky Cauldron, so Hannah thought to come here," Mia said simply. "What?" Draco shouted. "Death Eaters. You know people who follow you know who," she said back, sitting on Blaze's bed. "So you're staying here?" Theo asked. "Yeah, so let's go," Mia said, and the 2 girls ran out of the room into Mia's room. "Get some sleep," Mia said, and turned the lights off. Annabeth woke up at 7, which was easier than she thought it would be. They had spent the GHT talking, and as the responsible one she volunteered to wake up first. She woke up Talia next while she put her blonde hair into its trademark side pony. Talia yawned and spent about 10 minutes getting out of her bed. Clarice went in next after she shouted at the two girls for not waking her up sooner even though she asked to be woken up last. Talia was going her hair when Annabeth noticed H.E. still had the silver tiara in her hair. "Won't people wonder why you have that? Even I'm wondering and I know why," she asked once her curiosity took the better of her. "I'm still Artemis's lieutenant, so the tiara isn't coming off. And they probably think I'm a princess, which I am in some way. Just because your father's the king of the gods. So you're a princess working for her half-sister," Clarice said coldly coming out of the bathroom. "You don't need to put it like that," Talia said back. "Sorry. Tell me how many people are our nephews and nieces." "I don't care how my nephews and nieces are. Thanks," Annabeth said sitting on the bed. "The only family you have is Percy and Nico. It's easier that way. At least you don't have to worry about dating your uncle," Clarice said looking at Annabeth. She shrugged back. "Are your cousin. But we don't think like that at camp. The only family you have, it one that's straightforward," Annabeth defended, trying to make up for the fact that what Clarice said was true. "You aren't a child of Aphrodite, just wear what you want. You're a hunter, you normally wear the same clothes for weeks on end," Lexi said coming at the door. "Why are you here?" "I just came to tell you that we're leaving so you'll have to get breakfast on the way." "I'm late." Annabeth was normally really punctual, it was like her to be last at anything, so this is a surprise. Annabeth grabbed her shoes and put them on while she tried to walk down the corridor. "Shouldn't do that, you could fall," Percy said when she did in fact fall into him. "You'd know all about falling." She used his hand as support while she put on her other shoe. "I guess, but I can't get hurt." "Really?" Annabeth smiled sweetly and put her finger just above the small on his back. But he grabbed her hand and yanked her down the stairs. "Enough of that, Annabeth. I will not snog you while everyone's waiting," he said loud enough that the people downstairs could hear them. "Percy, you should have let her do it," Haven said, as Annabeth could feel blood rushing to her cheeks. "I'll let her sweat it out a while." "You mean I'll let you sweat it out?" Annabeth said, not wanton. "Gee, them to talk about her while she wasn't there." "You wish." "Care to make it interesting?" Chris said. "What?" Annabeth shouted a bit too loudly. "You should bet that Percy will kiss you before you do." Annabeth thought it over. She had good self-control, which Seaweed Brain did not. "Fine," she said, and Percy reluctantly agreed too. He didn't want to look like a small person. They walked back to the Leaky Cauldron after they went shopping for all their books and wands. Apparently the Olympian blood in them means they can do magic, but it isn't detected like the other witches. It only comes out when they need it to. Lexi herself was feeling drained. It was a different sort than when she was tired. The whole day she felt as if she could fall down anytime. She never actually did faint or fall unconscious, but she felt she would. At night she wanted to go and dance and just keep awake. "How far away's the full moon?" Lexi asked Will. "The day after tomorrow." "Am I meant to feel different the closer I get?" "I don't really know. It's never happened to me, but I guess you'll be fine, and when you get back you come to me and I'll make sure you're okay." "You'll be fine. Take Talia the first time if you feel not up to it." Lexi nodded but felt worse than she had before she talked to Will. He made her worry. He said to come to him after, which meant he thought she would get hurt. He said to talk to Leah, which was the most powerful half-blood, along with Nico and Percy, and she was a hunter, which meant she would be able to look after her. She knew she was reading too much into want, he said. But he was the son of the god of prophecies, which had so many double meanings. Tomorrow she would have to go to a new school, and be sorted into a house. The day after that she would be on her first hunt. She just hoped she didn't hit anything. If she hit a dog, her mother would be angry. If she hit an owl, Athena would kill her. A boar would be Ares and the other animals too. Lexi was starting to hate full moons even before they happened. "I already know what houses they will be in, but I need to know how fond you were of Sybil, the divination teacher." "The welcome feast." Sybil Trelaw. "Nay, will not be featured much in my story as she will be replaced by another, although I'm not telling. You have to read and find out. Harry Potter characters come back in this chapter, so I hope I got it right." Haven woke up really early. Much earlier than she was used to, and that made her cranky. Her watch read 6, which had to be a new record for her. Haven used her hands and pushed herself into a sitting position on the bed. however still under the covers. She grabbed the hair band from the table next to her and tied her hair up while walking into the bathroom. Lexi must have still been asleep as everything was really neat. Something she knew neither her nor Lexi could do. Haven came out and chose a pair of black skinny flares and a black top which ended just above her waist and had 2 silver straps. They used to be black but Haven changed them, liking the silver better. She went into the bathroom and changed into them. She put on her silver necklace and combed her hair, letting the fringe underneath the band. As a last touch she added a silver belt, with silver charms, onto the left bottom of her top to the right top of her bottoms. Lexi started stirring and Haven turned from the mirror. People often thought that Haven didn't like Lexi because of her mother, whereas in fact Haven thought of Lexi as quiet brave. She went against her mother's belief, something Haven knew she would never be able to do. "Let me dress you up today?" Haven asked even before the girl was awake. She knew this was the best time to ask anyone anything as they were mostly asleep. Expect a child of Apollo. They woke up so early it was impossible to actually do that. "Whatever, just leaves me alone," Lexi said, waving a hand. The 13-year-old then turned in her bed and put the pillow over her head and went into dreaming. Haven smirked and walked over to Lexi's suitcase. She took out a white skirt that ended just below the knee and a silver top that ended below the hip. It had only one strap that met the top itself with a silver diamond. "Up now," Haven shouted and pulled the covers off. Lexi rolled over and fell off the bed. "Ouch," she said, rubbing the back of her head. "Take this and go." She put the clothes in Lexi's arms with a towel and sent her into the room. After some time the girl came out. "I'm impressed. You thought I couldn't carry it off." "No, I thought you wouldn't wear it." "If I wouldn't, then why was it in my case?" Lexi said back, smiling. "Clever. Thank you." She gave a mock bow before the 2 girls started laughing. It were times like this that Haven remembered. Lexi was only a year younger than she. Haven sat in the compartment with Hannah and Milo sitting opposite her. There was like this tension between them, and it wasn't one she could take. Ally, it was the feelings she enjoyed and reveled in, but this was different. Something had happened and now they couldn't even sit together without causing any room to fill with this weird thing. Mia had let them into the compartment, then went off with Harry and Ron. The others were in the other compartment, seeing as they knew only 4 people who went to the school. "Hannah," a boy asked from the door. He looked around 16. "Theo." Hannah actually got up and gave the Theo a hug. Haven saw the corset back on her top. "Adventurous. What about us?" Blaze asked. "Can't ditch us that easily," another boy said. He had blonde hair. "Milo." "Haven, this is my cousin Theo, not, and that's Draco Malfoy." "You know Blaze." "Hey," Milo said. Haven only raised an eyebrow as if to say, "Do I care?" "EO, you don't have to look after me anymore at school, Nico's here now." "Not that I need help from anyone," Hannah said sweetly, and Haven started to cough. Hannah sent her a look. "Who?" Draco asked. "My brother." "Well, step-brother. So he's a half-blood?" Blaze asked. Hannah nodded. "You told them." Milo turned in his seat. "Well, of course. What's the big deal? I doubt Medusa has spies here," Hannah said back, sounding every bit daughter of the flower goddess and queen of the underworld. "What in Hades is up with you two? You'd been at each other's throats more often than normal," Haven said, and that apparently struck a chord. Haven felt the tension split a little, and Haven went back to absorbing a little of the feelings. "What did you do?" Hannah asked her. "Nothing," she answered smoothly, although inside she was thinking of a way to get out of the cabin. "You have that glint in your eye," she stated. "Where can I find Ginny Weasley?" Haven asked, a new plan forming in her mind. "Why, I want to have some fun." "What's in it for you?" "Fine. My best friend is Hannah, who's Nico's sister. Nico hates Harry and Harry likes Ginny. A sad Ginny means a sad Harry, which means a very happy Nico. So you're doing it for Nico." Quote, "Don't be daft. Nico is dating Lexi, who is very powerful to me. Her and him being happy means I'm happy." "Fourth cabin to the left," Draco said. "How do you know?" "I'm planning on having some fun later," he said back, smirking, obviously liking the fun he was thinking of. Haven got up and walked out, closing the door behind her. The train made moves as I Tea moved, which caused the charms on her belt to jingle. Then George put it in an envelope and sent it to Percy. He stamped urgent on top. A voice said. It sounded confident. Enter Haven. She opened the door and just stood there. They instantly stopped laughing and looked at her. Can I help you? A redhead asked. She looked like Ron, but with few differences. As in being a female. I don't actually know, she said back, twirling her blonde hair. Haven knew for a fact she was pretty. Not just pretty gorgeous. She knew that girls wanted to be like her. That was why she was so popular at the mundane school. She had curves in the right places. And most of her clothes showed that off. Most girls had an impurity in their figure, but not her. She was the granddaughter of Aphrodite herself, and a daughter of Eros. Only children, the children of Aphrodite, beat her. Then why are you here? Harry asked, obviously freaked out by the fact she was here. Why, Harry, I came to see you, of course. What? He nearly shouted. Don't you remember? The time by beach. I remember it very clearly. One of our finer moments, wouldn't you say? What moments? I don't like you. Nothing happened between you two. Ginny said. Haven felt that she wanted to do what Haven was making up. What a naughty girl. You weren't there. It was very in the moment thing. Harry, how could you? She's 2 years younger than you. Mia said, faking shock, and Haven smirked. This was going well. Nothing happened, I'm telling you. Harry pleaded. You offering? She asked, and his checks went the same color as his hair. Shish. He could feel he was actually thinking about it. Although I'd rather not. Who knows where it's been? Mia burst out laughing. Classic. Someone said, coming behind her. Mia, Dumbledore wants to speak to you about the speech he'd be making. Quote, coming. She went past the other three and left through the door with Draco. My brother does not sleep around. Ginny shouted as soon as they were gone. Never actually said he did. Haven said back, tilting her head a little. And anyway, how would you know? He's my brother. Then it would be quite gross, wouldn't you say? Ginny went quiet. There was. Nt really much you could say to that, and Haven knew it. Once she got going, she never did stop. Anyway, must dash. People to see, things to do. She was quite disappointed that no one said anything. Ike, you got people and things mixed up, but it was their loss. As she was walking, a boy ran past her, which led to her falling on the floor. Can't you watch where you're going? She screamed at him. He turned and held out a hand. Sorry. I just didn't see you there. The guy had short light brown hair in spikes. He was tanned with greenish-grayish eyes. Whoever he was had on a red t-shirt and blue jeans. She got up herself, ignoring his hand, which he then put into his pocket. I'm pretty hard to miss, she said, arranging her clothes. Now you aren't, but you'd be surprised in what you can miss. It's because you're standing and not running around like a prat. I'm not a prat. Who are you then? I'm Xander. He smiled at her. Haven. The place. No, that's my name. Weird. My name is not weird. And anyway, what sort of name is Xander? My name. He said it as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. That made Haven really mad. She walked off, but not before stabbing Xander's foot with her heel. Something felt wrong as she walked away, but she couldn't think what it was. She walked past a compartment, and it was loud as she did. She could feel lots as she walked past. Her inner demigod or outer demigod compelled her to open the door. Normally girls in this situation would run out before anyone saw them or before someone else came in. But Haven wasn't like that. She didn't get scared at this sort of thing. She was scared of romantic gestures, spiders, things that conflicted with her personality, and things she didn't like. She normally hid her behind denial that she was scared. But this was her element. Well, this is where you ran off to. The two people looked at her, one wearing a face of embarrassment and the other looked like he really didn't want to be disturbed. I thought you were Ginny, Mia said, laughing slightly. You actually thought I was that brother shagging tart. You were joking. That's what I said to them, and they didn't respond. Take it how you want, Haven said, shrugging her shoulder. That is great information to get at them with. Draco said. Who else did you think it was? Closing square bracket. Is that all you think about? Mia asked. I'm actually thinking about how we stop Blaze from coming after me, he confessed. I won't say anything, but it will cost you. What are you willing to offer? Haven said, leaning against the closed door. How about money? I don't need money, that's what my dad's for. A get out of detention card. First, how do you plan on doing that? You'd be surprised, he interrupted. Secondly, I plan on doing that by myself. Giving a look that said she didn't like to be disturbed. Draco took no notice. How about one favor, which you can use from me or Draco? Mia ventured. Deal. She walked towards the door. For future reference, I encourage these things, so if you would have given me nothing I would have also expected. Then she ran back to her own compartment. Did you have fun? You took a long time. Hannah said. Great. She left the part about the jerk Xander. She wasn't about to her whole day go bad. Where's your necklace? Milo asked, and Haven instantly put a hand to the hollow on her neck. Expect where before she would have touched a small diamond on silver, she touched her own skin. The necklace must have fallen off when she fell. Bastard, she shouted, and the train came to a stop. Hannah walked up to the way the carriages and then to the great hall. The whole way she had to listen to Haven saying rude things about some guy. Hannah could barely ask the guy's name. Milo had had the sense to entertain himself without listening, but Hannah's weapons were in her trunk. So while Milo entertained himself with his knife, she had to listen to the worst cusses ever. As they entered the castle, Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall came to meet the 11 of them. Miss Snow, I do believe you were expected at the welcome feast, in time for the sorting. Her head of house told her, and she got the message. Basically, leave now, I have to talk to these people. And that was putting it lightly. Yes, sir. She nodded, and with a backward glance she smiled and walked into the hall. She passed all the first years waiting outside the doors. They made way as she came through, and her mind went back to when she was that age. How much longer do we have to wait? A girl said in a snobby voice. How should I know? Another boy snapped at her. Do you know? It took Hannah a while to realize they were talking to her. No, she said, and the boy's face fell. Miss Snow, I do believe Professor Snape told you to go inside the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall said, coming up the stairs. I was just. No excuses, Miss Snow. 10 points from Slytherin for disobeying orders. The year hasn't started yet and you've already lost points. Hannah turned. McGonagall had hated her ever since she turned the teacher's hair orange in second year. She pushed open the door, and everyone looked back to see who it was. When they realized it wasn't the first years, they went back to their conversations. Hannah went and took her seat on the Slytherin house table, knowing full well N.O.1 would blame her for the loss of points. They would rather get a detention than face the wrath of the Slytherin princes. After about 5 minutes the first years came in and McGonagall was in charge. While she was waiting, she was cast her eyes over to Slytherin table and glare at them. Slytherin had got 9 new students while the others got a number that Hannah couldn't be bothered to find out. I welcome you to another year of studies here at Hogwarts. Dumbledore started. As you may know, Lord Voldemort has indeed returned. And if you were not aware, you are now. I encourage you not to go into the Forbidden Forest and not stay out after curfew. Mr. Filch has reminded me to tell you that all products from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes are forbidden, as well as several other things. A list has been put up in your common rooms. This year Hogwarts will be accepting 10 exchange students from America, a camp called Camp Half-Blood. Hannah couldn't believe he had said the name out loud like that. And I hope you will be nice to them. With dramatic effects the doors opened and the 10 people walked in. Percy was in front, which was obvious, although he looked towards her and she nodded, remembering that she was quest leader. When I call you name you will come up and sit on the chair. The Sorting Hat will sort you into the respectable house. Professor McGonagall said as they came to a stop. Avery, Haven, Slytherin. The Sorting Hat shouted. Hannah guessed that anyway. Blue, Milo, Ravenclaw. Milo got up and went to the table. Good thing I'm not in the same house as you, he said. I would hate to be in the same house as you, we'd kill each other. Haven shouted back. Got that right. How does a knife sound? How does a dagger sound? Not that great, seeing as you can't use one. Chase, Annabeth. McGonagall shouted and the two sat down glaring at each other. Ravenclaw. Annabeth luckily sat down with no fuss, although people were still talking about the argument. D'Angelo, Nico. Nico smirked as he went up the stairs to the hat and Hannah actually felt shivers. The Sorting Hat looked like it was having spasms, then it jumped off Nico's head and fell to the floor. It croaked out something that Hannah didn't hear. Slytherin, McGonagall said before picking up the hat. Nico walked over to the table and sat down. Grace, Talia. The air around Talia crackled at the sound after her last name. Could you just call me by my first name? She asked through gritted teeth. It's school policy, McGonagall said back uneasily. I really suggest you don't use it. She empathized really. McGonagall looked to Dumbledore then to Talia unsure of what to do. Dumbledore nodded, which meant she did too. Talia sat on the stool. Gryffindor. Jackson. Percy. Hannah looked at the hat. Gryffindor. LaRue. Clarice. Gryffindor. Hannah was impressed that they all got into Gryffindor straight after each other. Rodriguez. Chris. Slytherin. Ho. W. Does it feel that your girlfriend's in the opposing house? Hannah asked. How does it feel that your best friend is glaring at someone at the Ravenclaw? Chris said back. At first she thought he meant Milo, which caused something to rise within her, but then she realized that they didn't like each other and that Haven was glaring at someone with brown hair, not black. Solace. Will. Ravenclaw. Star. Lexi. The sorting again was some problems, although as much as Hannah's step-brother. When finally it said, Ravenclaw, Lexi got up only to faint onto the floor. Before Hannah could even react, Nico was to the stage. He looked in good health, but he had shadow traveled, which obviously cut his strength. Some people made their way to the stage, but Nico took out this sword. Don't you dare, he said, and everyone sat back down, including the teachers. Hannah smirked. Voldemort they could handle, but not a child of 13. Nico put the sword down. Talia said, coming to the stage. Make me, leader of the forest dwellers. Shut up, death boy. Make me, cousin, he added for effect. Seriously, Nico, we need to see what wrong. Will said, and Nico, having the smarts not to hold an unneeded grudge, accepted. Will put a hand to Lexi's forehead but quickly removed it when she jerked up. Move, Talia said, pushing Will out the way and telling him to tell her what to do. You can take her to the infirmary, Dumbledore said. Madame Pomfrey, if you could lead the way. The Mediwitch nodded and rose from the table. Someone bring her, please, the Mediwitch said. She has a name, Nico said through gritted. Yes, yes, please bring her. Nico obviously didn't like being told what to do. You do not tell me what to do, he said to her and put the sword to her neck. Hannah gasped as well as many other people. Madame Pomfrey went pale. Nico D'Angelo, put that sword done now, Hannah said before she could stop herself. Nico whipped the sword to her direction, then instantly put it done. It looked close enough to have left a mark on the witch's neck, but when she turned there was nothing there. Nico pressed the sword into the ground and called upon 5 skeletons, and told them to take Lexi and follow Madame Pomfrey. You can't do that, Talia shouted. I believe I just did, he said back, putting the sword away. I don't care if you did it or not. You can't. So what are you going to do about it, princess? He challenged. There's no point crying over spilt milk. Shut up, Haven, Milo shouted at her, before Talia could. What did I ever do to you? You were born. Could all 4 of you just break it up? Percy asked. Ah, Percy, let them do what they want, Clarice said. But they'll cause a scene. They're already causing a scene, Seaweed Brain, Annabeth stated. Whose side are you on? He asked. One that I can win on. Exactly, Nico shouted. Hannah looked on as nearly all 10 of them, except Will and Chris, who she guessed was smart enough not to. Skeletons had come back and Hannah thought Nico would make them attack Talia. Instead he sent them away. Enough, Dumbledore shouted, pissed. Shut up, Granddad, Talia said, waving him off as unimportant. Excuse, I don't know if you're allowed to disrespect elders like this where you come from. Dumbledore started looking at the group, spread along 3 tables. We are, Chris shouted. Cool, another little person said, but here we do not allow it. Mr. D'Angelo will apologize to my member of staff and serve a detention tomorrow night. I certainly will not. You need to get your facts straight. And Talia, do not compare him to Granddad, Nico said, coming to sit down. If you refuse, I will have to tell you parents. Good luck with that. Hannah started to laugh, catching onto what he meant. Miss Snow, is there something you will like to share? No, sir, she said, trying to stop laughing. There is obviously something. If Dumbledore wanted to know so much, then she'd tell. Nico's dad would probably congratulate him. And if you want to meet him you have to. She started to laugh again and this time people started to laugh too. Mr. D'Angelo, you will serve detention. Did you not hear him the first time? He isn't going to do it. Clarice shouted. Hannah looked around. The Slytherins were getting a kick out of this as well as other people who didn't like it were too shocked to do anything. Just due to the detention. Harry shouted. What have I told you about telling me what to do? People here need to respect their elders. He huffed. You're younger than me. He shouted back. Calm down, Potter. You'll deafen someone, and go dumb yourself. Who does that remind you of? Nico said sweetly, but Harry sat back down. Bastard. We will talk about this later. Dumbledore said. Of course. Nico smirked. Chris was sitting silently as everyone was fighting. He was more focused on the teacher's response. He knew that they wouldn't hurt each other much. Before Dumbledore shouted at everyone he saw Snape mouth. You asked for the best and he sends you 10 idiots that can't stop fighting. Chris smiled. Better they were underestimated than overestimated. As everyone had become settled, I would like to introduce our new teachers for the year. Professor Lupin will be joining us to retake his post as defense against the dark arts teacher. Whatever that is, Chris thought. Lots of shouting and clapping happened, which was once again silenced. However, on a sadder note, Professor Trelawney has asked for a holiday this year, so instead I welcome. The door opened and in stepped a very familiar red head. Ms. Dare. Everyone was silent until Percy and Will started clapping and wooing and shouting, then everyone joined in. Hey guys, Rachel said. Percy, Will, shut up. She said, embarrassed. But they didn't. Seriously, grow up. Annabeth said, and they sat down. Rachel pulled the 5 bags she had, all designer. How did you get here? Percy, does Dad know you're here? Will, why are you teaching here? Annabeth, who the hell is going to be at camp? Talia, well, I was asked. Annabeth, I don't know Talia, and yes, he knows I'm here. Percy, she suddenly stopped and looked at Will. Oh, Will said. Will, I'm sorry. No, it's fine. I mean, he's always going this. Don't really know why he pretends to care. Will said, looking at the table. Your dad does care about you. She said softly. Yeah, right. He scoffed and looked up. He cares more about Lexi. That's not right and you know it. Rachel said. It's completely right. Will said and walked past Rachel towards the exit. Mr. Solace. Dumbledore said. Will took out an arrow and put it in the bow. Say it. Go on. I dare you. He screamed. Will sit down this instant. Rachel shouted, stepping in front. You are so lucky I can't shot you. He said, opening the door and walking out. Will he be returning? Dumbledore asked. He just needs to be by himself. Rachel said, walking to the head table. Yeah, right. Chris thought. I know how he's feeling. Chris really wanted Annabeth's cap right now. But he'd make do with what he had. He sneaked out while everyone was eating, then flew overhead to find the son of Apollo. To clear up anything about Mia, Dumbledore doesn't know that Hermione is Blaze's sister, nor does anyone else. Mia is allowed in the Slytherin common rooms as people there. No, Mia Zabini exists but don't know who she become when not there. She changes her appearance when she goes there, remember. Only Nico and Annabeth know about Mia's powers along with Blaze, Theo, Draco and Hannah. Tell me what you think of the OCs and whether I should keep the story as a Draco Mia. However, I will not change it to a Ron Mia, as I hate Ron and feel he doesn't really understand her or is good for her. Couples. Percy, Annabeth, Nico, Lexi. Chris, Clarice, Milo, Hannah. I haven't thought about whether I should Haven a boyfriend. I have an idea for Blaze and Theo and they do not include Haven. Talia can't have boyfriend, or Rachel thought I'd just clear that up. Don't forget to review. Trouble. Thanks for the reviews. Thanks for pointing out that I shouldn't have written Percy and it should have been his full name. This story is going to be a Draco Mia mostly because it's my fav and because I think that she and Ron wouldn't be a good couple. So's to anyone how thinks they are, but yo. You are entitled to our opinion and I am to mine. Chris used his shoes to fly into the air, but chose not to fly very high. Will couldn't have moved that far since he left, and going to high meant he might not be able to see him. There wasn't anyone outside the Great Hall. He found out what it was called, so it made searching a little easier. Chris went out of the front door and had to shield his eyes from the sun's rays. He didn't know if it was from the after effects from Lord Apollo being there or the fact that the sun could shine directly onto where he was. He landed gently. He wasn't good at takeoffs, but landings he could do well. Chris walked down the path and heard something playing in the distance. It wasn't his taste, but that didn't mean he didn't like it. No one can hate a child of Apollo music. The only thing better was music from Lord Apollo himself. It was a harmonica, and Chris followed the sound. Once he was by a tree. He looked around but couldn't see Will. He waited a little while, which was hard due to the ADHD, until he could hear the faint sound of leaves, then quietly said, "Maya," and hoped he didn't fall upside down like he had when leaving the hall. After falling to the ground twice, he was able to fly upwards and sat onto the branch above Will. The boy had one leg straight and the other bent. His back was the tree trunk and his eyes were shut. The harmonica was at his lips and still playing. "You really shouldn't be upset," Chris suddenly said and hung upside down by his knees. Will was obviously surprised as he fell off the branches and saved himself barely by holding onto the tree branch. "Are you trying to kill me?" he asked back. "No, of course not," Chris said sweetly. "You were trying to rob me, weren't you? Drat, you worked out my plan. Drop the act. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I asked first." "So, was that meant to mean something?" Chris said. "Hanging out with Clarice had advantages. Some he liked more than others." "Yes, first come first served." "Well, seeing as you were here, first talk." Will was pulling himself onto the branch again and Chris just watched. It was an easier feat, the climbing wall. "But I asked the question first." "Again I say so. Are we really arguing about this?" "Yes, we can talk about something else if you want," Chris said, his plan falling right into place. Apollo children were always happy. And if they were sad, then the best time to cheer them up was during when the sun was up. "Like what?" "Story time," Chris said, sitting normally. The blood was rushing to his ears. "Is this one of your traveler tales?" "How did you know?" "I impart wisdom sometimes." "Well, I'm telling the story, so the only imparting there will be from me." "Yes, sir," Will said happily. "Well, once there was this boy. And he thought this parent didn't care about him, so." "Seriously, please don't start that. I don't want to talk about it," Will interrupted. "I was talking about me," Chris said back. "Oh right, as I was saying." He gave a glare. He thought his parent didn't care about him, so he left the only place he could be safe to help someone he thought would understand what he was going through. "Is this going somewhere?" "Not really," he admitted. "But do you really think your dad would hang around to say hi to you when he has to go about his daily duties?" "But he was here anyway." "He dropped off Rachel." "By dropped off you mean kicked out the car with a don't date." "But if he was here, he could have taken out 5 minutes to talk. And then he would have kept a place in the dark, and then something would happen and all he counsel would blame him." "I guess," Will said slowly. "And anyway, your dad is carefree, a bit like mine. Must be why we get one so good. By we and mean people in the cabins." "I guess," he said again. "Man, Apollo kids are thick sometimes." "Great, can we please go inside? Not offense to your dad, but I'm freezing and hungry, and if it rains I'll be wet too." "Let's go," Will said, and Chris flew. Flew was the wrong word to use, it should have been got of branch said word, then fell, knocking off fellow branch sitter. "How can you still not know how to use them? It's easy, even a goat did it," Will asked rudely, yet a joking tone. "It was a satyr, not a goat. They are different things." "But that wasn't my point. Are you trying to say that a satyr is better than me?" "No, that's what you said." Harry sat down in his normal seat on the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall. On his way over, he had fallen over the side of the rug in the common room, and his glasses fell off. This then led to him being laughed at by the rest of his year until Dean came and fixed them. Apparently, Lavender had stepped on them, but Harry was sure that something happened in the girls' dorm at night. All the 6th-year girls were avoiding like the plague. "Yeah," Harry said back, half listening. Ron could have said, "Did you eat paper?" and Harry would have agreed. What Harry was actually worried about was the fact that Ginny was talking to Talia, and every now and then they looked his way. At least it isn't that bad, he thought, but those were the evil words in anyone's life. Lavender, along with Parvati, went over to them, and the four were talking and looked towards him, stopped altogether. This was either a godsend or an invitation to hell. "Kane," Owing his luck he was hoping that it was the first, but hope only gets so far in life. Harry thought about walking up to them and acting casual, but they would probably notice that he knew they were looking at him. Although he wasn't going to admit it in public, but sometimes girls were cleverer than boys. Speaking of clever people, he had not yet seen his second best friend. Mia had changed back to Hermione and back to the teacher's pet, which was how Harry was used to her. It was unusual to see her with her hair down. His first lesson was divination, so he and Ron made the way to the classroom. After Ron had stuffed the remains of the food into his mouth. Hermione, I'll call her Hermione when she has the glamour on, and Mia or Amelia when it's off, still hadn't come to eat. Harry hoped his best friend hadn't gone hungry. They had divination with the Ravenclaws, which meant a lot of stuck-up people who wanted to prove they were better than everyone else. It did also have the new teacher Alt. Harry did feel a bit sad that Trelawney left. Dumbledore did say she took a holiday, but the lady lived at Hogwarts, where else would she go? She made a scene about it last year, so in 6 weeks she found a new house and a new source of income. Just because he had first lesson without the Slytherins didn't mean he could ignore their existence. He heard them all through breakfast behind him and saw more on the stairs. Nico seemed to be leaning on the wall while using one hand to clutch his stomach. It felt good to Harry that he was in pain. He didn't normally like seeing people pain, expect some. Hannah was holding his shoulder while Haven sat on the other side of the stairs looking bored. Will you do something? He's in pain here, Hannah told the other girl. No, he's not, Haven said back, waving a hand. I think he is, Ron whispered as they hid. Are you blind, or did the chlorine get to your brain? Hannah said back. I'm not blind and I don't bleach my hair. I was simply saying that he's not the one in pain. Of course he is. No, he's not, Haven said, getting up and kicking Nico's leg with her heeled shoe. Did I make it worse? It hurts in his stomach, not his leg, Hannah said back. Exactly. All we did was walk down some stairs, so the only thing that would hurt would be his legs, but yet it's stomach. Sometimes I wonder where your brain goes when you turn into Lady Hannah, Haven said, only to be pushed by Nico as he ran down the stairs. Now where are you going? Hannah shouted as Nico sprinted down the corridor. Thanks, Hannah, I'll find my own way to class, he said, then turned a corner. Harry was pretty sure he'd get lost. We'll better get to class, Haven said, walking in one direction. You're going the wrong way, Hannah said, walking in the other, and Haven made a 180 turn on her heels and skipped the rest of the way to the other girl. Harry and Ron came out of hiding and walked slowly down the corridor to the next set of stairs. And you are, Red? Head asked as they entered the classroom. Harry Potter, he said nervously. This girl was old enough to the part of the class, let alone teach it. She was obviously good at what she did. Whatever, you weren't meant to answer. Just sit down somewhere and be quiet. She waved her hand and went to the front of the class and leaned against the table facing everyone. So as I was saying before I was interrupted. She glared at Harry and Ron. I am Rachel Dare, your new teacher. You can call me Rachel here, but outside this classroom you have to call me Professor Dare. It's compulsory apparently. You better do what I say or you will be sorry. She was quickly getting scary. The only thing I have to do is get you to pass your exam, which you can do by reading the book in front of you. She looked at Annabeth, who sat next to Will. Although I'm pretty sure some of you have already done that. Well, today we'll forget about that and do something else. But you better listen to what I say after this or you will get a bad future. Someone gave a laugh, then it was followed by a cry, which meant they were hurt. What? I thought it was funny, Percy said. Percy, I hear your uncles are missing you terribly. Maybe I could spread up your reunion, Rachel Dare said sweetly. Which one? Percy asked. Does it matter? Rachel said back. Percy stayed quiet the whole lesson. Blaise was a Slytherin, and he felt proud. He wasn't one of the boring Hufflepuffs that did everything out of loyalty or when they worked really hard. They had no personality and liked to help everyone. Blaise, he couldn't help but think what you would get out of doing things for other people. If they paid you or owed you in some way he'd understand, but they did it for free. That was a word that didn't exist in his dictionary. They worked hard, but why would you do that when you can cheat? Slytherins know that certain papers have the same answers every year. Blaise was also happy that he wasn't a Gryffindor. They rushed into things calling it being brave. But what's brave about coming close to death? You'd want to save yourselves to live another day if you could. That way you don't have to worry about what will happen when you die. What will happen to your family or to you? Whether you went to hell, heaven seemed too pleasant in his opinion. Why go somewhere where you're punished for doing something b? Add when there's somewhere else you can go in which you're always punished. It doesn't matter if you do something. Blaze wouldn't even care if he was reincarnated. As long he lived he'd be happy. Old watch all the lesser people squirm while he did what he normally liked to do. That was what he was thinking when he walked down the corridor towards the common room. He had a free period and old think of no better way than to listen to some conversation in the common room. He always loved listening to the problems of high-class society. By the time Blaze got to the dungeon, his plans for listening were wrecked. All he did was fall onto the one-seater in a pureblood fashion and run a hand through his hair before grabbing a cushion and throwing it into the green fire that he had started. Found out, did you? Pansy said and came to sit down across from him. Pansy has a personality. Deal with it. What do you think? He snapped back, much sharper than he had intended. I'm trying to help. Don't snap at me. I don't need help. That's why you're sulking. Don't act like that isn't what you're doing. I don't need you help. He said again, standing up. He hated she was right. Yes you do. She pushed him back to the chair from his shoulders. And even if you don't want it, you've got it. Why do you want to do something about it when I don't want you to? Because you do. You just don't know it. Lie. He did know he wanted help. Why would I want you to break up a perfectly happy couple? I do want to live. This is why it is a great idea to have you do it for me. She isn't going to kill me. He might try, but that's where knowing you, Theo and Draco comes in handy. So she did have an escape plan. Clever, he thought. What you think we'd save you? Probably would. Why wouldn't you? We aren't your bodyguards. Well, I guess I'll have to tell Amelia about your trip to the hills. Blaze gave her a glare that was not a story he wanted getting out. You wouldn't dare. Watch me. She looked him straight in the eye, then turned, flicking her blonde hair. This was great. Pansy was going to do all the work for him and think she had an upper hand. Although her ringing up the hills story was not part of his plan. He'd have to find out a way out of it. Ginny sat in potions thinking over what she'd heard. A lot had happened since the train ride, and even the ride had shaken her. Haven looked really pretty, the type that could have any guy she wanted. Then why was she going after Harry? Or gone after Harry? It was all very confusing. He was meant to like her, not another girl. Certainly not one that was at least 2 years younger. Although she guessed that people can make other people forget others. She had talked to Talia about it. The new girl seemed nice, and she offered advice. So far it was to forget about him, and do you not trust him? This made Ginny seem like the bad person and Harry seem like a saint in one way or vice versa in the other. Gee, Innie used to be sure of herself and she was going to be again. Even if Talia said it didn't happen and Harry denied it, when she forcefully asked him and gave him the cold shoulder before and after. She needed to know from the girl herself. When her and Talia had left, they met up with Haven, who was waiting for them, or rather Talia. They talked a bit, or rather fought a bit. Ginny would have sighed something, but Haven's outfit distracted her. It was not part of the dress code. In fact, Ginny doubted it was even allowed to be worn under the robes. She wore black shorts, which ended as soon as it started. It just covered her bottom and it was tight. Then she wore tights with a black tint and black pencil-heeled shoes. Her shirt had small sleeves which ended just past the shoulder, and then she wore a black waistcoat that defined her curves. The shirt had at least the first button undone, if not two, and the silver and green tie sat nicely on the start of her waistcoat. Her eyelashes had moss. Kara won because no one's lashes could be that long. And next to her left eyes were the pink gems that made up the heart. The only thing missing was a necklace. I was just wondering why you don't have a robe and wanting to tell you that you are not allowed those face gems. Ginny said back. Haven smirked and turned away. Better listen to what I said, princess. Message straight from Selena herself. You actually think I care what she says? Talia said back. Ginny felt she was obviously catching the end of the conversation. Just because you're... Haven twirled her hand in the air, indicating to the sky, and She twirled her hand above her head obviously. Talking about the tiara on Tyla's head. It doesn't mean you can tell me or anyone else what to do. I think you'd find it does. Unless you want to run to father, I suggest you don't talk to me about power. Haven obviously didn't like something as she mumbled, stupid hunters, and moved out of the way. Talia grabbed Ginny's hand and pulled her as she walked. Haven put her foot out to make Ginny trip, so Ginny took a big step over. Haven put her foot back in the last minute, walking off after someone making it seem like Ginny was a retard for taking an abnormally large step. You okay? Talia asked. Fine, she said as they sat down for potions. Which brought Ginny back to normal time. Just because it's the first day docent. Mean you're going to get away with doing no work? Snape started. Ginny knew it was too good for her to think they would have a free lesson. I want one of you, he pointed to the Gryffindors, to sit with one of my house. Ginny suddenly felt inferior. Ginny got up and sat down next to a girl she did not know. Talia remained in her seat, making her partner come sit next to her. Don't ever talk to me after this class. Her partner said. I don't even want to talk to you in this class. Ginny replied. Snape wrote on the blackboard and told the class to start. The class started off smoothly for about 10 minutes, but then Snape started shouting and everyone stopped to see the poor soul that was the object of his fury. Expect the person he was shouting at wasn't scared, she in fact started standing up to him. Why do I have to make a potion on healing broken bones? Talia was shouting. I sure that would be useful. I'm in the middle of a fight and suddenly someone has broken their bones. Why would I take time out of battle to make a potion when there are other people perfectly capable of doing the same thing without the use of this? She grabbed the book and waved it in the air. It's part of the course, child. There's a war going on, you can't rely on other to be there to save you. Snape said back, turning around. Excuse me, sir, but I am not a child and I've seen war. Maybe it'd be good of you to fight and not hide away making stupid potions. One of the pots exploded but no one cared. They all wanted to see what happened next. That's 30 points from Gryffindor for disrespect towards a teacher. What? Why are you punishing the whole house for something that offended you? You should be proud I proved that you have the sense to not go rushing into battle. Talia said back, and Ginny thought it was a good. I've seen war, little girl, more than you have. You have a detention with me tonight with your cousin. I expect you both here at 8 sharp. Snape turned round and Ginny saw something flash in Talia's eyes. Whether it was fear, the wanting to say something back, or the mind to kill, she didn't know. Talia stayed in her seat a full 10 seconds before jumping out of her seat and walking out of the classroom. Pansy walked out of the common room and down the corridor. She knew that it was eating Blaise alive and she for one was going to put an end to it. She knew that Blaise knew something she didn't, as he always had a plan. Sometimes other things got in the way, but he always got a way out. Draco was a lot less discreet. His plans needed help mostly from other people. As he liked to have an audience when they worked. He was better at getting around obstacles, but also did have many other problems in his life, so Pansy thought it best not to trouble him with her plans. There was Crabbe and Goyle, but they'd have to be told every part before it was carried out. Daphne would want the whole picture, and that was a no. Pansy needed someone that knew the overview but not her plan. She also needed someone good at making and perfecting plans. Pansy was more an actor than a story writer. Pansy walked, not really knowing where she was going. When she turned the corner, she saw a little girl against the wall. She looked in pain, and something made Pansy want to help her. She looked so fragile, as if holding her could snap her bones. Are you okay? Pansy caught herself asking. She didn't normally help other people, in fact she laughed at them. I don't know, she answered back. You don't know if you're fine. The girl tried to shrug her shoulders and then put a hand on her left shoulder as if the movement hurt her. Did someone hurt you? No, I was walking and it hurt. What hurt? Everything. The girl looked up and Pansy could see the pain in her eyes. Her plan was on hold until further notice. What house are you in? Ravenclaw. She answered and Pansy put her plan back on again. She needed an inside person for her plan and this worked perfectly. And she was young. It added the innocence factor. I'll take you to the hospital wing, they'll know what to do. Pansy put the girl arm around her shoulder hoping to balance her. She winced. Sorry. Thanks for trying. Just leave me. They wouldn't know what to do anyway. Is there anyone I can get to help you, any teacher? Pansy remembered the new teenage student had come, and this Ravenclaw was one of the new students. Are you a Muggleborn? She said kindly. What? I'm a half-blood. The girl said back, and Pansy sighed in relief. She would not want to have touched a mudblood. You can help me by getting my cousin or Talia. What house are they in? Pansy asked, hoping she didn't say Gryffindor. Will's in Ravenclaw and Talia's in Gryffindor. Pansy cursed to herself. The things she did for her friends. Pansy cast a levitating spell on the girl, who was called Lexi, she learnt, and went to the Ravenclaw tower. It was the lesser of two evils. She knocked on the door. Not wanting Lexi to see she knew the password, she needed her trust for the plan to work. Luna Lovegood opened the door, and Pansy had to stop from saying anything. Hello Pansy, what's wrong? Pansy had to be grateful that some of Luna weirdness had dissolved. Nothing's wrong with me, but Lexi's unwell, so I'm looking for her cousin. Have you seen him? Pansy was true to be nice. Who will? I think he's gone out with some people. Sorry, I'll take Lexi inside. That's fine. Thanks anyway. She made a fast exit, before she said something that would get her killed by people from her own house. Pansy stomped the whole way to the Gryffindor tower, making small talk with the girl she was helping. Hello, why are you here? The fat lady asked. I need to talk to someone from this annoying house. Pansy said back. 1 second. The fat lady said, and Weasley came out. What do you want, Parkinson? The boy asked, closing the door behind him. Don't worry Weasley, I didn't come to talk to the likes of you. If I wanted to I would go to the kitchen. So May, how's Elf there? You'd feel right at home. Weasley went red. What? Just go away. It's 5 and I need to work. You work? Pansy started to laugh. You don't work. Unless you call copying from Granger something to be proud of. I do not copy. Just tell me if Talia's in there or not. Talia what? Pansy looked back to Lexi, who gave a look that said, that's it. That's it. Oh, her. She's not here. Why are you helping a half-blood anyway? Normally you'd ridicule them. I have my reasons. Whatever. Pansy walked away before Weasley could turn away. She was sure that her hair hit him. What do we do now? She asked. You could leave me. As if. Is there no one else that I can get? There's Nico and Rachel, but I don't know if they'd what to do. Let's go to Nico. Pansy knew that he was the boy that drew a sword to Madame Pomfrey. He was also a Slytherin, which made everything much easier. They walked down to the dungeon and she knocked on the door. She wasn't allowed to talk. Lexi inside. Can I help you? A second year asked rudely but quickly apologized when he saw who it was. Get Nico, she said simply, and he ran inside. Seconds later a 13-year-old came out. What? He asked. Lexi wanted your help, so don't get snappy with me. Pansy said. Where is she? Pansy moved. We'd better get you to Talia. He said. We went to the common room, she's not there. Pansy said. She in the field. I'll take her there. Pansy volunteered. I owe you one. Lexi said when the three of them reached the other people. There were 5 other people there. Hannah, Talia, Will, Clarice and Chris. Pansy learnt their names at the feast. I'll hold you to it. Pansy said back as Talia came to get her. Thanks. Chris said. He was part of her house and in her year. It's fine. She said back. Pansy turned, walking away. Her plan was getting better. Now all she had to do was get someone to be her partner in crime apart from Lexi. When truth comes to play. This is some time later. Talia and Nico had detention. Talia her lines in ancient Greek which made Snape have a hissy fit. Nico's one made no sense. So Snape threw it in the bin and told them both to get out. Lexi and Talia went on the midnight hunt. Lexi got hurt by the trees as she couldn't see well, but her arrows shot perfectly. She is back to normal with help from Will. Milo walked to care of magical animals. It had been 2 weeks since they started out at Hogwarts, but Milo felt no need to find new friends. No one could replace Trace with his quirkiness and the way he made situations suddenly better. No one could replace Hannah's kind heart and sometimes sneaky attitude. And as much as it pained him to say, no one could replace Haven, who made life funny and livable in her own weird way. Many people had come up to him and talked, and he in turn had done the same, but there was a difference between casual chats and friends. Most of camp had chats, but there were few you could call you friend. Dragging his feet, he made his way to the tree, giving him view of the class but not to close that he'd have to contribute. Hagrid came up walking with a really handsome teenager. A little older than himself. Or would have thought so if he went that way. He had black hair and gold eyes, not honey or yellow. It was gold. Oh my gods, it was Eros. Milo quickly stopped lounging and stood straight, giving a small bow which went unnoticed by all but one. Eros then had a small smile on his lips. "It's all right," he said, and sat down on a chair elegantly. Milo hoped something hadn't happened with Psyche and Hedone, that he had come to see his other daughter. "Class, come round. Mr. 1 will be telling us about Greek monsters, as part of your studies," Hagrid said, and Milo felt himself sitting on a chair. "They like to be called archetypes," Milo said. "They? You sound like you know them," a brown-haired boy from his house said. "Know of them, not themselves. Who actually knows them personally?" Eros asked, leaning on his chair a little more than a teacher or teacher helper would, and putting on sunglasses. "You do," he thought. "Aren't they all dead? I mean, the stories are centuries old," the brown-haired boy asked, and Eros looked at him funny. He took off his glasses and seemed to be thinking something. "Then how can I know them personally?" Milo asked. "It was a joke. Seriously, all you had to do was say no. This boy should really meet Haven," he thought. "I agree," Eros said with something like he couldn't place. "Did you say something?" Hagrid asked. "Not much," Eros said, pushing the glasses back up. "As I started to say, I thought it would be a good idea to see how you would fare against an archetype." "I don't think that's a good idea," Hagrid started. "Nonsense. Milo, come up," Eros said as Milo was up before anyone had anything to say back. "This is a really bad idea," a girl said, and Eros clicked his fingers to show a Klasmonian sow. "You can't be serious," Milo asked. "I'm very serious. Now hurry up, I have other things to do," Eros said, putting the glasses on his head. "Does he want me to die? He's the son of Aphrodite," he thought. "But I'm also the son of Ares," Eros said, and leaned onto the chair. "I suggest the rest of you move back if you don't want to die." The class moved back until there was enough room around Milo and the sow that he could football pitch. "But why me?" Milo asked. "Why do you whinge so much? All I want you to do is open its stomach and take out my arrows. Not much else. Your grandmother cursed me, so I thought, why not have you get it back for me? If you die, it will teach her a lesson." So Eros picked a fight with Nyx, and now Milo had to suffer. Being a demigod takes the saint. "Well, hurry up." Eros cut the rope that kept the sow away from him. It charged at him and Milo was thrown onto the floor. Before Milo could get to his dagger, the sow picked him up using his teeth, which made Milo fall on the floor as he was only holding his cloak. Now he was free to move and fight properly. The sow flew at him and Milo barely made it out by rolling to his side. However, that meant that his dagger pushed into his side, probably giving him a bruise later. Milo took out the blade using his right hand while using his left to get up. Now holding the dagger in his right gloved hand, he saw that most of this class were hiding behind trees while Eros looked on from his chair. Hagrid was MIA. Milo jumped into the air and ending sitting on the sow, a feat he knew not how he achieved. A sow gave a cry as Milo pulled on its wings, hoping to get it on the ground. He never liked the air, for many reasons, and it wasn't that his great-aunt was Gaia. The sow turned his body, making Milo fall off, only holding onto one of the sow's wings and a leg. "Reet!" the sow cried as they both bashed into the soil. Milo quickly got up and stuck the dagger into the neck of the sow, nearly making it limp. He dragged the blade down from top to bottom, causing the sow's ears to stop twitching and its wing to stop stirring. Milo was breathing too hard to be affected by the heartbreaking scene. He had killed before, but this was the first time it happened in front of people that wasn't used to the thing. Eros came and touched the sow's stomach but fell back against the chair. "Take it out," he said, wiping his jeans. "Like father, like daughter, both have demanding personalities." To this Eros said or did nothing. Milo cut the stomach further and dug his hand in, feeling all the muscles, bones and blood, which was weird since it was meant to be a spirit. Suddenly something stuck into his hand, touched something not normal in a pig's body. He pulled out the hand to see the red and black bow. Completely in one piece, without a trace of blood on it all. Took your time, Eros said, taking the arrow and putting it onto his back. I'll leave now. Without even seeing Haven, Milo said too quickly. It wasn't fair that she couldn't even see her dad when he came so close. Haven was indeed strong, but even that could break her a little. Eros had been the one that looked after her apart for Chiron. Her mum left her at an orphanage since she could walk, and adopted parents found her a handful. New people didn't like her. She doesn't need to see me, she can talk whenever she wants. Eros said, turning around, sliding the glasses down. All too aware of the bleeding in his side, he still defended her. But don't you think she'd see you? I suggest you get that looked at. Eros said. Don't talk to me like that. Milo said. What makes you think you can talk to me about my own daughter? I just got the arrow out for you. All you Nemesis kids are the same, deeds should be done back. Will you do the deed back? Who's your daughter? The brown-haired kid from before asked. Milo suddenly remembered that Eros looked like a teenager. Haven, I believe you know her. Eros said back, smiling. The boy put a hand in his pocket. I didn't do anything to her, and it just fell. He said, looking embarrassed. I'm sure nothing happened, but maybe you should keep that. It might come in handy. Eros smiled. You must have been really young when you got her pregnant. A random girl commented, and Milo chalked back a laugh. You'd be surprised. Eros answered. Milo, why don't you take me to Haven? Yes, sir. Milo said and began walking with him. Might as well meet my half-sister. I hear she gave Haven a telling off at camp. Yes, well, she impulsive like her niece. All Ares children are like that. Milo had completely forgotten that you couldn't leave a classroom like that. So when he heard Hagrid shouting behind him, he waved him off and kept walking. Theo sat in Dada as Professor Lupin talked about nocturnal animals. It wasn't that he hated the teacher or thought him bad, but why would you learn for an exam when he could just ouch a piece of paper from the class and see it all again? Some things were more interesting in a classroom. Theo was at the back of the classroom with Pansy, who was scribbling on a piece of parchment. Something that he was very sure wasn't the notes from the class. Blaze was sitting looking at the wall, and Draco was actually listening to the werewolf. Mia was writing notes, and Potter and Weasel were following suit. Suddenly something flew across the classroom, too fast for people who weren't paying attention to see, but slow enough to see that it landed on Mia's desk. Suddenly wanting to know who was trying to talk to his cousin, he looked around trying to find who would have sent it. No one in the class looked at her, which meant one of two things: one, that it was Slytherin, or two, that the Gryffindor was smart. Mia picked it up, read it, and set it on fire. She was obviously angry, and Theo couldn't wait until she touched someone and they fell to the floor. Theo's vision started to blur and he put his head on the table, not knowing if he'd like what was coming. Now, any questions? Professor Lupin asked. I have to know, Nico. Someone pushed open the door. See, he's teaching a class, we'll come back later. The black-haired boy said. They were obviously here to see Lupin. Nico, what's up? Percy asked. Nothing. We're just leaving. Sorry, sir. Nico said and grabbed the girl's wrist, trying to take her outside. I have to know. The girl snatched her hand back and Pansy's head snapped up, suddenly having a small smile. Theo moved his chair a little away from her. Have to know what? Lupin asked. Are you a werewolf? She asked, her eyes shining. Nico suddenly pulled her back and said something in her ear. She then nodded and turned to the teacher, holding her left wrist. Come once or say something. Lupin stared at her before nodding his head. I told you, she said to Nico and pulled him outside. Talia owes me 2 drachma. You could hear talking over the silence in the classroom. Sir, are you really a werewolf? Chris asked. Again Lupin nodded, looking like he wanted to be anywhere except here. Theo didn't want him to leave, not that he'd say it out loud, he had an image to keep up. First year their teacher couldn't stop being scared of paper. Second year their teacher was so cocky he nearly killed them. Fourth year their teacher was a Death Eater, and last year their teacher ever let them even touch a wand. So you can fight and kill? Clarice asked, eyes on him. A little, but only when I transform. Lupin said slowly. But when you do, you kick ass, right? He's great. Potter said, gesturing with his hands. Correct me if I'm wrong, Potter. Draco started. But didn't he try to kill you and Granger? He wasn't in the correct frame of mind. Mia defended. Of course we must all understand that. He nearly kills 2 students, both apparently Dumbledore favorites, and yet he's back here teaching in less than 5 years. Dumbledore doesn't do favoritism, so there's another reason he likes you, Scarhead and Weaselby, so much. He said, raising an eyebrow. He's not like that. Like what, Granger? Like you're making him out to be. Whatever do you mean? I think you know. Well, I don't. Why don't you tell us? This has gone far enough. Dumbledore is not a pervert. Harry shouted. You said it. Draco said. Not me. A couple of people laughed. But it soon died down. It's so cool that you're a wolf. Do you know any cool moves? Clarice asked. Now's not the time, Percy said. But this is a lesson on nocturnal animals. Chris said. But I don't. He likes being told about his fighting skill. Lack off. Clarice said. He can too fight. Ron said, getting up. Oh please, you lot couldn't fight a dummy, let alone anyone else. Theo was too interested in the outcome to be offended. Harry bet you know how when he was only 1. Now I don't know who. And fat lot of good that was, he came back right. And now we're all forced to come here since you can't even handle him. We can to handle him. Ron pulled out his wand. Don't even think about it. Maybe you could handle him, and good shot in the side should do it, but then what about Kronos? Who? Clarice, stop, Chris said. No, if he's so proud of his friend he should know who he's up against. She said to her boyfriend. She climbed onto the table, stepping to the tables towards the weasel. Kronos killed his children before they could kill him. Kronos killed his father to be in charge. Kronos wanted to kill or enslave us. Kronos used Luke's body to do evil. Kronos could kill you in under a minute. By now she had reached Ron's table and was face to face with him. How long do you think he'd last before he meets his father? And that's saying that Nico doesn't get to him first. 5 minutes, Pansy said as they were leaving the class. I was thinking more, 2 minutes. Theo said. You want him alive for that long? I'd say 1 second. Draco said. This isn't going to work. Mia said as Draco was finishing his Tranfig homework. How much did the old hag say to write? He asked. I don't know why I ever thought it would. 1 page would be enough. He answered himself. What if someone found out? She asked. Well, that's all she getting. She can go and complain if she wants. How could I let this happen? You need to chill. Want to go upstairs? No, I do not want to go upstairs. She said sternly. You haven't even been listened to what I said. Actually I did. What did I say then? Turning to face him on the Slytherin sofa. She takes the glamour off when she come into the common room. Everywhere else she's Hermione. Something about your plans not working and people finding out. If anything, you haven't listened to what I said. I did too. She sounded offended. No you didn't, but I won't hold it against you. Why not? What's your angle? No angle. I just think sometimes you're too self-involved. That's the pot calling the kettle back. You're saying I'm self-absorbed. Yes, what did you think I said? I'm just saying what I thought you said. So you know that's what I said. Yes, I know. Can we stop beating around the bush now? You started it. Well, that didn't mean you had to carry on. He said, and the girl had nothing to say. I'm scared, she said after some time. It was quiet, almost faint. Why? Draco said, looking up from his book. I don't know, it's just a feeling that isn't leaving. Leaving? He questioned. I know it sounds stupid, but there it is. It's all around me, making me frightened. How can you be scared? You're in Hogwarts, the safest place in the whole wizarding world, apparently. Especially with the old crackpot in charge. You trust him? Theo asked, stepping through the door, Pansy behind him. I don't know, Mia admitted. Take it as a rhetorical question. Pansy told her. Maybe. Have any of you noticed that Blaise is acting really out of it? Draco. Theo and Pansy nodded. He won't even answer my mind calls. Theo said. I offered to help and he refused completely. Pansy said. But that didn't sound like Blaise. Are you sure, Pansy? Draco asked. Yeah, I said that I'd help and he completely disagreed. But I'm doing it anyway. Are you sure he didn't want you to do it for him? Pansy thought hard for a moment. You could see it on her face. No, I'm sure. she said, and Draco sighed. As well as always getting what she wanted, Pansy was always wanted her plans to be right. She would never admit it, even to herself. He guessed that was being manipulated. Blaze wasn't a person to get his hands dirty. If he wanted something, he manipulated others to his will. That's why his mind control and mind reading abilities complement him so well. I'm feeling really out of the loop here, Mia said, looking annoyed. Draco wondered why. This is my brother we're talking about. That's why. Blaze is just angry that girl he likes has a new boyfriend. Pansy said. And it's not him. Theo added. Although I did see this some time ago. 3 cushions were thrown in his direction. Don't get vexed at me since my power's better than your. You can do nothing, watch this. Amelia said, and grabbed Draco's arm, suddenly making a line down from his elbow to this wrist. What the hell? Pansy shouted. Calm down, Mia said, and the wound started to heal. It felt quiet since actually. Like a feather trailing his arm, or a finger delicately tracing patterns. Told you, that's power. What you have is the equivalent of Crab's brain. Mia told Theo. I'm about to admit anything, Theo said with a smirk, and Mia groaned. So who's the girl? Luna Lovegood, Pansy said, acioing a glass of juice. What? Mia's face then was priceless. Nico sat in the bank of the lake with Lexi. It was one of the few times they could actually talk, not counting when they argued. Let's leave, he said all of a sudden. What? She asked. Leave? I don't know, Nico. Will might get upset if I don't get back, she said, not convinced with the idea. We'll be back just after dinner. I can't stand it here. Have you seen how happy it is? It's a school. It's meant to be happy, to show how great it is. Even though it isn't. Well, I haven't been to school and I don't like it here. He started to get up. Please come. He looked down at her with puppy dog eyes. No, Nico. I'm not going to bunk school, she said, convinced they would get into some trouble. Fine, he said, and offered his hand to help her up. Thanks, Nico, she said, grabbing onto it. Mistake. They shadow traveled to a graveyard. You bastard, how could you trick me like that? She screamed, and started to walk off. I had to get you to come here. We don't spend enough time as it is, and I told you it was too happy there. But, this is kidnapping. We haven't told anyone, and that kidnapping, she accused. Who is going to fight me? He challenged, as she felt silent. Thought so. But why a graveyard? She said, hugging her jacket tighter. It was chilly and dark. The moon was the only thing that gave light. I don't know. First place I thought of. When? About 3 minutes ago. You really should have worn something warmer. I'm sorry, I was prepared. I didn't know that my boyfriend planned for me to shadow travel to a graveyard 7 at night. Take it, Nico said, holding out the jacket he wore on top of his hoodie. It's your fault that I need it in the first place, she said, putting it on. I know. Well, you won't be needing it much longer, someone said from the shadows. Who's there? Lexi was about to ask, but Nico put his hand over her mouth, telling her to be quiet. From behind a statue a man came out, if that's what you called him. He had a snake head something. She knew Hermes would find offensive were he to think that way. 5 bright lights came down and 2 people grabbed hold of her arm while they left Nico. Let go, she said, and stepped on one of their feet, which made them let go of her. She grabbed a dagger from her bracelet and stabbed the other man's hand, making him let go too. She ran over to Nico in the middle, who seemed to be having a stare down with the snake guy. Well, this can be used to my advantage, the snake guy said, or it can be your destruction, Nico said. Xander sat on the window ledge of one of the windows framed the school. He thought over what had happened today, and found it incredibly weird. But the more the thought about it, the more he knew he was being dragged into something that started when he met Haven on the train. Haven to him was loud, always said what she thought, and always wanted to be right. He worked that out on the few times he'd talked, or rather argued, with her. Then her dad came to school, which was bizarre. How can Haven have the last name Avery but her dad's 1B1? Then her dad told him to keep the necklace. Everything always came back to the necklace. Xander took the necklace out of his pocket. He hadn't been able to part with it, and something made him hold onto it. It was instinctual, like you can't help but like someone. Holding it against the light by the silver tray, he saw that the middle was slowly changing color, From the complete it had been the first time he'd seen it, it had now pink and black flecks in the center. Not enough to be noticed from a distance but enough that he could see it. The light flashed through the necklace making a face on the corridor floor. It was a gold wing with a purple eye in the center. The purple eye seemed familiar much more than the gold-lined wing. The eyes was a darker purple, more the shade of amethyst on the outside, getting slightly lighter to the center which looked more mauve. The eye vanished in a second, but it was enough time to analyze it. Xander moved the necklace away. Before someone came and found him holding a girl's necklace, they could ask where it was from and demand he give it back. As he was about to put it away, it opened. He hadn't seen the lock to open it, but know that it had. He wished it hadn't. The inside was empty. Normally people had pictures of people inside them, people you loved. That could be a boyfriend, mother, father, or sibling, any family or person of value, but Haven's necklace was empty. Xander felt for her. All the bravery she put up, all the flirting and fighting, trying to be the best, it was all a show. Haven had no one to care for her, no one that she loved enough to keep them on her. Haven was so insecure that she acted tough. Even her own father wouldn't see her without being told first. And as a result of a favor, he closed the locket and put it into his pocket and started to walk down the corridor, only to have his wrist grabbed by someone wearing a lot of chunky bracelets. "I want it back now," the girl said, twisting his own hand behind his back. "Don't feel like it," Xander answered, not giving her the satisfaction of knowing she was hurting him. "It's called stealing, you know," Haven said, pushing the hand into his spine. "No, it's called finding. You dropped it." "Oh, I just happened to drop a necklace that hasn't dropped ever since my 10th birthday. Haven, we've been over this, yes." Quote, "I don't believe you." She let go of his hand and he flexed it, only to have himself pushed down to the floor, as she sat on him. "Well, you're going to have to." "Why? What could you possibly have to say to me?" "The necklace fell off because you fell down. I've fallen down millions of times. You try fighting a cyclops without falling down." "He probably pushed you." "I can too fight." "Prove it." He didn't know what possessed him to say that. He didn't want to fight her. She may be insecure, but she packed one hell of a punch. That's what he found out when he fist collided with his cheek. "That prove it for you?" "Not a bit," he said, pushing her off and being glad we wore trainers today. Haven threw the first kick into his lower leg, which hurt since she had on heeled shoes. She then grabbed his hand and pushed it, making it smack the wall behind him. "That hurt. You're no better," she said, and proceeded to kick him in the side. However, he let intuition take over and grabbed her foot with his hand, then flipped her, making it look like she did a backward flip. The face when she turned around was murderous, but it didn't stop him. He grabbed her arm and twisted it backward like she had done before. This made her body jerk forward into him, and her struggle against his grip, but he wasn't about to let go. She stopped after a few seconds, and he could feel her breathing. "Let go," she breathed. "Not yet," he said quietly, hoping no one would come down the corridor. "Why not?" she asked. "I'm not done," he said, and lifted the side of her top up a little. Under he saw the handle of her dagger, the handle obviously tucked into her jeans. If he pulled it out, it would have made her bleed, and that's the last thing he wanted. "Take it out," he heard her say, looking down at his hand touching the hilt. Did he just hear right? She wanted him to take it out and use it against her. She closed her eyes, obviously thinking he'd pull it, but he pulled the start of shorts and pulled it out slowly. He put the dagger near her throat, his hand shaking a little. She opened her eyes and he saw the color. "I like your eyes," he said, and saw surprise shine in the amethyst eyes. She started struggling again and he knew she was uncomfortable, so he let her go, but kept the dagger. "What do you want?" she said slowly, eyeing the dagger before looking at him again. "I don't know," he admitted. "You don't know, yet you hold me a knife point." She laughed, and Xander was shocked. He would never have done something like this. "Haven, why do we fight?" he found himself asking. "You know why," she said, looking at the dagger again. "If I didn't have it, would we have met?" he asked. "Probably not," she said, and he nodded. "Why are you asking anyway?" He ignored her. "I saw your necklace. No one inside, no one love you enough." He whispered into her ear, making sure not to touch the dagger. "You bastard," she shouted, and kneed him where it hurt the The dagger flew from his hand into hers. Next time make your plan foolproof, from yourself. She ran down the corridor and he heard her shoes against the floor as she turned the corner and ran away. How had he done that? He thought to himself. Why hadn't he done more? Was his second thought. Hey Xander, Dumbledore wants to see you. A younger Ravenclaw girl said as he entered the common room. He nodded, telling her he got the message but searched the room for who he was looking for. Luna was sitting annoyed even though her new boyfriend was next to her trying to talk. Padma was walking around, and Xander couldn't see his friends. Instead he saw Milo staring out of the window. Can I talk to you? Xander asked the black-haired boy. Sure I guess, he said, moving a little at the window. Have you hurt someone? Milo asked. Xander shook his head, although he did hurt when he pushed her hand behind her back, and when he said she had nice eyes. But you wanted to. He nodded his head. Milo was going to say something when the girl told him that Dumbledore said it was urgent. Xander cursed and ran out, saying in quick bye. This bit is in a lot of POVs, so I'll keep it as an author POV. Haven ran through the corridors and into the common room. She ran up the stairs, ignoring Hannah's attempts at talking to her and other girls' snide remarks and glares. Collapsing onto her bed, she began to cry into the pillows. Something she vowed never to do, but many things were broken today except for that one promise. Theo sat in the library with Pansy and Blaze. They had a project coming up and he and Pansy were partners. They dragged Blaze to stop him moping in the common room. The plan was working fine so far. Suddenly Theo's vision started to go blurry and they started to see the things at once. You can take your patience and stick it where the sun don't shine. I'll get help, even if I have to ask that drat Jackson boy. Eris said. Theo came back to reality and shook his head, getting their faces for his mind. The time had come for the reveal, the last taste. Here, the last feel. The hero will lose himself. And the girl will save herself. Never before had Nyx hated her creation. Her child's wrath will be faced by the nation. Light green and hearts save a soul. While the Ghost King loses control. I know it's crap but I don't care. Rachel looked around the library as everyone stared at her. It was something I said, right? She questioned, knowing the answer. Xander walked into the office weary. He was still unsure of what had happened earlier. Dumbledore had a smile on his face as he handed Xander the purple veil. Do I have to, sir? Xander asked, not liking the smell coming out when he uncorked the top. Yes Xander, it's for your own good. Dumbledore told him, and Xander drank, not listening to the voice telling him it was a bad idea. Nico looked at Voldemort with disgust as the two stared at each other. Neither had reached for their weapons or anything offensive or defensive. They just stared, wanting the other to look away. It was hard to stare into the snake eyes, but Nico managed into. Nico, let's go, Lexi said, but Nico only tightened his hold on her wrist. Nico, that hurts, she said, and he relaxed a little. Voldemort had enough of the staring game. Stupefy. He fired and the red light went towards Nico. I liked writing the ending of the chapter and the bit with Eros. I think Eros if fab, and I love the story of him and Psyche. Well, lots of things happened in this chapter. Eros came and visited and told Xander to keep the necklace. Xander wanted to hurt Haven but stopped only to be drugged by Dumbledore. Theo had a vision of Eris and her sister. It was Nemesis and was attacked with pillows. Amelia found a note and then that her brother was lovestruck with her Ravenclaw friend. Lexi and Nico go to find out if Lupin is a werewolf, and Ron get a telling of from Clarice, who found Lupin great. Harry learns it's best to keep quiet in situations. Rachel has a new prophecy and Voldemort has started to duel Nico. Back to basics. I know that I said before that the goddess talking with Nemesis was Enyo, but I realized it would make much more sense if she was the daughter of Nyx and therefore Eris. Sorry for the confusion. On a better note, I have watched Deathly Hallows Part 2. Yay! Now I have watched and read the entire Harry Potter series and everything is it done so far for Percy Jackson and Heroes of Olympus. Nico pushed Lexi out of the way as the red light came towards him. He spun out of the way only to hit into a statue. It was made of stone, which made his head hurt a little too much. He turned around, making sure to have his back to the wall as the snake man turned to face Lexi. The guy was already dead for picking a fight with him. But trying to kill Lexi was another thing altogether. Hey snake guy, why in my dad's name are you fighting her? Scared I'd kill you, he shouted, taking out his sword. Your sword will do nothing to me, he answered, leaving Lexi alone. Trust me, it will do a lot more than nothing, he said back, and was hit by a spell. It was times like this he wished he had Percy's invincibility. You want to see magic? Fine. Nico pushed the sword into the ground and 5 skeletons came out. Didn't I kill you? The snake guy asked one of the skeletons, but it only looked at Nico. Get Lexi out of here and only return when she is safe. And 3 ran carrying his girlfriend. Watch Nico, I'll kill you. She screamed at him only to actually scream later on. Interesting power you have. Join my side. I'll give you much more power than that. You'd make an excellent right hand. Voldemort said. My lord. One of the Death Eaters started, only to be silenced by the one to which he was imploring. As tempting as that doesn't sound, I must decline. I don't listen to people that cheat death, he said, and moved some of the gravestones from the ground. Then you must die. Avada Kedavra, he shouted many times, all of which Nico ducked and dodged from, but the last one caught him and everything turned to black. Hannah walked out of the Slytherin common room, after a devastating attempt to get Haven to talk to her. But the blonde girl refused and kept mumbled something about, no, and, I refuse. Something, maybe instinct or the fact that she had known Haven for a long time, to her that Haven was having an Iris conversation. But with whom she didn't know. Walking down the corridors of the dungeon, it surprised her when she reached the field. It was cold and she had forgotten her jumper. When she breathed she could see the smoke-like mist blending into the fog that already covered the vast space. Couldn't sleep too, Hannah heard as someone came up behind her. She shook her head. Haven won't stop crying. She keeps disagreeing with someone on the other side of the Iris message. She'll be fine, but you won't. Where's your jumper or whatever you people wear here? Milo asked. Funnily enough, when Haven called someone she locked the door, and no, I can't use magic, as their magic against it. She added when she saw Milo begin to open his mouth. I wonder if it had anything with the ultra weird conversation I had Xander earlier. Is that why you're out here? Maybe. Also because I couldn't let the flower girl freeze to death. Come here, he said, and before she could argue he pulled her into a hug. So she would be warm too. Wouldn't it have been easier to just give me your jumper? Okay, they're considerate and just plain stupid. As much I don't want you to freeze to death, I don't want to either. Oh, real nice, she muttered, before sighing. Do you think everyone will be okay here? They can look after themselves. But if anyone dies it will be my fault. I'm meant to be the leader, which I think means caring for the safety of everyone. It's impossible to make sure everyone's safe. When you find out you're a demigod you are automatically enter into the wheel of death. Then it's all a matter of when Hades wants to see you. Hannah found herself nodding against his chest. Are you trying to say that every time I go to the underworld I'm dead? No, of course not. He gave a nervous laughter. If you died going to Hades I think I'd have to come after you and get you back. So you'd kill yourself. I said come and get you, not kill myself. What's with all the double meanings? What's with the one meaning? What? It's probably the conversation I had with Xander. You said that before. What was it about? Something really confusing. He talked about hurting people but not hurting them, and feelings for people that you didn't like and wanting to act on them. I thought guys didn't express their feelings. Whoa, stereotypical much, but that kind of why it was so weird. He sought me out like I was meant to know what he was feeling or something. Or maybe you're the most approachable to him and that knew who he was talking about. Me, approachable. The guy saw he kill a Klasmonian sow in the morning. I think I've made into the approach with caution stage. You'd be surprised, she said as she pulled away from him and started to walk inside. Thanks for not letting me get cold. Somehow saying sharing body heat sounded off-putting. It's all right, I'm coming in anyway, Milo said as the two of them walked in and parted ways. Had waited a few more seconds they would have seen the little 13-year-old girl being carried in by skeletons, as she used a dagger to cut through some of their bones in attempt to get free. Xander looked at the brown slushy liquid that filled the vial, and then he looked at Dumbledore, who looked back at him in turn. Sir, I'm really not sure, couldn't I just miss this dose? Xander, you know that you are unwell. You need these to work regularly in this school. You wish to stay, do you not? Xander thought about it while staring into the vial. He had never wanted to stay at Hogwarts, but he needed to in order to use his powers. He was smart, had to be to stay at Ravenclaw, but there was also he part of him that knew he would be so much better in the House of Snakes. Why cool? Didn't he expand his horizons and actually make plans worthy, one that would lead to devastation but not be traced back to him? Was that such a bad idea that he wanted to rain disaster to those who displeased him? He went through the same thoughts every month he was made to take to potion. And he couldn't fake it either. The head teacher would stand right there as if not taking it could be disaster. That was the other reason he wanted to not take it. What better way than pissing of the headmaster of the school? Well, hurry up then, Xander. Dumbledore prompted. But sir, he started. You do know what your name means, don't you, boy? It's defending men. How do you expect to live up to your name if you do not try by taking the potion? Yes, sir, Xander said, gritting his teeth. His thoughts were much powerful this time round. He actually felt as if he could not take it this time. Xander felt into his pocket, and felt the small diamonds from the necklace against his skin. He needed a sense of normality, and the necklace was the closest thing there, he thought, trying to reassure himself. He threw the vial back, and as he swallowed he saw the smile that registered onto Dumbledore's face. It was the next morning that Pansy noticed the smile missing from her partner in crime. Lexi looked like she hadn't slept all night, and that drove Pansy to know what was happening. Against her will, Pansy had started to like the girl, but she didn't like the people she associated with. Theo kept darting looks between the new Jackson kid and the new divination professor. There was bound to be something happening, and by the looks that the professor was returning, it wasn't good. Blaze was pushing his breakfast around the plate, not really anything, it just looked like a pile of brown slosh. He get deeply before bashing his head against the side of the table. He started to murmur things to himself, but Pansy couldn't do much as the large front door slammed open and Filch walked in, actually ran towards Dumbledore and Snape. The head teacher and Slytherin head of house looked at each other, and then got up, calling for everyone to stay in the hall. As they walked down with all the teachers in tow, Snape grabbed Hannah and she was taken with them. That's what got Pansy thinking. Never before had a student been taken with teachers. Whenever Filch came, the golden trio just went anyway. Everyone stay where you are. You heard Professor Dumbledore, the head boy said from his place on his house table. Easy for you to say, you haven't had your best friend taken out of the room. Haven shouted out, standing on the bench. She was really starting to annoy everyone. It was quite entertaining to Pansy. Haven, sit down and shut up. Clarice shouted from the Gryffindor table, but Haven didn't listen and stayed standing. Now, or I'll make you. Shut up, Martian, I'll do whatever the Hades I want. What did you just call me? Clarice said with deadly venom. Being called a Martian was apparently a really rude thing to say. Like Mudblood. Martian. Haven sounded it out slowly. You know, people of Mars. You'll pay for that, Clarice said before storming out of the Great Hall, ignoring the protests from the heads. You're not getting away that easily, Haven said and started to walk out, only to be caught by the head girl. Stay here, she said. No, you stay here, Haven said and pushed the girl. Luckily she was caught by the head boy. This will not end pretty, Chris said, shaking his head. Got that right, Mercury man, Haven said before skipping out of the hall. Times like this I'm happy my dad's name never changed, Will said from the Ravenclaw table, only adding to Pansy curiosity. Oh yeah, great, at least my one's original. Diana, a name that actually used nowadays, Lexi said, actually looking happy for the first time since Pansy had seen her today. Cupid, that's all I'm saying, Milo said, and they all started laughing. Will you all be quiet? The new divination teacher shouted, and they all looked at her. Pansy forgot she was even there. Since she looked young enough to be a student, she guessed that was why. Sure thing, when you stop planning my ultimate demise, Percy said back. Carry on, she said, smirking. Theo's paw. Theo watched in fascination as Dumbledore came back, but yet his cousin did not. Snape seemed indifferent when he walked out, yet when he came back you could tell that whatever he had heard shocked him to the core. Everyone walk in an orderly out of the Great Hall, Dumbledore said from the main podium, and Theo was too fascinated to cause problem for the old man. As he walked towards the common rooms he noticed that it was only him and Pansy left, when Blaze and Draco was also with him when they actually talked out. "Where do you think they went?" Pansy asked, obviously thinking along the same lines as him. "No idea. Might have gone to the Quidditch fields or the Ravenclaw rooms. Of course, what else do they do? But seeing as they're not here, you want to do something?" Theo asked but didn't try to get his hopes up. "I've actually got to do last-minute prep before COMC. "Oh, that fine," he answered with a hint of detachment. "Wait, what last-minute prep? You know our group work, the one due in today. I don't know what to say. But we could probably do something on the weekend." "That would. I'd like that," he said. "Well, we're here." Theo looked around baffled to where they were. "Weren't we going to the common rooms?" "We were, but I changed direction and you were talking too much to notice." "But the library's on the other side of school." "What can I say?" she said before walking through the giant doors. Theo walked down the corridor and stopped when he reached the bottom of the stairs that led to the divination tower. Thousands of thoughts went racing through his head. Should he tell Ms. Dare about his vision on Nyx and her sister? Should he explain why he saw visions? Should he be frightened for the war that it would bring? Could he sister cause an war, and how? Before he knew it, he had taken a step on the stairs. A hand pulled the back of his cloak and pushed him to the wall. As Theo moved forward, he found himself unable to. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. You'll only rip those black robes." A voice said from the shadows. "Who the hell are you?" Theo asked rather rudely. "Right, no, I'm your worst nightmare. Not many people here can get worse than me, and that's saying something. Will you answer the stupid question? My name's Xander and I believe you were sent a vision which you ignored." Not the cleverest thing to do, was it? Theo watched shocked as Xander pulled the 2 daggers from the arms of his clock. "Where did you get the daggers from?" "I actually have no idea. Isn't that funny?" Unlike Theo, Xander wasn't in school uniform, but he looked like 4th year, which meant they had classes. Dressed in black skinny jeans and a green vest, he looked just like he'd run from school. "Haven't you got somewhere to be?" Theo asked. "Charms actually, but imagine Flitwick's face when someone his own house doesn't show for class. It would cause so much trouble." "I can't imagine," Theo said through gritted teeth. Even Theo knew never to mess with a teacher when causing trouble. "Why am I here? Revenge." Xander's light green eyes turned a much darker shade. But only for a second, since he started smiling. "You have no idea, do you? The all-seeing, omniscient Theodore Knott doesn't even know why I'm after him. He has no idea when a vision is meant to be acted upon and when it's meant to be ignored." Xander suddenly stopped smiling and pointed on of the 2 daggers at Theo. "Guess you're going to have to learn the hard way." "2 things." Theo started. "1. Take your little dagger and stick it where the sun don't shine, and 2, you can do nothing that would make me learn such a stupid lesson. You should know revenge doesn't pay. But it is fun," Xander said, and the 2 stared at each other in hatred. Theo wondered how this 14-year-old could have known he gets visions. Where he got the daggers from. And most of all, why was he, Slytherin Prince, acting like a good guy? "When you go to lunch, Toady, there'll be a surprise waiting for you. I suggest you nip it before then." "What? You want answers? Find this," he said, holding out a locket. Xander walked away and Theo ran towards to COCM. He was already late. Hannah sat in the Slytherin room, which her knees folded to her chin. The tears had long since stopped, but the thought was still fresh in her mind. The memory was all she wanted to think of until it was all she could think of. Nothing changed her thought, not even the sun or thinking of flowers. Brushing her hair didn't help, and reading books only reminded her that she couldn't read English. Nico couldn't be dead. She wouldn't believe it, couldn't believe it. How can the Ghost King, the one whose father controlled death, he dead? It seemed so unnatural and so wrong. How can someone be dead if there was no body found or no traces of blood? Voldemort cared little about covering up his deaths, and Hades would have wanted a proper burial for his son before taking him. "Hey," Haven said softly and pulled Hannah into a much-needed hug. "It's okay," Haven said, stroking her hair. Hannah cried into her shoulder. "He's gone." "But he can't be," Hannah said in between sobs. "I'm sure he's not. He might just be recovering somewhere, and these stupid wizards thought the worst. Hades must have wanted to see him." Hannah found herself saying, "What?" Haven said, pulling away and giving Hannah a cushion, a gesture she was grateful for. Milo said that when you find out you're a demigod, it's all a matter of time before Hades wants to see you. When was this? Haven asked with a smirk. Last night. Hold up. It was a prefect night, just the two of you, or you were taking about death. Not death exactly, but I guess. Girl, you two have a very messed up relationship, I won't even argue otherwise. Hannah just smiled in return, happy that the conversation had taken a turn away from the death of her step-brother. Did you get Clarice? After? No, I had no idea where she went. Then, well, then, you know it doesn't matter. Tell me now, Hannah demanded. No, you're going to have to work it out like everyone else. What have you done? Actually, I've done nothing, for once. But like always, I'll get involved, don't worry yourself. I'm not worried, I'm terrified. This isn't camp where you little pranks will have no consequence. This is the real deal, you'll actually get in trouble here. That's what I want. The punishment is the best part of a prank. Everyone knows you did it, that's respect, and teachers think that you're a joker. You can get away with everything since they think you can't do it. This isn't right, Selena shouted, looking around her cabin. You can't. She looked at all the faces of her cabin mates, then came to rest on Drew. We took a vote, it was very popular. The other girl said, looking at her newly painted nails. You charmed spoke them. There was speaking involved. Selena hated how comfortable Drew was, as if she'd let it happen. So you all agree? Selena asked her cabin mates. There were a few nods, but the majority mumbled. Selena, I hate to be the one to say this, but it's for the best. You betrayed the camp and your own boyfriend by helping Luke. That's against all that Aphrodite stands for. She doesn't want people dying for love. We can't have a cabin director like that, Drew stated, looking into the mirror. My gods, Aphrodite loves killing people. She partly caused the Trojan War. Was Drew thick as well as stupid? We don't want you as leader, just leave. This was the worst time for her to leave. There were no other older people here apart from the Stoll twins and Katie, and she doubted the twins would be of much use. If I leave, what will happen to the cabin? It's in safe hands, we'll elect someone. I have to think about this, she said, lying through her teeth. She was a war hero, and that meant she knew tactics. She'd walk around for a bit, pretend to think it over. Then when they couldn't criticize her for not leaving, since she did take their opinion into consideration. She was thinking straight though, she wasn't even low. King so didn't notice when she stepped over the boundary out of Camp Half-Blood. That was a mistake. Instantly a minotaur came running towards her. She took out her sword and was about to swing when felt her body turn to atoms. What the? Mum. Selena rubbed her eyes and looked around to see Mount Olympus. Selena, child, are you well? Aphrodite asked caringly. Selena wondered why she was here. Or if the minotaur had just knocked her out. That was some good fighting with the Lydian Drakon. Not as good as Clarice though, Ares said from his chair, polishing spear. Why am I here? Selena asked. Ked and the gods looked among themselves, confused as to who should speak. I called you here, Zeus said, entering the throne room, and everyone sat up straighter. Well, not really, but I do have a plan for you. Aphrodite picked you up from fighting the Minotaur, not wanting you to die. She did the same thing with Anos, if I remember correctly. You proved to be a valuable spy for the Titans, did you not? I guess so. Well, we want you to do a little job for us. We've been keeping an eye on the happenings at Camp Half-Blood, and we need you to abdicate your role as counselor. Aphrodite looked weary at this but didn't respond. Drew will become the new head and you will become our liaison. But Mum, she's horrid. Selena, this is how it's meant to be. We are closing of Mount Olympus to everyone. But that cannot be fully possible. We will need someone to carry messages from here to Camp Half-Blood, to the Roman counterpart, earthbound gods in the underworld. Zeus explained. They proceeded to explain to her about their Roman counterparts, Jupiter, Venus, Mars, etc. They couldn't use their dream and mind messages, so the only way was through person. She wouldn't be allowed to see any of her friends or Charles, and she'd have to face Hades on a regular basis. She thought about denying, but the looks on the gods and her mother told them they were desperate. What about Hermes or Iris? Excuse me, I'm right here. I might not be in the conversation, but I'm important, you understand. Hermes counteracted before going back to play on his phone. Selena, the gods can't leave where they are now, it's too dangerous. We need a demigod. Her mother persuaded, and Selena relented. But can't I have another person to help? She asked. Aphrodite and Hephaestus exchanged a look and the latter nodded. Fine, I'll do it, she said and talked with Eros as they walked to her new room. Percy was sitting in the Hogwarts library with Annabeth when Luna ran in only to slow when she was told off. She walked down to them and sat down on the table. Do I a favor, when Terry comes in tell him I went bathroom. She said, before seeing what she said was a scorning beetle and running of again. What was all that about? He asked Annabeth. Well, I'll start at the beginning. Luna likes Blaise, you know Hermione's brother, but since he's known to be a player she thought the best way to play it was to make him jealous. So she started to date Terry Boot. Only she doesn't know that Blaise does like her, and Pansy had enlisted Lexi's help to find out if Luna likes Blaise. Pansy is thinking of a plan to make Luna jealous with the help of our little moon defender. Now both parties have a jealousy game going and poor Blaise still doesn't know. How do you know this? You don't like gossip? He asked skeptical. The rumor mills around here are worse than back home, she said going back to reading her book. How is Lexi anyway? Percy asked. She's with Hannah, I heard something about Nico. Before he could ask he to explain, Haven came running in, her heels clinking on the wooden floor. Hannah wants everyone to meet in Rachel's classroom. Why? She didn't say. Haven shook her head before walking out, oddly quiet. Percy and Annabeth closed the books and took their half-done potions with them as they walked. I hope everything all right back home, Annabeth randomly said as they reached the stairs. Why would you say so? It's just a feeling I have, maybe I ate something bad. She pondered. Percy hoped nothing was wrong, he had Fort Camp in the hands of Selena and Beckendorf, and they were good leaders. When he stepped into the room he could see nearly everyone was already there. Chris and Clarice were looking the weapons and Lexi and Talia were sitting quietly. Hannah was pacing while Will was staring out of the window. Haven was trying to get Hannah to calm down while Milo and Rachel were speaking quietly in the corner. Where's Nico? Percy asked and was met by several glares, including little Lexi. Everyone here good, there's some terrible news. Nico is missing, he was up against Voldemort and we suspect he died. Hannah said looking at Percy. The demigod of death died. This isn't a laughing matter. Clarice said pointing a dagger at him. There's more, Rachel said. They found Michael Yu's body back home, he was drowned. Drew became head of the Aphrodite cabin. What about Selena? Haven shouted. That slut can't do that. Selena's missing as is Beckendorf. Chiron doesn't know what to do, Mr. D. We NT back to Olympus and Chiron thinks it's only a matter of time before he goes too. There's no one at camp, only the Connor, Travis and Katie. Everyone else is either new or had no idea how to be an effective leader. Why did Mr. D leave? Will asked, emotion swirling in his eyes. I'm in charge so I'll decide, Hannah said as looking at Percy as if challenging him. I want some of us to go back to camp. Keep order there while we work this out. The Dark Lord is still out there in Kronos, there must be a new threat if Olympus is closed. Whoever goes back goes a Shroud or Nico, understood. Percy had to admit, it wasn't a bad plan. But the prophecy, we have to stay here, Clarice said. The prophecy talked about coming here, it didn't give a time as to when we could leave, and it sure as Merlin didn't say anything about not splitting up. Hannah explained. Rachel had stayed quiet throughout the whole explanation. I want to go back, Lexi said standing. I can't stay here, I'll go too. With Michael found the cabin will be in chaos. They need a leader. Will called. I'll come, Percy said. Not much use here anyway. Don't say that, Hannah sympathized. Not like that, it's that if there's no one at camp expect Chiron, I feel I should be there. I'll go too, Annabeth said and the weight got a little lighter. Clarice, Percy asked. I'll stay here, the child of Ares said. Second that, Haven said. Say hi to Trace for me, Milo called. Talia, I'm not sure. I feel I need to be here but I also feel I need to be there. Which one? Hannah asked. I'll stay here, she decided. Chris, sorry Clarice, but I'm going. Just don't annoy me, Or make out with any girls. Clarice warned. I can try. Not promising anything. Before he could finish CL. Eris threw a dagger narrowly missing his head. That's meant to scare me. Chris asked and Clarice rolled her eyes. Apparently all was well. I'll come too. Rachel said finishing the line up. You leave tomorrow. I was going to continue with it, but I thought it would be much better with a sequel, something that might happen but later on. So far, Nico died, so they think Xander turned evil, Selena was taken to MO. The gods cut of communications Luna likes Blaze and vice versa next time. Draco had to kill Dumbledore. Jason, Piper and Leo come to CHB. Hermione deal with the Slytherin. S and Gryffindor after her identity is revealed. Selena goes to Hades and meets a certain person. Percy loses his memory. Basically everything from Lost Hero and Half-Blood Prince. I'm going to try and keep to the storyline and then add my bits in too. Hope you liked the story. If you could review it would mean a lot. Thank you.